And so our trip around the virtual planet is coming to a close. We've visited 4 continents after starting in Europe at Spa, North America then for Sebring, Asia for Suzuka, and then we went down under for a 6-hour race at Phillip Island. We now start our double-legged return to North America and the United States. It's been a thrilling season we've had throughout the running of the AHU Endurance by VCO, but it is now business time. We drop the race length down to 4 hours after 2 races of 6, building up to our 10-hour finale in a few weeks' time at Daytona. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's focus on what is ahead of us today. It's round number 5 of the AHU Endurance by VCO as we get ready to begin here at Road Atlanta. If you've joined us for one of these rounds before, you'll know exactly how this works. Before you hear the young superstars of Ewan O'Leary and Zach Sweeney, you have to put up with myself, Lewis McGlade, and Cam Roger. And Cam, this is a tricky roller coaster of a circuit, one that's great for traffic management on the back stretch and down the start finish, but that S's section, it causes problems.
It absolutely does. It is chaotic around this track, and that's what I think that's the main reason why we keep coming back here every year. Obviously, just a 4-hour race today, which is probably a good thing because it's going to be very sort of high intensity over the course of those hours. And as you saw on the track map, there's those interesting parts of the track where the LMP2s especially, they're going to need to be very cautious, but if you're too cautious, then you're going to be losing way too much time in traffic. So that's really where the sort of more confident drivers come out. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to this one.
Well, qualifying is already done. We've rolled through that. We'll show you the start grid. I can confirm in pole positions in each class. The Apex Hunters United number 1. They are currently, or they are on pole in the LMP2 division, and then the Vendaval Sim Racing white car is on pole position in the GT Open. It's Pulse Racing Team CM Security that's on pole position in the GT3 AM, even though it's obviously it's a subcategory, so they'll actually be rolling off that 7th spot within the category. But you know how these go. We always like to take a little look around the racetrack from a driver's eye, and it's Summit Sim Sports once again submitting the track map.
Hey everyone, Angus Cook here, driver of the number 56 Summit Sim Sports Delara LMP2, here to take you for a lap around Road Atlanta for the next round of the Apex Hunters United Endurance Championship, powered by VCO. Heading to the main straight, really important to get a good run out to set us up for turn 1. I like to ride the brake, using a bit of throttle to get me up the hill, keeping momentum, up in a 4th gear real quick. As you can see, quite a blind turn, down into 3rd in the 2nd, attack the curve on the inside, and then we've got to get right on the gas and slide the car out. Through 3rd, through the roller coaster, downhill, up in a 4th, attack the curves again. We won't want to be hitting GT3 traffic, one of the toughest corners. Left-hander, we've got to ride the curve on the right side, it really wants to unsettle the car. Bouncing around as we approach the double right-hander. Approach nicely, got to really ride the apex along, keep the power and momentum up as we get hard on the brakes for a 90 degrees right-hander, setting us up for the fast back straight. Making sure you get on the gas, use the curb along the way to make sure you don't get too much sliding as we've got such a long straight ahead of us. The lap's only about a minute 9, minute 10, yet it's taken up by this long back straight, which will be a perfect opportunity to blast past some GT3 traffic. Heading down through to the last chicane, hard on the brakes as we approach down the hill. Quick little left-hander, I like to keep it in 2nd gear. Approach the right-hander and get on the power as quickly as we can up over the flying crest. As far to the left as we can to set us up for the final corner, turning right back onto the main straight to start another lap. And that's a lap around Road Atlanta. Not much overtaking opportunity for us LMP2 cars, so it's going to be really important to stay clean. I think the cleanest car is going to be the one who is victorious, so tune in and enjoy the action.
Well, thank you to Summit Sim Sports for the lap there. Kind of tragic they didn't leave that last bit on there after the mistake going up and over the crest of the hill. That would have been bants, as the cool kids would say. Cam, we saw it there. It is a proper roller coaster, especially SS section. It's a lot of fun, though, isn't it? It's a tricky circuit, but it is a lot of fun.
It absolutely is. I would say overall, as much as it's quite difficult, I'd say it is probably a driver favourite over the course of the season. This is one that the drivers will be looking out for. Obviously, the Petit Le Mans is the big event over the year. This is slightly shorter than that, though, which is going to maybe change the driving strategy a little bit, because you can take a little bit more risk. Petit Le Mans normally sort of the 10-hour race, whereas this with the 4 hours you can really just go for it, and I think that's going to open the door to a lot of opportunities for these drivers to take a couple of risks here and there.
Now, in classic Lewis and Cam style, we're rolling with the punches and figuring things out as we're going along. This evening, we're starting off fairly early in the morning, we believe, and it's on 2x on the time. So we're rolling through to kind of capture that sort of classic Petit Le Mans vibe, where you start in the morning, you run into the evening, you run into the night. So we might expect some difficulties with the sun later on in the race.
We could do, and that is as you say, it's the challenge of these longer races that sometimes you don't necessarily think about, especially this race. In the real world is a bit later on in the year, so obviously the days are a lot shorter and that sort of thing. So the night is really something that you have to factor in those races, and it's good to see that looks like we're going to see that sort of the ×2 simulated sun travel. So hopefully we should see some nice sunrise and sunsets, and that is, as you say, it's going to be difficult for the drivers, because when you're coming into a corner where you're having the sun right in your eyes, it can really sort of take away your reference points and make the driving just a little bit more tricky.
This is a nice camera angle, isn't it? Flying over the circuit. There you go. You can see 10A and 10B. But no, obviously you can see it's nice and early. We're in warm-up right now. We are in warm-up. We'll be done with warm-up in about 2.5 minutes, and then we'll roll through onto the starting grid, which they will start on this section of the track before they roll around to the start-finish line, and then away we go. The calendar that we've had before, alluded to it before, we started with 2 4-hour races at Spa and Sebring right at the start of the year. Crazy to think we started in January, by the way. Then we did 2 6-hour races, the 6 hours of Sucre, and then the 6 hours of Philippine, and that was a competitor-voted round. That goes to the track and the length of the race, before we've shortened things down to the 4 hours of Road Atlanta, and then that 10 hours of Daytona. That 10 hours of Daytona is going to be so good. It's going to be a long day. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, it certainly is. The 10-hour race is a nice distance as well, so it's plenty long enough, but without it being too excessive. And Daytona's always fun, and as a championship decider, a lot of things can happen there. Obviously there's a lot of straights, but there's also a lot of interesting sections where things can happen, and the championship could be turned on its head, as there are still some pretty close positions that we're really fighting for in all the categories. So yeah, looking forward to that one, and it's not too far away either. The rounds in this second half of the championship are a bit closer together.
All of our championships across the 3 categories that we've got, between the Grid Engineering LMP2 Championship, the SimLab GT Open Championship, and the Coach Dave Academy GT AM Championship, all 3 of them are wide open. So much so that the race winners from last round at Phillip Island, they have all taken the lead of the championship. In the Grid Engineering LMP2 Championship, it is the number 22 Drop Bear Motorsport SBM. In the SimLab GT Open, the Vanderbilt Sim Racing White, the car that's starting from pole position, they are leading the championship after that race win. And then, it is a full lap. Never mind. I was panicking they started on the backstretch. We're all right. I said we'll figure this out as we go along. Then it's the JWM eMotorsports 286 in the Coach Dave Academy GT AM Championship. Those are leading the championships, each of their respective classes, but they aren't leading by quite like a major margin. I don't think any championship lead is actually over 50 points, which sounds like a lot, but when you think it's 300 points for a race win and 276 for second, that's not that much of a lead.
Especially not, but here comes the grid.
Yeah, indeed. Ben Cornett then starts from pole position for the Apex Hunters United Esports. Number 1, our champions from last year, with Synergy Sim Racing, Rival Autosport, and Summit Sim Sports inside that top 4. Rounding out the top 5, rather, though, is the second Summit Sim Sports car with the Whiteys Pies. That's, of course, Ewan O'Leary's favourite team. Bam, they led quite a lot of the last round at Phillip Island. Simrigs.com DPR car, James Glassman behind the wheel. Then the Alpha Aggressor car with the Frog Leap Juiced Racing Green, number 96, in the Drop Bear Motorsports HRS. You can see down there Sim 3D Sport Predator, and then the Drop Bear Motorsports SBM. That is your championship leader in the LMP2 category, starting way down the order. Then it's the analytical car, and then the Alpha Aggressor, the second car, rolling out of the bottom end of the LMP2 category. Start with pole position with Inside GTM. Vanderbilt Sim Racing White championship leaders start from pole, with a lot of the contingent of the Apex Hunters United team behind. The 148, the 169, and then the 197. And the Sim 3D Sport Robocop with Evolution Racing Team, Rival Autosport and the Trans-Tasman car. We saw the Trans-Tasman cars winning a bit earlier on the season before another one of the Apex Hunters United Esports car, Paul Blancvest behind the wheel with the 135, with Mach 1 Esports behind that in a trio. 24th, 25th and 26th. Pulse Racing Team CM Security starts from 27th position with a Trans-Tasman 184. The WEH E-Racing car, we've seen those run a lot stronger than where they've qualified, same as with the Cool Drive E-Racing Thomas Hinds car that rolls off from outside or just inside the top 30. Team Kraken, Apex Hunters United 155, and then Team JDR with Mach 1 Esports, and then the Simrigs.com 199 with the Apex Hunters United 230s. You kind of remember how big these grids are when you start going through them like this. JWM Motorsports, the champions leaders inside the GT AM category with RSR by G Performance, Pulse Racing Team AWC, Mag and Turbo Motorsports 223, and then Bluebell Racing and International Driver Syndicate rolling off from 42nd, and not our final spot because we've still got the Pulse Racing Team West Performance. The other two cars there obviously being our safety cars, which we didn't see any of, if I remember correctly. Outside, did we have one in the first hour?
We definitely have one at some point, and I think we're going to see a few today. So the drivers do need to sort of be aware of that, because it is really that type of track, and you're going to have to be on your toes with the strategy. So it's looking like it's set up to be a really good race, starting in this what is it's about almost coming up to 6 o'clock in game time. So this is actually in the morning, so we'll get some sunrise in the opening couple of hours of the race.
Yeah, starting at night, which does leave things to be a bit tricky. They do have, from what I was reading within the rules, there is a start zone, an actual start zone, which is on the start-finish. I think it's typically after the actual start-finish line and one of the timing gantries a bit further down. There is a defined zone, which Shane Van Gisbergen, Simon Black, Nick Foster and the likes behind the scenes at AHU Endurance have put out there as we get ready to go in the penultimate round of the AHU Endurance by VCO. Heading on to the start-finish straight into the start zone, it's Apex Hunters United Esports number 1, Ben Cornett, on pole position ahead of Tom Freer, and Ben Cornett has just taken off. He's just taken the lead, and he's taken off into the distance. It's the Drop Bear SBM car that's on the inside, rolling through turn 1, trying to get past the Sim 3D Sport Predator car. They'll run side by side up the hill, down towards the S's section. There's a crash off in the background. I wasn't sure who that was. I think it might have been one of maybe the Whitey's Pies, or maybe another one of the AHU cars, not sure, but someone went for a spin.
Certainly did. Now the GT3 category is coming underway, and Dylan Burst has got a really good start, taking it in single file already as we come through turn number 1 and 2 with Shane Van Gisbergen and Cooper Murray following in just behind, which is looking really good for them already. A nice clean start at the front of the GT3 field, but I'm sure as we get through to the second half of the lap, the driver's going to start taking some positions. But overall, I think that's a really good start to the race from the GT3s.
Yeah, they've kind of rolled their way through in a very large category through quite cleanly. By the way, it was the Rival Autosport number 58 car that was in the wars there down into the S's section for the first time. So we've got a little bit of side by side. We've got one car off. That's Paul Blancvest just off the road there a little bit in the 135 rejoins with a bit of side by side as well. Oh, that's one of the Mach 1 Esports cars that's also sideways coming onto the backstretch out of turn 7. So clearly, as much as it was a clean start, Cam, you clearly jinxed it.
I certainly did, yes. Henry Thomas Kircher out of turn 7 onto the back straight, just having a bit of an issue. Always 3 wide there in the mid-pack of the GT3s, coming towards turn 10A, and then round the outside. One of the AHU cars that was thinking about it, but not quite at this moment in time, and having to file back in.
Like I say, all just trying to find their rhythm right now, but it's so tempting when you're on that backstretch to just go for something, to give something a go. As there's WEH E-Racing looking to the inside of one of the Mach 1 cars just ahead of Paul Blancvest, who's closing in the 135 Apex Hunters United car, trying to find his way up. Obviously started only a couple of positions actually higher than where he's currently running, despite going off the road before turn 7, which is a critical corner to get right, because you've got to have that roll all the way onto the backstretch. There is a car in the background of this, one of the prototypes. That is the Summit Sim Sports K2, I believe has been into the pit lane, or at least off the road again.
Yeah, just having a couple of issues with the LMP2's having to try, well, this one in particular, having to try and get through the GT3, so that's going to be losing even more time, unfortunately, when all the LMP2s, they're having the cleanest part of the race now, where there's no traffic for them. They can just go flat out, as we've seen Simrig's DPR 73 car also in the pit lane.
Yeah, clearly a couple of issues for some of them. I think the rival Autosports also might head down that way as the defensive move there from the 135 Apex Hunters car. That's the 174 Sim 3D Sport RoboCop car that's trying to come through. Paul Blomqvist just defending from Luke Turner as coming through in all of this is that rival Autosport car. So they have already been into the pit lane. Remember, they do have a fast repair, but they only have the one fast repair to use. So I think quite a few of these teams, particularly in the prototype category, have already ticked off quite a few as we look back up inside our prototype category, and you can see the massive lead already, realistically, that the Apex Hunters United Esports number one has. Ben Cornett clearing off the distance, 1.5 seconds gone.
And that's going to be good once we get towards the traffic as well for these cars. And it won't take long with such a short lap here. They are going to get up onto the back of the GT3 field fairly quickly. And it's only going to be a few laps. And the extra couple of seconds here or there that you can get is very good, because it's always beneficial to be sort of the first guys getting onto the GT3s. When you're a bit further back, you're sort of picking up the scraps of where people have had little battles. And yeah, it's sort of a bit more difficult for you to define how your race is going to go from that point. So that race is going to that lead, I should say, is going to be looking pretty good, although it has come down a bit on this lap so far, so maybe they're already hitting the traffic at the front.
Just going to say, by the way, whilst we're looking on board with this, the 250 has been landed with a penalty. That's the International Drivers Syndicate. The driver, I think was it a drive-through or was it stop-go? I think it was a stop-go. It was indeed, because they've changed car for this round. There is a rule, you're more than welcome to change car in the 2022 championship here in the AHU Endurance by VCO. But the thing is if you do so, you do get copped with a drive-through or stop-go rather, which kind of leads me to believe that it's more of a decision to impact Daytona rather than here.
Yes, I do quite like it, because obviously some people want to obviously have the ability to change the car, which is good. But as you say, you can't just be changing car every race. So yeah, this is probably a decision. You're right, they're going to take the penalty now, so that next round in a few weeks' time when we get to Daytona, they have the best car that they want there, and obviously the best chance of getting a good result.
Yeah, well, we've got a little bit of a battle here in the lead of the category. You can see their leaders running through the 101. Vanderbilt Sim Racing White closing in on him is Shane Van Gisbergen in that 197. Our attention here on Cooper Murray, looking forwards from what he can see as his teammate is going on the attack for the race lead. Dylan Burst versus Shane Van Gisbergen. Porsche's up front 1, 2 and 3 here. Oh, fair, 1, 2, 3 and 4 at least in the GT Open category. And I think Shane Van Gisbergen, he's not going to just sit there, is he? I think he's going to go and try and attack Dylan Burst a fair amount. We've seen there was just some great racing from Van Gisbergen throughout the season.
Yeah, you'd be not a wise man to say that Shane is just going to sit back in second place.
Save fuel.
Not his, well, yeah, but that's not his style of racing, is it? Let's be honest. He wants to go for it, which is what everyone loves about him. And I should say, second place at the moment behind Dylan Burst, trying to find the run. The cool thing with them being in the same car, actually, is that it's sort of a bit more down to the driver, because they have the same top speed, they have the same everything, same power, and just need to find a way past, which is the reason why I've come racing as we jump back towards the drop bear car number 22, currently in this 5th place, but they've actually had they're leading the championship, so they've actually had a pretty decent season so far. But as you see down in 5th place, it's not like this championship isn't a slam dunk one where you just see one car at the front dominating. It's sort of yo-yos a bit over the course of the season.
Which is mad. There's no like success ballast or anything. It's just how things roll in such a crazy championship. It's their teammates that's closing in, by the way, the HRS car, the drop bear vehicle that is closing in the background. And also, just as a note, there has been a switch in the LMP2 category with the Sim Sport 3D Predator car, which now is in 2nd position and is closing down on our race leader, the Synergy Sim Racing car. Tom Freer behind the wheel, dropped down now into the 3rd position as we ride on board with 11th spot right now, the WH Racing Porsche that's just trying to attack the Cool Drive Racing 151. Thomas Hinds behind the wheel of that. A little bit of a mistake there for Hinds.
Yeah, just got to be careful over these curbs. They are very aggressive, as you see. There's a couple that you can run onto, but there's a few, especially on the apex curbs. Well, yeah, you see on the exit, the exit there, the turn 5, you can use it, but the apex curbs, you've got to be careful. It really unsettles the car and can push you out. And when that is sort of a really one-line section of track, one racing line, you've got to keep yourself in that for the best lap time. As we're getting, that's the HU number 1, I think, going past and really just slowing down those GTs, and that's where you can get the opportunity to overtake.
Yeah, and this is where WEHE Racing, or maybe even Thomas Hinds, might fancy a way past on Michael Healy and the Trans-Tasman Racing 184. You can see closing in M4, and then Porsche. WEHE Racing, though, has the overspeed in the background, as was having a look as we're back up to looking at Sabo, who's behind the Sim 3D Sports Predator car that we saw run quite well in the first round of the season, but courtesy of Calvin Dent, who was driving absolutely brilliantly back in Spa. But they had a couple of issues later on, and I think they retired from that race, if memory serves, and they couldn't race in the next one for various reasons. But they are racing now. They are looking strong, and Sabo is closing in on your race leader.
Yeah, you're right. They started the season so strong. Oh, that's not a good way to do it. Through the S's. Is he going to keep out of the barrier? No, he's not. Running down the left side of that car is going to be crunched, and he's going to have some damage. That was that's a difficult part of the track to try and maybe overtake through the S's, and unfortunately going wide there into the barrier. He's going to be dropping down, and he might have to go and use his fast repair if he's got too much damage.
It's actually Gianni Vecchio that he made contact with. Or there might have not even been contact there, to be perfectly honest. Obviously, it might have been a bit of air between them, but I think realistically there was potentially a tap. Like you say, to be fair, if you're going to look around the outside, when you're not fully alongside, if you're going to look around the outside of a GT3 there, it probably isn't the wisest thing to have a go for, as we're back to this battle between Cool Drive, between Trans-Tasman. It's Cool Drive on the outside, left-hand side is shot. It's Trans-Tasman rolling around now on the outside of the chicane. WHE Racing might make it 3 wide in the run down towards the final corner. Thomas Hinds with the inside, and WHE Racing are also going to come through in all of this as well. So Cool Drive up 1, WHE Racing up 1, and that means that Trans-Tasman are down 2.
That was great play there by the WHE Racing car, just taking the opportunity with the traffic as well. The LMP2 came past, and really it was Michael Healy in the Trans-Tasman, really just had to back out of that one in the final corner to allow space for the LMP2 as well, and that just shows you how easy it is to lose those positions. So you've got to be on top of that. Sometimes the circumstances go against you a little bit, but you just got to take those opportunities when you get them and really try and be on top of these things. It's a difficult track, and little situations like that can really make or break your stint.
Wow, I mean, it's not quite as frantic as the opening 10 minutes back in Phillip Island, where it was proper crazy town. We know how these races go. Things will calm down briefly, and then things will shoot right back up again. It's just classic AHU Endurance. We'll take a look. One of the Summit Sim Sports cars that's just spun. That is really unfortunate. So he sat behind the number 50. I think he sat behind Sinji Sim Racing at the front of the field, and as the car ahead, as it might have been simrigs.com rather, as the car ahead sort of lifted off going up and over the crests at 5, it's so easy for you to sort of get on the brakes, but you're unweighted on the curbs, and you just go for a spin.
Indeed, and as we've been doing that replay, WHE Racing did manage to get past down the back straight. Nice little on the brakes overtake into turn 10A, and there's now on the back of one of the Pulse racing cars, who seems to be going a tiny bit slower at this moment in time. Didn't see if they had any sort of issue, but they have their gap has come down with WHE Racing making up those positions. So let's see if they can continue their fight forward. But for now, we're coming back to that Summit car indeed, and trying to work their way back up the field.
Just to make sure that everyone is fully up to speed with what is going on. Of course, it is in game time, 6:15 in the morning. Sun is on ×2, which means we are going to see that sun rising over the horizon. To be honest, realistically, we're going to at least start seeing it poking over in the next sort of half hour at least. It is going to be kind of blinding. I'm not sure which way though is east and west around here, but it's going to be rising and blinding one way into some of these corners, which isn't ideal.
I believe we're if you go down the start-finish straight, you're facing east, give or take. But my geography
Is it
isn't
really
always...
that way?
I believe so. Yeah, I believe it's like pointing downwards if you think the start-finish straight on top and then turn 6 and 7 on the bottom. I think, but someone can correct me on that one. We'll have to see how that one works out for the drivers, though, because certain corners like 6 and 7 could be quite tricky. If that is the case, and turn 1 as well, massively fast corner where you're trying to. You're really trying to spot your apex, and it's going to be very difficult indeed as we're coming back to this battle in this GT3 category, down sort of 10th place or so. It's getting quite heated up in this mid-pack.
It's also getting a little bit bigger as Lachlan Carpel at the head of this field now in the Pulse Racing Team CM Security. Let's take a look a bit further back as to what's happened to one of the Pulse Racing Team cars. Oh, it's been spun out, that's why.
Yep, you're expecting something probably a little bit different there, but
I was expecting a bit of racing, but then if we're going back to a replay, we know what our broadcast director Mike Yow's like. He loves a good crash.
Yeah, loves it. Well, to be fair, some would say good, some would say bad, but this season there has been quite a few of them.
Especially last round.
Yeah, especially last round. It was pretty crazy. But then that is why it gives these interesting and unpredictable results. And then with the safety car mixed in there as well, the strategy can be good and bad for other people. It's going to be great. So yeah, nice to see that as we are trying to see how this GT3 battle is going to work their way up, because they're getting very close to each other and they're going to start running into each other when we get LMP2s coming past now.
Yeah, Jared Serkovic has got to the head of this field in 7th place in that WHE Racing car, back with another one, I believe, one of the Pulse Racing Team cars who's been off the road through 6 and 7. It certainly is the West Performance car. Just a fair off, will rejoin, been fairly wise with the rejoin. And I think that was okay. That was about as good as you're going to get a rejoin. It's so easy to go wide through 6, but that was a fairly smart and heads-up rejoin from one of our GT3 AM competitors, of course, the Coach Dave Academy championship that we've got here in the GT3 AM, as we return to a battle a little bit further down than the one that we were originally looking at. This one has the 144 ahead of it, the Mach 1 Esports car, with the 236 as well, the Apex Hunters United car. That's Todd Gibson behind the wheel, RSR as well, just behind this, with Matt Bailey behind the wheel, as Mag and Turbo have been off at T1.
Oh yeah, and you see this track is actually quite nice in some places like here. You've got a big grass runoff. It's not the easiest to control the car, as you see, but at least you don't go into the wall. They make a bit of contact with a Lamborghini as well, coming back on another one of the AM cars. So I don't know if I'd quite say it's a bad rejoin, because I think Lamborghini is missing his apex as well, but certainly a bit of a tricky situation for both of them.
Yeah, it was suboptimal. I think that's the word we typically use. Yeah, we like to throw it out there every now and then, and that was pretty much it. I think that I kind of agree. I think that Lambo was missing the apex by a fair margin. It's whoa, what a save! What a save! They're going to lose a position to Matt Bailey, but what a save that was by Ben Dow. That is so easy to do.
So easy, as you say. Car's not feeling great across the top of turn 5 there, but keeping it involved, especially with a Porsche as well, all the way out the back, and controlling that rather nicely, and yeah, just keeping it in the race, which is the important part. You saw what the 56 did earlier, going for a spin, so certainly not a place where you want to do that. As we get in a replay here of Sabo going towards well, I mean, this is a classic turn 9 overtake there. Huge slipstream through turn 9, and making it nice and easy into turn 10A.
Nice. That was actually a decent move from Sabo, who's obviously just trying to rise up the standings. Getting word in our ear, see, Mike Yao doesn't show crashes all the time. He's shown some moves. I think we were fairly biased towards the crashes at Phillip Island because there were so many of them.
There were too many.
Although, unfortunately, the greatest crash that we've seen all season was in the first round, and it wasn't even when me and you were on the broadcast when the safety car crashed, because that was hilarious. Oh my goodness me! Mach 1 Esports, I believe that is way over. And then rejoin just ahead of our race leader as well. Oh,
that was close. That was lucky. That was beyond suboptimal there for the AHU #1. But yeah, for the 222 there, just going side by side through turn 3, not always the best part of the track to do so, and going a bit wide, losing the rear end on the grass, because it is, as we say, these sort of more old school tracks with all this grass on the runoff. You do have sort of the opportunity to save it, but it's not the nice tarmac runoffs where you can just keep driving straight.
Well, yeah. Well, this is kind of why we like Great Atlanta, because the grass is so punishing. We'll see if the move comes the way of the 18th positioned car at the moment. Mach 1 Esports, Ben Dow, straight down the inside and straight over. Rejoin onto the apex. Careful, son. Careful. Team Kraken coming through. But yeah, trying to go for that move on our side by G Performance.
Yeah, and Kraken actually ends up getting through there into the final corner as well. So a couple of places lost there for the Mach 1 Esports. The Porsche 144 just going way too far on the brakes there, trying to take a little bit too much risk and instead just losing some positions, which is not the ideal situation to be in at this point. But you can see actually just in the background, the sun is starting to come up through the trees.
Yeah, it's poking up over the horizon. So I don't know how blinding it's going to be. The thing is, there's a lot of tree coverage around here, right? And so you do kind of get blocked a fair amount by the sun rising up until it's a decent level in the sky, at which point it's not right in your eye line, right? So you're actually fairly well protected around here.
Yeah, it's loads of trees. I do want to get to this track at some point in my life. It's a fan favourite of mine from the sim racing world. But as you see, just all the trees out in Georgia, amazing state of America as well, with the forestry out there. Be such a good experience, and all the hills as well. I'm sure it's a lovely landscape to be in. It's amazing that they've crammed such an amazing track into such a small place, because it is one of the shorter tracks we go to, really just in the world.
Yeah, it's not a long circuit here, but it is, like I say, it's the roller coaster. It's a proper classic track in the sense that it's not had the terrain moved for it. It's just basically just like some concrete that's been dropped onto some terrain, which is the best way to make a track, because that's where you get your character. You know, you don't like flatten off bits and stuff. You just go with what's happening, and it's brilliant. I absolutely love it, and it's one that's actually surprisingly well known, and yet somehow Zach Sweeney still doesn't know where it is or what it is. Tough effort.
He'll learn. He's learning. He's getting there. Just give him time.
I really enjoyed spending 2 hours just ripping into his lack of track knowledge last round. It was really good fun.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, to be fair, I mean, if you don't know what you don't know, but this is certainly one of those tracks that if you are more new to racing and sim racing, you want to get involved with this one. It's such a great watch, especially when we get towards the end of the year and we get to the special events and things that are happening in the VCO Grand Slam. It's going to be such an amazing event for the full race, but this is just really a taster of what's going to come here in AHU.
Yeah, and we do like it quite a bit. By the way, race leaders fairly close as we look a bit further back in that leading category. It's Summit Simsports K2 going around the outside. Oof, that would be a move from Angus Cook, but unfortunately he's been kind of balked there by a little bit by James Glasspool coming through his Dream Rutten, the rival Autosports number 58. So working his way up the order, number 58 car, and already straight back up after having issues on lap 1. Gets both of them on the straight. That was pretty well played. Glasspool making contact with Cook, and that's just allowed the 58 to be like, yep, okay, that'll be me signed my way through. Thanks, lads.
Yeah, the tricky situations, the awkward situations always happen around this track. Got to remain on top of them, and these types of battles are going to continue throughout the next 3.5 hours as we get towards the latter part of the race, and as the sun comes up, we're going to start getting a bit of reduced vision, helping or not helping, I should say, those battles as well. So yeah, drivers certainly trying to get a bit feisty.
It is dead feisty out there right now. The race lead. Remember how at one point it was around 4 seconds, that lead that our race leader Ben Cornett had? Not so much anymore. The gap's been closed down quite a bit by Tom Freer in the Synergy Sim Racing car and the Summit Simsports Everest car that Liam Reston is racing in right now. They've just come across a little bit of lap traffic in the form of Dylan Burse, who is leading by a fair margin, 2.3 seconds over Shane van Gisbergen within the GT Open category, the SimLab GT Open category. So a pretty tasty lead for him, but it ebbs and flows so much around here. You never have a consistent lead. You don't typically just pull away to the tune of like 10-15 seconds, because it always gets brought back down by traffic.
Well, yeah, as soon as you hit traffic in the wrong place, you just lose time. There's, of course, we've got this big long straight here through turn 10, 8 and 9, but even then the start-finish race bit's a bit difficult, because the final corner sort of really comes at the wrong time. Sometimes you have to lift out in the prototypes, and especially through the S's, it's very difficult indeed. As we're maybe in Trans-Tasman losing a place here with the Lamborghini there going down the inside, the 158 car making up the position into turn 10A and B, and they're up into P4.
Yeah, nice little move there from the Rival Autosport Lamborghini. That have we seen this Rival Autosport Lamborghini this season? I think we've seen it a couple of times. I don't think we've seen it much because we don't typically see Lambos going particularly strong at the AHU. It's normally BMWs and Porsches that we see typically running fairly strong. Although I am more than happy to be corrected on that. Yeah, see, more than happy to be corrected. But they've not had a great result. If you look at it, they had I think a top 5 last round, but they've kind of just been chipping away.
They've actually got better and better. Their
every
points,
round.
Have jumped significantly through over the season. But this shows you how being consistent is actually what's going to get you towards the end, because the top 5 in the championship get automatically, because we have sort of a pre-qualifying session before the day before the race, and the top 5 in the championship get automatically into that place, and they were one of them. So that is obviously a good reason to keep on going, keep on getting yourself there, because they know if they can have a good result today, they can confirm themselves for Daytona, which I assume is going to get a few sign-ups and maybe go over the maximum grid number.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those things of a championship like this. You want to be pre-qualified in. You don't want to have to go, or you want to have the auto pre-qualify. You don't want to have to go through it because you've got to deliver twice. You've got to deliver in pre-qualifying and then in actual qualifying and then in the race as well. It's like, okay, this is a bit tricky. By the way, Daniel Yeaman in the Drop Bear Motorsports the HRS has got past the analytical race on Oz car, the number 43. So a little bit of progress coming from that Drop Bear Motorsports car. There's a bit of a 3-way fight for 5th place, Daniel Yeaman, Taylor Blackburn in the analytical car, and then it is of course the Whitey's Pies car that is closing in. They're not leading though, which is the tragic shame, isn't it?
Yeah, that was
hilarious.
Yeah, that was so funny because. Yeah, Ewan from the old north of England. He says he's not north, but he is north.
He is from the north.
Yeah, he's from the north. He's got shutters on his doors. He's got he loves all the pies, basically. So so he loves basically the pies, and they were leading the race. Unfortunately, they crashed, which is the unfortunate point because they obviously have some pace in that car and are currently a little bit low down in that sort of 7th place at the moment.
He was. I'm pretty sure he was devastated, to be perfectly honest. Which I would be as well. I mean, it's a great team. I love a good team name. It's all good having your generic team names like Aurora Motorsports or the greatest team name of all time, the Aurora Calamity Flag to Flag. What was it? Artifact. Powered by Racebot. I can't remember. Yeah, something like that. It was a long team name that we all raced in. Me, you, Dan Cowell, and Arjuna Kankapati. We had great fun in that race. But I like a good team name where it's kind of like we're taking it seriously, but also we're not.
Oh, absolutely. And I think that's the general gist of this championship in some ways. Obviously, this season, season 2, getting VCO involved, Racebot as well, really pushing forward the championship. But I think the base of it there is still that these people want to have more of an environment for the drivers of this region to have a really highly competitive race, and I think it's just worked so well, and it's good to see some of those drivers always again at Porsche there spun on the top of turn 5. They've just sort of come in, they're having a bit of fun, but trying to take it seriously as well, so get that balance right. I think they've done really good. Yeah,
like you say, just always finding a balance. Not sure which Porsche that was. That was stationary, as I've seen a near crash between 2 of the Apex Hunters United cars. And it wouldn't be the first time this season that we've seen that in the 2022 championship, as our attention is very much focused on the battle for 11th spot at the moment. Simrigs.com DPR. There is Todd Gibson going for a spin. Oh, that is that is a horrible place to have a spin, though.
Yeah.
He's trying to give it a flick spin away from everyone else.
Yeah, to be fair, that was the safer option for sure.
You could see, genuinely thought about giving it a flick spin in front of everyone, and I am very glad that rather than just going, I'll just give it a go, actually thought, no, maybe it's not the safest, and then drove away from everyone, did the flick spin and came back. That's heads up. That is smart. It's not fast, but it shows understanding of where you're at.
It's worth losing those extra 5 seconds, because to be fair, that was probably only 5 seconds, maybe 10 extra that he lost. It's worth you losing that than then ending someone else's race.
Yeah, and that's what that's what would happen. If you do a flick spin in front of everyone, you are going to cause a multiple car wreck. And unfortunately, on the rejoin, did nearly crash into his teammate, but not great. I can't remember what the thing is, where it's you don't know enough about a subject to know that you don't know anything about it. I can't remember what the what word is, but that's kind of how a lot of races are. Is they don't know enough about racing. Sim racing anyway. They don't know enough about racing to know how much they don't know. Whereas that was clearly like right at the bottom of the curve, where it's kind of like they clearly did know what he doesn't know, and so went for a flick spin. You picking up what I'm putting down?
I think just about got there. As we're seeing now, back in this huge battle in the mid part of the GT3s, and it's looking it's looking like it's coming out to be a really good one indeed. And kind of looking at this 10th place AHU car. And you just see when the P2s come past, just slows them down just that tiny bit as they're trying to find themselves and get themselves in a good place for the exit of the corner. But we now have the Trans-Tasman Lamborghini, I believe it is, trying to get back behind this 135 car as you're getting a bit of a run down. Team JDR getting the slipstream down the back straight towards turn 9, in towards turn 10A on the outside. That's going to be a difficult place to go around the outside, but you think it might have actually been able to make it here, and he's getting there up the inside and has made it work. And that's actually an AM car going past the Pro.
Yeah, that was a nice little move, and there's another one as well coming through in I think that's one of the Sim rigs or Sim 3D Sport Robo Cop car potentially that has gone through. Certainly is Luke Turner behind the wheel. By the way, it was the Dunning-Kruger effect. I did look it up and figured it out in the end. So the Dunning-Kruger effect is what I was talking about having the right amount of knowledge to actually know how little you know. Look it up. It's actually very interesting. But either way, nice little nice move around the outside from the JDR car. It was like bold and committed, but there was a lot of respect and space given. It was the kind of cutting back in behind from Blomqvist in the 135 that actually wrong-footed him enough. He wouldn't have dropped the position to that Sim 3D Sport car if it wasn't for the trying to cut back in. I think.
Yeah, it worked. It worked his space, his car into a good space there, and I think he managed to make it work rather nicely. So that's, well, fair play for that, because as you see there, managed to get past as well, making up that other extra position. And that's what you got to be on top of, especially as this is a pro battle where the one in front was the AM car.
Yeah. This is the thing, though, is that despite... So the way the AM works is that it's down to like the average I rating of the team and stuff, so you can actually have a decent drive. But to be fair, the AM cars that we've had within the Coach Dave Academy GT AM category have been battling up the order. We've seen a couple of top 10s now. We certainly saw one back in Sebring from the GT AMs. They do work their way up.
As the 135 there, I believe, just went off at turn number 1. Was behind this car that we are watching here with the
you were right, yeah.
3D Sport Robocop, but the 135 has dropped down a little bit behind, so just going a bit too fast there into turn number 1. Blomqvist, does he keep it out of the barrier? Yes, he does, and has to rejoin, but as I said, I believe he lost about 2 places there from doing that.
It's a pretty scary moment going off there, because turn 1 is quite fast, and like you say, every time you go off there, you're kind of like 50-50 on whether you're going to go and hit that barrier, and you know that it's not a million miles away. And the problem is obviously with it being grass around here, is that you just get pulled straight towards the barrier, right? You're carrying a lot of speed, and there's typically only one direction you're going, and it's in a straight line towards it. It's not like places like Watkins Glen and even Road America at points where there is quite a lot of tarmac runoff, and so that if you do run wide, you can just pull back onto the racing line straight away, and it's not really much of a problem.
Indeed, and the thing with turn 1 as well is because you're, as you said, because it's so fast, and because you're actually turning in for so long before you get to the point of going off, as we're getting another one of the AHU cars there off at the top of the hill, just struggling. I think that's the AM car of theirs at 236, maybe, is that the car going off. Yeah, because you go so far around the corner first, you sort of get your hopes up that you're going to make it out, but then there's a bit of the wall that sort of pinches in towards turn 3, and that's always the bit that you hit if you go off. So certainly difficult corner, because you've got to commit to it, but it's not till you're about 50 meters into that you know something's gone wrong.
It's the same with qualifying. I mean, I've struggled with the circuit a lot. Turn 1, turn 3. I mean, to be fair, as one of my good friends, Oscar Hardwick, once said, he was like, you're not very quick around here. And I was like, no, I'm not. Where am I struggling with? And he said, well, it's on the corners and the bits in between it, which I was like, thanks, mate. That was really helpful. But around here, there is a lot of hiking. Like, even the final corner, it's not like amazingly difficult, but if you are running too tight into it, you scrub off too much speed. You're wearing out your tyres and you're scrubbing off more speed. You're actually going a fair amount slower. It's only to the tune of maybe a tenth or two, but it also carries the momentum onto the next lap. You've got this run up the hill and then a blind apex corner at 3, which is, from TV, it looks really not that difficult. It really doesn't look hard. But when you're in the car, it's so hard to pick out where that apex is, especially when you've got other cars around you and you're having to do it constantly.
Yeah, I mean, the blind apexes are just something that you get from practice, really. Just sort of the memory of where it is, because especially in turn 3, you come over and you're sort of having to brake and turn in before you can actually see the apex. So you have to really know what's going on. And because there's the little kink of turn 2, you're not getting a straight braking zone either. So there's loads of things going on there. And it's probably one of the hardest points of the track to get right from that point. And then every now and again you've got an LMP2 coming past you as well, is again the 135 going past the 136, and I think unfortunately that 136 is actually the last car on the field at the moment, a few laps down, having a couple of issues so far this race.
It is indeed Todd Gibson, who we saw giving us the delightful pirouette a bit earlier on in the races. The fastest lap has been set by our race leader, once again Ben Cornett, leading comfortably right now to the tune of 1.8 seconds over the Synergy Sim Racing car, closing in, of course, Summit Sim Sports as well. The gaps are starting to grow a little bit. The top 5 in that category, Drop Bear Motorsports SBM and the Drop Bear Motorsports HRS car, of course, SBM being our championship leaders within the LMP2 category. I'll get it out eventually, don't worry. In the GT Open, the SimLab GT Open, Vendaval Sim Racing White are leading from 2 of the Apex Hunters United cars. What happened to the 197? What happened to Shane van Gisbergen, who is way down the order now? I think he might be a lap down on our races, but either way, way down the order. They've still got 2 cars though up inside the podium positions, with the Apex Hunters United Esports 148, which is running in 2nd, the 169 that's running in 3rd, and then the Evolution Racing Team Riley Preston in 4th position class, and the Trans-Tasman 128 Brady Myers rounds out the top 5 in the GT Open category. Here's Gianni Vecchio in the 169. Now, yep, that is a hit into the barrier. I don't know what happened to Shane van Gisbergen, but considering Shane van Gisbergen and Gianni Vecchio, who were so impressive back in Suzuka, this is not their finest moment, which does almost make me feel good. Knowing how good Gianni Vecchio is, I'm starting to feel good about myself. You know, seeing a mistake like that. Is that bad?
I'm looking at Shane. So already on lap 10, he came into the pit lane. So that was quite a while ago now. So yeah, he came into the pit lane, but I'm trying to see if there was a reason for that, or if there was just another problem going on. But yeah, I think they definitely had a couple of issues going on there for a moment, but that was quite some time ago, unfortunately, and he's going to have to try and come back from that, which is easier said than done, of course.
Well, we're in the P2 pit stop period. Say that fast 5 times over. As Apex Hunter United number 1, City Sim Racing drop there. Summit Sim Sports Everest, Whitey's Pies, Analytical, and Alpha Aggressors all into the pit lane. The other Alpha Aggressors, the number 42, also dived its way onto the lane with Rival Autosport as well. So we're in that sort of pit window period. The 88, though, HRS, did continue, and they've also just had to come across a car of Nick Pringle completely backwards at turn 7, which I've just seen. So as much as staying out is great for Daniel Yeaman, seeing car pointing backwards on the track, not so much.
Indeed, and this pit stop period is going to be quite a crucial one for some of these teams, because it has obviously the opportunity to get a position here or there. And we often see some places being had if some drivers can manage to stay out, maybe on the sort of lower fuel, take advantage of that, can always be quite good. Or maybe you get just stuck in a bit of traffic. We have to find out indeed, but I'm sure we're going to see some double stinted tyres as well over the course of this race.
Well, just to update you as to some of the things that have been going on as well from race control, the number 42 was given a drive-through penalty for a dive bomb. The number 42, of course, being the Alpha Aggressor Racing number 42 that's been to the pit lane. That was a little while ago, so we're a little bit delayed on that one. The 236, though, has recently just been given a penalty, speaking of which, here we go, for not holding brakes.
Oh.
And that is the incident right there.
Yeah.
There we go. That was good timing from Mike Yao.
That was also, not a nice accident for that Lamborghini. Was that the 191? I think it might have been, which is RSR by G Performance. Just nowhere to go. And on the outside of turn 1 there, you've just got absolutely no choice, really. I mean, you couldn't have done anything different. And so unfortunate, because that is a huge amount of damage on that car.
You can even just see from the body language, it's very much right hand down, and it is not smooth. That is going to be a tricky car to drive in back to pit lane. Now, of course, again, just to remind everyone, they do have a fast repair to use. Thing is, though, is that if you're dragged off of strategy this early in the race, in such a short race, at Daytona, I'd be like, okay, maybe you can save enough fuel to drag yourself back into the strategy. If you're only 20 minutes out, it wouldn't be the end of the world. It's not great, but you can still fight back into a semi-decent spot. Whereas around here in a 4-hour race, no. Once your opportunity's gone, your opportunity's gone. Whilst the sun has been rising, it's starting to crest properly over the horizon now and starting to blind people. Let's see what's happened to Mag and Turbo running through T3.
And there's already a car off in the background in turn 1 as well.
I did see that, yeah.
As here it is, the 96 there, Frog Leap going off a little bit too. They actually looked weird. I mean, they weren't
damage on the front left.
One. Yeah, there was obviously nursing an issue already, but just missing turn 1 either way.
Oh, we can look into his eyes.
Oh, look
what a charming chap.
Oh, looks great.
Thanks, man. Oh, you're not speaking about me?
Your webcam is not on.
I'll allow it. So focus on what we're actually supposed to be talking about here, which is the race. The number 55 in 4th position, under a lot of pressure from the Simrigs.com DPR car post pit stop sequences. We do expect double stints around here, especially at this level, at this time. Track temperature fairly low. Comparatively, just 19 degrees, isn't it? Fairly low, 29 degrees. No, it's 19 degrees track temperature, 17 degrees ambient. You kind of say if it's 17 degrees ambient at this time, it's probably going to get fairly hot towards the end of the race. As we'll see the overtake for 7th position as the Whitey's Pies car, the legendary vehicle, passes the Drop Bear Motorsport HRS car and gets himself up into 7th.
Yeah, nice clean overtake there, and just getting the Pies even closer to the top, which is, I'm sure, what Ewan O'Leary is going to be loving. Unfortunately, though, the gap between 4th and 5th has grown quite a lot. 16 seconds there. Drop Bear SBM are behind the Summit Simsport Everest car, so just a bit of time has come away from them over the course of the opening 40-odd minutes of the race. But for now, it looks like we're seeing the Summit car trying to get past some of this traffic and fight ahead, because they're actually really close to that 2nd place.
Yeah, I thought we only had 3 cars for the race lead. Although no, I guess the Summit Sim Sport. Okay. Sorry, not the Summit Sim Sport. The Sim 3D Sport Predator car. That was the one that pitted earlier, of course, because of Sarbo's issues. So this car is dragging its way back into it. That's why we've got 4 cars now, essentially, for the lead, rather than it being just the 3. So we ride on board with Rafael Sarbo, who is off sequence with everyone else when it comes to the pit lane strategy, courtesy of those issues, is 10 laps out. So I would suspect, based on that, we'll see him into the pit lane in sort of 8 or 9 laps.
Yeah, indeed, and the strategy could actually be quite, for those who did have got off kilter in some way, could be quite an interesting one when we get towards the end of the race, because the laps are so short here. The odd lap here or there might actually be quite crucial, because it's quite easy to get that extra lap as a 29 now. Diving it down into one. Oh yeah, to dive. It looks like pretty much gifted that position there. And they are up now into P2 there for the Sim 3D Sport Predator car.
Yeah, that was just a gift from Tom Freer. I think kind of understanding that this really isn't his battle right now, and just sort of let them go, let them battle. Trans-Tasman Racing battling with Vendaval. This one happening a bit further down the order in the GT Open category. Of course, fourth, it's not Vendaval, it's Evolution, never mind. I just saw a white and blue car and I instantly just went, boom, Vendaval. It's kind of 50-50 with the white and blues. You're either going to go with Vendaval, you're going to go with Apex, clearly Evolution. There's another team in there as well that runs the same colours. It's very confusing. But either way, Trans-Tasman, Brady Myers is closing in for that 4th spot Riley Preston that presently has.
Getting pretty nicely close, although just as you saw there, hitting the curb too much there through the S's, losing a bit of time. And that just shows you how important those curbs were that we were talking about a little bit earlier on, as we're seeing the Whitey Spies in the background trying to close down their gap as well, but just getting stuck behind the GTs through 6 and 7, losing a couple of tenths here and there. But Evolution now coming onto that back straight, having to probably defend just a little bit as we get down towards turn 10A, with the Simrigs DPR now also getting close to the Summit Sim Sports K2 car.
Yeah, we've seen these two make a little bit of contact earlier with Angus Cook and James Glassport was coming down into T7. It was not like the biggest brush, but it was a fair amount of contact. That's what allowed the rival Autosport car to pass a bit earlier on in the race, if anyone remembers, rolling through 6 and then 7. You can see it is absolutely glowing on the racetrack right now, which would be a bit distracting, like I say, down into the likes of turn 1 as the analytical car loses out to Alpha Aggressors directly ahead. We'll see if the slipstream does assist the number 73 Simrig.com DPR car that James Glasspool is behind. Is closing in massively on the slipstream as we head down the kinks towards 10A. A big lift there, big lift from the number 73. So either wasn't confident of getting down the inside or is saving a touch of fuel.
Yes, as we're seeing the Analytical Racing Esports car coming into the pit lane. The saving fuel one is quite an interesting part, because generally with the traffic here, you can actually save quite a lot, because it's pretty chaotic. You lose them, I mean, even just there, going through turn number 1. You're not going flat out at all of these points. There's sometimes where you have to lift out, back out of it. So generally the fuel saving can be done in other ways. You don't have to rely on the slipstream, as you may see in other tracks. But yeah, maybe they're just more about choosing the safer option rather than diving it down the inside.
Like I say, playing the long game. We've seen plenty of that, as we'll look at the number 55 car that's in 4th spot, just getting balked a little bit by traffic. That was the Vendaval car that was just ahead and then go almost straight on. That was a pretty, almost a bit of a moment there from Liam Reston, the Summer Sim Sports Everest car, which is, I'm pretty sure most of the driving around here is involved with small moments all the time.
It's pretty crazy when you see a replay. It's already another car.
No.
That's why the Analytical Racing Oz car was coming into the pit lane, spinning the rival Autosport Lamborghini, who also is doing a nice rejoin there, getting completely out of the way, and then is going to be using the sort of motorbike chicane part of the S's as he rejoins us. Simon Nicholson in that car at this moment. But yeah, just a couple of replays ago, we're seeing one overtake, but then there's already a car off in the background, as it seems to be a little bit common here as well.
And you'll be shocked to hear that is a drive-through penalty for Benjamin Faulkner, the car that made contact with the rival Autosport Lamborghini there. So Analytical Racing Oz will be heading into pit lane. Mach 1. Oh, that's not ideal. Oh, down the club track.
He's going quite slowly though. Maybe just make sure he gets a nice position on the track for the rejoin, which is good. But then just slowing up through the S's and holding up the 148. Cooper Murray in that car at this moment. Oh, and Cooper Murray I think has just had an accident as well in that second place.
Oh my goodness. Again. Suboptimal, you were absolutely right. Cooper Murray has been off turn 3. We'll catch up with that in a moment. But our second place in the SimLab GT Open having a couple of problems. This is rolling up towards that turn 3. And there we go. It wasn't even his issue. It was Mag Turbo, Graham Smith, that was having an issue directly ahead of Cooper Murray. And Cooper Murray, the innocent party there.
Yeah, basically just not turning the right way into turn number 3. I don't know if he was trying to let him through or something like that, but definitely something a little bit abnormal going on there. And Cooper Murray, unfortunately, getting some damage from that one, but also a fair amount of time loss from that one as well. So he's not going to be enjoying that one too much from that second place. Fortunately for AHU, they've got the 169 car up there in second place now, but for the 148, they're going to be dropping down and trying to recover from that with a bit of damage.
And to kind of really hammer that one home as well as Graham Smith. I did see a little bit of connection issues in there as well, but has also disconnected from the race. So that's just sort of like Keith Murray sat there being like, right, cool, thanks. Ruined my race, so you've disconnected. Cool, good lad. So that'd be pretty frustrating as Graham Smith, as Cooper Murray rather, does come into pit lane in the 148 Apex Hunters United Esports car that was running in second position. So this battle all moves up position. It is now for third spot as the Evolution Racing Team car of Riley Preston. Brady Myers directly behind, battling for third. The Ferrari just ahead is the Bluebell Racing car that is running a lap down, so it's going to jump out of the way of the Trans-Tasman and Evolution cars here.
And these Evolution's cars doing well in this was now third place actually, with the 148 relieving a position for them, but Trans-Tasman trying to get onto that podium place as we speak, trying to get the slipstream all the way down through turn 8, and it's looking like he's getting pretty close indeed, but he has to choose now left or right. There's a little kink to the right, so now he's going to be on the inside for turn 10A. Has he got enough on the brakes? Yes, he does. Looks like Evolution not really going to fight that, and Trans-Tasman up onto the podium in the GT class. Yeah,
a bit assisted there from Riley Preston, who was just, like I say, backing out there to allow the Trans-Tasman car to go. I think that's kind of important, especially at this point in the race. There is no need to fight even harder for a position, especially at this point, as kind of driven off the race. No, Riley Preston is off the road. Riley Preston is off the road in the background. Oh, and also it's a Trans-Tasman car. My goodness me. Rival Autosport have fired its way through this pack, and both cars have gone off. And now, coming back through, is the Bluebell Racing car. This is madness.
And the drivers just getting to that point of the race where they're already starting to get a little bit crazy. And as you say, positions are being won and lost very quickly here over the course of these last couple of turns. And I think they just need to just calm down a tiny bit, keep it on the track, and then hopefully continue from that. But yeah, loads of things happening. Maybe a couple of replays would need to be coming of that.
Wow, I mean, I didn't even know where to begin with that one. That was a bit of a slide in the background from the team JDR. I mean, if you place the R with M, then it's almost in that kind of category of drifting, isn't it? Is that how it works? I don't really understand, Cars.
Yeah, he was wheel spinning a bit. Coming back onto the track there, unfortunately for JDR. And I think that's actually the car that we've got on the screen now as well, defending from the 277 car in that 11th place in class as well. So, yeah, loads of action here coming in the opening sort of 50 minutes or so at Road Atlanta. But what did we expect, really? That's just the type of racing that we've got. And somehow, just looking a bit further back, so Trans-Tasman ended up holding on to that third place. But here is the first one you're talking about. Riley Preston managing to actually hold it just about, only lost one position from that. But then in the foreground, you can see the Trans-Tasman car also having a bit of issues there with one of the Ferraris that was trying to unlap themselves.
Yeah, it was Bluebell Racing, but it was also the rival Autosport car that had come through that kind of caused a bit of issues. I don't think there's any blame. I think, like, particularly with the Riley Preston one, that is 100% on Riley Preston, right? I think was keeping his eye potentially too much on the prototype. And that's kind of one thing that you need to do in the lower categories here, like in the SimLab GT Open and Coach Academy GTM. You do need to keep an eye on the prototype, obviously. Like, it does state the obvious in that one, but you kind of can't keep your eye too much on them. You can't forget what you're doing. You need to keep an eye on yourself, you know?
Yeah, and sometimes, it's actually a bit of a technique when you're driving, is you want to look ahead of where you are, because that's where your brain is going to tell you to steer towards, if that makes sense. But sometimes, obviously, you can just slightly misjudge that if you're trying to focus on the prototype coming past, and obviously just not focus on exactly what you're doing. But especially when you're in that full length of concentration, you can basically drive like a corner or so ahead of where you actually are, and then your brain just does it. It's quite an interesting an interesting thing that your brain can do. But when you've got the P2s coming past, it can be just a little bit awkward and a bit hard to judge sometimes.
Well, whilst we're in the early stage of the race, we can also confirm, in a sense, that we do see there's a fair amount. We've got 2 of the Coach Dave Academy GT AM cars inside the top 10. We do like to track that little bit as well, just to see what's actually happening. And now we're actually having some battle at the edge of the top 10 as well, in the form of Mach 1 Esports and Team JDR, as they were going side by side. There's not Gianni Vecchio, that is the Bluebell Racing car, the 225, there we go. Nice, just waiting for it to come around. But yes, it was the Bluebell Racing car. But we've seen having a couple of issues here. Obviously, you can see the damage on the front right, where it made a little bit of contact a bit earlier on in the race with the Trans-Tasman car.
That the poke of that front wheel is certainly looking on the JDM spectrum of what you were talking about earlier, with the fender there being a bit crunched in, and certainly a bit more of a drift spec, which he did there massively in turn number 1. But I'm sure the car is a lot out of balance with all that damage.
I mean, considering that drifting spec car, typically they are JDM, do you think a Lambo would fit too well? Yeah, I'm sure so. Someone would do it. Some rich boy.
Just about keeping it out of the wall there for the Simrigs. 199 GT car also having a bit of trouble in turn 1. So as this damage is coming, we are seeing quite a few cars having some issues there in turn number 1.
Which is expected. It's a very sensitive track because of courtesy of like some of the high speed commitment and stuff. It's a tricky one because this is actually this is why it's round 5 and not round 1. Is that this circuit is not friendly to rookies. It really isn't friendly. As by the way, some cars are coming into the pit lane within the GT3. Oh my god! I can't believe what I've just seen. The Team JDR car. Spun on pit lane entry.
What?
They're spun on pit lane entry. They're genuinely spun on. Poor lads. We're gonna get an action replay of that. I'm absolutely sure. But Jack Haley, poor lad, having a bit of a spin and missing his box as well for good measure. So that is the definition of suboptimal, if ever I've seen one. I don't even.
Pit lane entries here is weird though, because isn't the pit line just before it? Before the corner.
No, I'm pretty sure it's just after it.
Okay.
But either way, not great. That's the Team JDR car, though, the 221, that one that was running in 9th position or 10th position, battling with the Mach 1 Esports car at the back of the top 10 of the entire GT Open, the SimLab GT Open, also for 2nd position with inside the GT, and Jack Haley behind the wheel at the moment, who is in his box. Pretty sure will stay behind the wheel, but that is a bit of a confidence hit for the Team JDR squad.
And that's always those little, 5-second spins, they're always the ones as well that make you really like. In the grand scheme of things, it's actually not too bad, but it makes you think like it's, your race is ended just from doing that. But let's have a look anyway. You do have to sort of push a little bit on this pit entry. And I see, the line is just after the corner, pushing too much, and he's going to do a little bit of a
Oh, not bad.
on the wall. That was nice.
That was not bad. I'll give that a round of applause.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to get he's not going to get too many points for the. What's going to happen next as well with missing his pit.
Yeah, he does miss his box as well. Also, the 18-point turn there as well to get going again was suboptimal.
Oh,
yeah, way past his box. Poor lad, we're just ripping into him for a bit here.
Yeah, Jack. Yeah,
I love. No, I do. I just love the idea of being in a race where any mistake you have, like when you've got someone who's just as on it with the just the devastating replays as Mike Yao. It's like, mate, if you're going to make a mistake, it is going to be on this broadcast.
Which is the good.
It's cool,
of the racing as well. And also, we can just see exactly when people move positions and stuff. So yeah, we're not going to miss too much.
No, which, considering how much happens on these races over the opening 4 rounds of this season, the last 2 are going to be pretty mad. Like I said, I had a crazy opening hour here at Road Atlanta for the 4 hours of Road Atlanta, the penultimate round of the AHU Endurance by VCO, and our category leaders in each of them might as well roll through it right now whilst we're focused on the battle for 2nd position inside the grid engineering LMP2 category. It is the Apex Hunters United Esports car, Ben Cornett. I don't know why I've decided to do this right in the middle of the pit lane window, but we'll go with it. But Ben Cornett leading at the moment within the grid engineering LMP2 category, with Synergy Sim Racing behind, Tom Freer and Liam Reston in 3rd spot. We'll roll through the GT Open. There's Bluebell off once again. Down the road, Adam Lepson behind the wheel now, the 225 car, and more issues coming for that vehicle. And unfortunately, they're having a few issues. A car that actually did run inside the top 10, I'm pretty sure it's Suzuka, if memory serves. In the SimLab GT Open, it's Apex Hunters United leading as they're into the pit lane, but they are. It's actually the Vendaval Sim Racing 101 that will probably retake the race lead in a moment. I'm actually not going to do the other ones because it's pointless to do it right now because we're in the pit lane window. That'd be a really silly thing to do, wouldn't it?
Yes, certainly is. Just before you start that as well, one of the Mac 1 cars were over off the track again. So multiple cars having issues. There's the 169 is now coming into the pit lane. They stayed out an extra couple of laps to Vendaval. So we need to see when they come out the pit if there's going to be any sort of change there.
As they're all finding their way around this circuit, it's a bit of a. Is this a 3-way fight? No, it's the 73 in the background, the simrigs.com car that's not actually in this battle, but there's a couple of 2-way fights: Synergy Sim Racing versus Summit Sim Sports, and the Drop Bear Motorsports versus the legendary Whitey Pies for 4th spot, about 25 seconds behind Summit Sim Sports Everest. Close, not going for it yet. Might well be saving fuel. We'll really figure this out on the run down towards 10A. Certainly
will, and let's see how we get to the run all the way, because it's actually a really long back straight here. You can get a huge run off the slipstream if you're getting yourself into a good moment, especially if you have a bit of GT traffic holding up the car in front of you as well. But let's see, I don't think 55 is going to be anywhere near close enough this time around to do so, but certainly getting pretty close there indeed. And this is obviously the fight for that 2nd place, as you're saying, and that's could be quite crucial with the lead that Cornett's got at the moment.
Yeah, I say it's gone from being comfortable to being uncomfortable to being comfortable to being very uncomfortable to being actually pretty decent right now. Skipping over the grass on the left-hand side of the shot was the Synergy Sim Racing car. Mac 1 Esports, the 222, going for a slide, a spin, no contact with a barrier. But
oh, that's a difficult place to reverse.
It is difficult because the thing is the line running on the exit of T1 is not consistent, right? I mean that as like there isn't a defined racing line. Some teams run all the way out to that curb on the left. Quite a lot of drivers though tend to go through the corner and they roll it off in the middle of the track, which when you're trying to reverse you'd kind of want everyone to be taking the really wide racing line on the exit there, but obviously not everyone does and it's blind.
Yes, because the little kink of turn 2 for turn 3 means you actually want to be sort of in the middle of the track, or more to the sort of the right hand side of the track to open that one up. So as you say, some drivers are coming literally in the middle of the actual the racing line as such. As we see in the 225 here, Blue Bell, are they going to have another issue up at the top of turn number 3, coming down? Actually, no, a little bit later on through the S's maybe. This could be a bit more of a high-speed incident, and this car down in 23rd, as you see on their screen, basically just not having the best race and then losing another position there, which I guess is going to be a blue flag situation.
I don't believe that car is driving straight. That we can kind of get the vibe running down the hill. It might be driving in a straight line actually, but it's certainly a lot more boaty, particularly through left-handers. I think courtesy of some of that damage on the front right-hand side of that car, and so it just looks less than ideal. Pulse going for a spin in front of the entire LMP2 category. Nice one. Oh my goodness, that was all right.
We've seen a few close calls, and I'm sure if we hadn't, there might have been a safety car by this point in the race. But over an hour gone, and it looks like the drivers, they're having a few issues here and there, but a lot are actually single driver issues this race.
Yeah, some of them, someone will tell you that I said disuse once, and we'll go with those because we've had quite a few. As another one of the Mach 1 Esports cars having a spin. That was in front of the battle for 4th place as well. Nice little pirouette from Ben Dowell, and he'll rejoin the racetrack as if nothing happened. That's all right.
And that's actually on the drift track part of the circuit as well. Getting
Didn't know they did drifting
extra...
around it.
Sorry?
Didn't know they did drifting around it.
Yeah, that's what that little extra loop is. So they basically come down to turn 10AB, then they go around the loop and then go effectively the reverse bit through turn B and then A, and then that's the track. It's like a little loop.
I don't know if it's a controversial topic, but drifting does not do it for me at all. Not even remotely.
I mean, let's get you in a drift car, then you'll see.
No, see, there's a thing though, is that like I'm sure doing it and being in the car is fun, but watching it, I'm just kind of like, this is people going sideways. Where's my racing? I need some racing.
I mean, they kind of are in some ways, but I guess it's a different discipline. Imagine though if iRacing brought drift cars into that, because obviously they got the old rallycross stuff now.
They do, the current GT3s. Hey, but Tish, they are actually pretty. You can drive these new. So this is the thing, right? With this, with us running from January through to May, is that iRacing does change things with the cars, obviously at the end of the season stuff. So the GT3s do drive differently than how they drove in the first part of the season, and the slip angle is slightly higher, which is why I laughed at it being drift car. That's not quite that bad.
Yeah, that is, but that's something the drivers need to adapt to as well, because as the old saying goes, it's the same for everyone, and you just need to find your way with the new car. And some teams maybe benefit or lose a little bit from that, but at the end of the day, the change happens to all of them. And I would, I'd definitely like to in some ways, you would be quite interesting to see cars completely change through the season, like just for the fun of it. But obviously, in a more competitive championship, you want as much to remain similar as possible, so we can get a nice, consistent result.
Depends. I mean, if you're, like I say, if you're semi-struggling with the car and then the changes really work for you, then you're like, no, I love these changes. But it's not an easy one. This is the joy that of running on a platform like iRacing, is that it's changing all the time, right? It's kind of one of those things where if we're kind of locked in, it'd be pretty boring because you already would know what the fastest lap time is around Road Atlanta, right? And so it's kind of like, right, okay, so then you know how close to get to that or whatever. And it's not quite it just doesn't have the same vibe. When things are changing, every time you go here, it is slightly different. Obviously, the weather, how the tyres work, etc. There are some slight differences and issues. We did get completely off of this topic onto what's happening within the GT3 category, the GT Open SimLab category, is that, of course, our race leader at the moment is Shane van Gisbergen. Now, I wasn't sure when we read it, but now we're rolling through and that car is leading and it wasn't earlier. Did they really forget to put race fuel in that car?
Well, someone said that because his opening...
It makes sense.
His opening stint was, I think, 6 or 7 laps, and then he came in. and I had a bit of a look on the old replay, and I couldn't see anything happen on the lap. So I don't think there was any damage there. I think it could have just been a fill up with fuel, in which case he has made a pit stop. Obviously his pit stop was shorter, and therefore that's why he's got the lead at the front. But then he is going to be making the next pit stop fairly shortly. So it just depends how this works out with the strategy towards the end of the race, and maybe a safety car error there if he can cycle himself to the front by the time we get to the checkered flag.
Do you think that's what happened to Charlie Vecchio as well in the 169? Because that's also back up in third spot. It's very hard to tell.
No, he was there because he was in third spot, and then the 48 car, the 148 car had its issue, and then the 69 went up into second place. But then obviously they've both lost a place now to Shane.
Yeah, no idea, mate. You'd expect us to be following this race after an hour, but
I am. I just don't know why or what.
Yeah, right.
Like why they're doing it. If that
I can tell you who's presently leading in each of the categories. It is Apex Hunters United in the 197 car that is leading, although it should be the Vedabel Sim Racing White fairly soon. There is no Coach Dave Academy GT AM cars inside the top 10 in the SimLab GT Open at the moment. Mach 1 Esports are the highest, and they are running around 13th or 14th spot at the moment in their 277 Ferrari. So clearly there's been a few issues for some of the cars in that GTM rather. They might have taken tyres, and some of the GT Opens who are more experienced didn't.
Potentially, yes. I mean, again, we'll have to see how that one works out at the next pit stop. In that case, if tyres are involved, because those double stinting will then obviously have to change at the next one. Because very unlikely to triple, as we see in another one, the Mach 1 cars, the 144 car going off. They've had a few issues this race as well. They're down quite a way down the field at about 39th position at the moment.
Yeah, well, to be fair, let's be honest, there's been a few teams that have had not the greatest run here at Road Atlanta, because it's a tricky circuit. It bites, and when it bites, it really bites. It's not like a nibble. Right, it's like even at Sebring, right? You can kind of get away with it with quite a bit at Sebring. Around here, no, because of the commitment. It's high commitment all of the time, and yeah, when it bites, you're going into a barrier 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, there's no easy corner here. I mean, maybe 6, 7, maybe, but that's about it in terms of the easier spectrum. And even then, 6 you take so much speed into, and then 7 just pinches you right on the exit as well. Track sort of comes back towards you. So yeah, not really an easy corner here, especially for multi-class. It is a pretty crazy track from that perspective that we come here. But then I guess IMSA and that also go to Laguna Seca. So.
Well, I mean, to be fair, it's no oak tree, is it? That's a tricky corner.
That is very tricky.
Have they got rid of the oak tree, though?
The physical tree?
Yeah, the actual tree.
Yes, because it's not on any track that I've raced.
That's a good point. Yeah, no, I don't recall it being there. Obviously, the oak tree corner is what we're speaking of here at VIR, which is another racetrack. Zach Sweeney, get on it.
It would be quite unsafe, let's be honest, especially as obviously IMSA still go there with like the GT category and such, and LMP3. So certainly, I mean, I think that went quite a while ago now.
Wouldn't it have been would it have been on the outside of the circuit though? Was it on?
It was inside of the hairpin went around the oak.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would have been unsafe.
Yeah, exactly. Especially as with the cars getting so much faster, and also if you think the corner before it. The left,
the fast left kick. Yeah.
I mean, do you remember in a series we did a few years ago, Alan Terzic, when he went off there and he went onto the other side of the track because he went so far? Imagine doing that and then hitting the tree. Yeah, it's definitely unsafe.
I can't remember who did it in your Indy Pro Championship as well in that year. But someone got beat on that curb and then got spat up into the sky quite a bit. So not great. And yeah, it probably was unnecessary, but it's always fun to rip into people about circuits I don't know. A bit of a big weave there from the 22 car. That one obviously being the Drop Bear SBM. That's a big weave. Don't quite know why.
Yeah, weaving is not nice because first of all, if you're doing it to defend, then that's really not the way to go racing. But also if you're doing it just on the straight, maybe to tell someone, the metaphorically how you feel, then that's also maybe just a little bit too aggressive for the likings of the style of racing that we want.
I'm assuming like this thing is that oh my goodness, Pulse Racing going for a bit of another cheeky spin out of T3, but it always with this style of racing when it comes to weaving and stuff, there's always a bit more to it. Bluebell off again, rejoining. Please don't. No. Okay, no. All right, we're okay.
I thought they were going to hit the post car.
Yeah, so did I, because there's a post car coming through and we saw one backwards. I was genuinely, I was starting to have a heart attack there. No, we're okay.
Bluebell, what a race they've had. They have been off so... I know we've said, Mikey, I don't miss a replay, but they've been off quite a lot. And there's Pulse going for a spin on turn 3 and somehow going through the
avoiding
snake.
Everyone.
And not making contact. But once again, such a difficult place because everyone coming over the hill can't see you there. And he can't see them either. So that's, I think, just really taking this time. But again, this is what we really need to see.
Oh, there's so much clear track though.
Yeah, we've seen so many bad rejoins over the course of the season, and this is starting to get a bit cringy now.
Yeah, there was so much clear track there. It's kind of like sat at a junction on a road and you're sat behind someone and you're just like, can you just go, please? Like, please. No, there's so much clear space. Can you just go? I don't want to rush you, but also, can you just get on with it? But to be fair, the only person who was on that was himself. So fair play on that one. I've noticed how people, at least they're fairly aware of it within the GT classes, that if you're going to do a flick spin, do it on the grass, don't do it on the tarmac, because the traction control will kick in and then you'll basically just understeer across the circuit, which will cause a crash.
Yes, you don't want to make the situation worse by trying to do something smart. That's for sure.
Which is typically what we do, to be honest. Frequently making every situation worse. Sinji Sim Racing into the pit lane in the number 89 starts the second sequence of pit stops within the LMP2 category, the Grid Engineering LMP2 category. They're the only ones coming in at the moment. Race leaders leading by roughly 10 seconds now over Summit Sim Sports Everest. The Whitey's Pies and Drop Bear Motorsport SBM car quite close. These were the two. Obviously, it was Andrew Saunders, who we're presently focused on, that was weaving. Like I say, you wouldn't weave like that for no reason, and it wasn't for heating tyres. It was to send a message to someone, either to the category, like the classes that's around, like the GTs, to be like, I'm going through at the next opportunity, or actually, I'm slightly irritated by what you've done, Mr. Whitey's Pies Racing.
Yeah, it's the thing with racing is always a difficult one because you're both trying to get from point A to point B at the quickest rate possible. But sometimes you get in these situations and a lot of it is like body language communication, where you place your car on the track, the overspeed that you're coming from behind, maybe a cheeky flash of the headlights here and there as well, just something to let your opponent know what's going on. But sometimes you do just have to send it and it's a bit awkward, and I guess obviously the GTs don't like that, but then the P2s then don't want the GTs just turning into them when they're there and stuff like that. So it can get a little bit awkward, as we've seen some of the LMP2s coming in for their next pit stop, and that is 1 hour and 15 minutes into the race. So they need to obviously probably change tyres this time if they did a double stint.
Potentially even driver as well, although you can kind of leave him for a bit longer. Again, though, for the second consecutive stint, it's the Daniel Yeaman in the Drop Bear Motorsports HRS car that's going longer right now. Did a lap longer on the previous stint. I wonder if we can get a lap longer on this one, which would mean this lap plus one more to take it to 2 laps extra, which would be pretty handy because you kind of want to get as close as possible to doing these in 40-minute stints. They're slightly under that, which does mean that we're going to get some splash and dashes later on. And whilst at the rate they're going, probably they are still going to have to splash and dash anyway later on. Their splash will be less than everyone else's, which will be quite good. Is that Bluebell? Yes, of course it is.
Oh, no.
The thing is, though, is if you can avoid that extra pit stop, that's great around here because the pit lane speed limit is so slow. Daniel Yeaman, though, does come into the pit lane, so he's only able to go 1 lap longer. Yeah,
it's very slow, and then the speed that everyone's going past the pit lane is quite high because by the time you actually get to the pit entry, you're already about 5th gear going through the final corner. Wow, that is that's a huge hit. That is a massive hit there for Bluebell out of turn number 1, going in so fast and not making that corner by quite some distance.
I don't really know how to put that, other than a solid F, to be honest. They're not having a good day.
They are not.
Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, the smart move. That car is toast. If they don't have their fast repair, see ya.
Yeah, I mean, because that's going to be, half hour of repairs if they do have to do it, which is quite a few laps around here.
Yeah, I can see that car being out. I don't know if they have used their fast repair. They did have a bit of damage earlier, which you kind of would suggest they probably would have used their fast repair. Maybe they were saving it for a moment like this. I don't know. It wasn't great. Either way, though, our race leaders in each category are leading by fairly comfortable margins. Of course, the 101's retaken over the race lead in the SimLab GT Open, but Gianni Vecchio is closing in on Alexander Bird. Vanderbilt Sim Racing White leading, but keep an eye on that gap, 2.7 seconds, because Gianni Vecchio's previous lap was a 16.9. Vanderbilt Sim Racing White was a 19.6. That is 2.5 seconds faster across the line of this time by. It's a 17.0, so significantly better from Alexander Bird, and a 16.9 from Gianni Vecchio. So it is being closed in by the Apex Hunters United 169. And just not by as much as it was on that lap. So clearly some pretty bad traffic for the Vanderbilt car.
And just remember how Vecchio really dominated the field in his stint back in Suzuka as well. So certainly has the confidence in the car and in the series. Very fast driver overall, and is going to be going down for that win. But Vanderbilt, they've been doing well in previous months. We've seen Macron Esports going for a bit of a spin there. Awkward situation right on pit exit. Unfortunately, I think getting back on the track rather nicely as it looks, but just losing quite a bit of time from that one.
Wow. As we see again the battle now for 7th place, Macron Esports and Apex Hunters United, very tight indeed, 155 and the 122. Henry Thomas Kersher in the Macron Esports cars going toe to toe with Tom Randall, actually behind the wheel of that 155 Apex Hunters. They do get some good names in the Apex. It's weird when you're a racing driver and you're VX Supercars champion and such. Nothing to do with Nick Foster. When you've got those contacts, just bringing all your mates. It's great fun.
Certainly, and I think the second half of this race today is going to be great as well. Macron thinking about it down the inside of 10A on the outside of 10B. That's going to be a great move if he can hold it all the way round the outside, but that's going to be such a difficult overtake to hold it there through the final kink. Still side by side between these two, and he manages to make it work. That was a hugely aggressive but good move there up into 7th place.
Yeah, lovely. I mean, to be fair, this is the whole thing with aggression, is that you're allowed to be aggressive. You're allowed to go after it, but you just got to give that room, and that room was given by Henry Thomas Kersher, and it was just a really nice bit. So the two drop bear cars as well, now very close indeed. They'll probably be playing some form of championship game here, surely, right? Because the SBM car is the one that's leading the championship, that number 22. The 88 that's directly behind it, I know it's horrible, because you're basically accepting that for the next 12 hours and 40 minutes of this championship, you're playing second fiddle, right? It's not easy.
No, but I'm sure you'd rather that your team in general won than not winning. So, yeah, difficult situation for the drop HRS car, as you're saying. But I mean, if that was me, I would definitely be sitting behind, I would say, especially as if the 22's still got some decent pace on it. I think that's probably the smarter thing to do, because I'd always want to see the team win before anything else in that regard.
Yeah, we haven't really spoken about the other cars within the championship fight, really. Obviously, Drop Bear SBM are leading after 2 victories, one to start the season back in Spa and then one in the previous round of the championship at Phillip Island. They're leading the championship on 1,042 points. The car that's directly behind them in the championship is the number 73 Simrigs.com DPR car. That is James Glasspool behind the wheel at the moment in 12th spot, so not working out well for them at all right now. The unfortunate one, though, for the 22 is who's in 3rd spot, which is the Apex Hunters United number 1, looking for their 2nd consecutive championship here in AHU Endurance. Ben Cornett leading the way. Of course, Rafael Sabo is closing in, but we remember that that car is on a different pit sequence, so they'll be pitting in a couple laps time. So whilst it's not great, it could be an awful lot worse for the Drop Bear Motorsports SBM team.
Yeah, they are definitely a little bit too low, really, for championship contenders. But as you say, there may only be 2.5 hours left today, but there's a whole 10-hour race at Daytona to come as well, and that can really, just shape the course of this championship. I do think it's going to come down to that final race with the amount.
Yeah, no doubt.
Obviously, in terms of points, it will, but also in terms of reasonability, because you just never know what's going to happen in a 10-hour race, and I think it could all turn on its head quite easily.
Yeah, to be fair, and we've commentated on enough of these now, Cam, over the last couple of seasons. Where nice pulse. And here is the incident itself. That was behind the JWM eMotorsports car.
That's a weird one.
That is a weird one because there was more than enough time to steer away from the wall.
And
I kind of want to see it from on board, to be honest.
And they were going off very slowly as well.
Yeah.
And this rejoin is suboptimal as well. So not the best place there for that Pulse Century battery car.
Yeah, that was not great. But I was going to say, we've commentated enough of these to know that with 2 hours and 36 minutes left in a race like this, that still anything can happen because these championships are mad. So we'll ride on board now with the Pulse Racing Century Batteries car. So it's down the inside. Obviously, it's going to take a bit of the curb on the left here, and then has a little bit of correction here. I can see he's starting to speed. I think he's keeping too much on the throttle.
Yeah.
It's hard to tell, but there was no real attempt. I didn't feel any. I know it's obviously gravel and stuff. I didn't feel there was much of an attempt to slow down.
Yeah. The little spin was a weird one as well. Not spin, but slide, I should say. For 10B, it was a bit of a weird one. So just a pretty awkward situation there for the BMW of Pulse, and manages to get back on, but that was a big time loss and decent amount of damage because that was a hefty bonk into the wall.
A hefty bonk indeed. Nice words there, mate. Love a good on track bonk there. So I'm a touring car driver, so I'm kind of used to a little bit of car contact and stuff, and that's either car to car or car to wall, to be perfectly honest. So I've probably done that one myself. It's just a bit odd to see, even at this level. I know obviously the Coach Dave Academy GT AM it's an AM category. It's designed to be for the newbies to the sim racing world.
Championship leader.
Yeah, now the last 2 races, our championship leaders, the number 22, have walked away with 10 penalty points apiece. 10 penalty points from round 2, 10 penalty points from round 3. Nothing from round 4, ignore me, I was talking rubbish there. But from 2 of those rounds anyway, 2 of the 4 rounds have picked up penalty points. It's for doing things like that, which, as much as I'd say, the GT has to kind of, if you're alongside, give a room. But to me, I don't know about you, Cam, wasn't alongside.
That was, coming in way too late. Lamborghini did try and cooperate a little bit, but there's only so much you can do as a GT. They're already braking, turning into the corner. They've chosen their braking pointers. We've seen Summit getting a bit wiggly there with the JDR car through the S's, just having a tiny touch on the barrier. Jack Haley again He slightly touched the ball coming into the pit lane, and now slightly touched the ball through the S's, and that is an awkward place to reverse onto the track. But I think he's just
trying to be wise with it. Trying to be wise with it. Like, like that one was painful. That one was a super unnecessary hit into the barrier. Top tier. By the way, 2 drop bear cars. Here we go. They are going side by side, and Daniel Yeaman has been released and nearly. I was going to think that the 22 was going to drive straight in the back of them, which would have been very typical. But no. So the HRS car has now been released. Is now up into 6th position on what has become a very glorious day here. Nice sunshine. At Road Atlanta. Of course, no rain in iRacing just yet. That'll be on the horizon itself. That'll make things very, very interesting when that rears its depending on how you feel about wet weather racing. Ugly head. A bit of a moment there though from the number 88, Daniel Yeaman. Kind of when you got ahead of your teammate like this, now's the time to be like, right, okay, I really do need to go now. Like I can't waste time here. I've got to run.
I wonder if that was planned as such, because maybe the 22 is like, oh, I'm going to be getting a penalty, so I'm going to be behind you anyway. So maybe it was a situation, as we were mentioning earlier, maybe the 88 was sitting behind championship wise, but now is, as you say, released and has got 6 seconds to get down to the Whitey's Pies for that 5th place. So maybe that's what they're thinking of now. But I mean, we'll have to see. But I would say if that is protested and whatnot, and it has Andrew Saunders there has got a black, yeah, that's him, isn't it? Yeah, has got a black flag. So he will be coming in, which he is as we speak.
So that's probably why they released. I mean, it's rough, it's unnecessary, but it happened. By the way, there was a drive-through penalty as well, dished out to the 29 as well. So Ante Rafael Sabo also got a drive-through penalty. It was a shame because that car was kind of like right at the start of the race. It was one that we were looking at as being like, right, okay, let's start the challenge. Obviously, they had the issues early on, and now they've just had more to throw into the pile, which is a bit of a shame.
Yeah, and they served theirs on the same lap, so they have both gone down. And as we were mentioning earlier, the drive-through here is a very long time compared to some other tracks. Always side-by-side action there through into turn 3 between Synergy and the AHU car, getting a little bit closer for a second there, as we're now focusing on this battle. So it's actually 169, Gianni Vecchio got past into the lead, and Alexander Bird dropped down to 2nd place for Vendaval already on this lap, because you can see by the number boards they haven't updated yet. So that obviously happened there just through the first corner.
Yeah, and so on an absolute charge. Did wonder as to when Gianni Vecchio would be able to catch up to the Vendaval Sim Racing car. We did say that Alexander Bird's pace in comparison wasn't quite as much as Vecchio's, and it's sort of been a couple of tenths here, a couple of tenths there, but clearly the switch has finally happened, and the 169 car takes over the lead of the race, at least for now, because Bird's closing back in again. It would take a monster lunge down into the first corner, and that is a solid no. You've got to watch out for the Trans-Tasman racing car of Brady Myers as well, directly behind, because I believe that is also for position as well. So Myers right in the battle as well. 3-way fight for the lead.
Indeed.
How lucky are we?
Getting very close, and obviously a BMW getting involved with the Porsches as well, just showing that it's not all about the old Porsche Cup in this championship. If you can master that BMW that Trans-Tasman have been doing so far, up into this 3rd place, as we're saying, the 128 car, and Bradley Myers getting closer as we get through the S's section. And Vendaval would not, as we're seeing another car there in turn 5 on the Mach 1 Esports at the top of the crest, going a little bit too wide, but let's see if the Vendaval car can go down to 3rd place, because they're not going to be too happy with that, because they've been leading for quite some time.
I could take a couple of guesses as to how that Mach 1 Esports car has been off there. I'm assuming it's to do with the curb on the right-hand side taking too much of it, and then going for a nice cheeky spin that brings you over to the left. It's so easy to do. And I've done it about 3,500 times. Every time I go racing here, it happens. In fact, actually, one time, me and a couple of mates, we were like, right, skip barbers around here. We should give those a go. That'd be really good fun. And we gave it a go. Because we decided to do it with no practice, and also after having a decent week on gaining iRating, and all of it was lost. Because you kind of think, you go one race, you think, oh, well, that was bad. It's a lot of fun though. But you're like, that's just rough. That's just how it goes sometimes. I'll give another race a go. More iRating lost. Oh no, it's fine. It's just look. Just one more. We'll give one more. We did 5 races, and I don't think I gained iRating any of them. It was horrific. It was so bad. So, yeah, if you're not practiced on a circuit like this, don't drive it.
Oh, it's Vendaval into the barrier there on the top of turn number 5. There was definitely some contact there, I'm pretty sure, and that is not going to be what they wanted. Just saying, they could go down to third very easily, and they have just done that. Leading the race for so long, but now down into third place with some damage as well. That is completely changing the outlook of their race.
Thing is that you don't get a small tap on the barrier at that point as well from Alexander Bird, so that would have been a pretty stonking hit. Unfortunately, by the way, you have to put up with our voices for another about half hour longer before we hear the young, fresh superstars of Ewan O'Leary and Zach Sweeney. Of course, Lewis McGlade, Cam Roger in the commentary booth at the moment for the next 28 minutes, and we can talk you through this incident for Vendaval sim racing up and over the crest. It's too much curb on the right-hand side. That is some sick air. Just you don't want it in the middle of a race.
Yeah, I'd love to see a screenshot of that.
I think we will. I think we will.
Yeah,
I'm tempted, mate.
Definitely had no steering there for a good amount of time, which is not what you want when your car is made to be on the tarmac. And unfortunately, down to that third place, which is going to be very difficult to come back from with that damage that they've got now as well.
Yeah, that's not pretty. Obviously, they can tick off the damage repair in the pit stop if they've still got their fast repair, which I'd assume they do. Problem is they're going to lose a fair amount of time over the next 20 or so minutes before they jump into the pit lane for their second stop of the afternoon. And it's just whether they can wait that long. There's another shot. That is a lot of air. The thing is that contact, it's kind of lucky that the barrier is actually solid rather than it being the correct material. Because if that was, that car would be out of the race. Because that barrier would have basically just pulled it in.
Oh yeah, you mean because the car was sort of dug into it and then probably
dug into the tyre barrier,
yeah. Done a spin coming on, and that was the Mach 1 car that we saw on the exit of turn number 5. Join the list. There's been quite a few there at that corner already.
Join the list. Yeah, right. There has been a few. Although, to be fair, it's not quite as many as turn 5. Turn 3 rather. Sorry, courtesy of Bluebell Racing.
Remember turn 2 at Phillip Island?
Yeah, no, I do every time.
Entry or exit.
I mean, to be fair, it's a really difficult corner. So on the circuit we've been to some very, very difficult circuits. Of course, we started with Spa, we went to Sebring, then we did Suzuka, Phillip Island, and now here, and then we're going to Daytona. We're ending with arguably the easiest track.
Yeah, they are. That is a difficult calendar, actually, when you.
It's a very tricky calendar, yes.
And also, for instance, like Phillip Island, it's not used very often, if at all, for endurance racing like we did as well. So, some of the drivers may not be a little bit more used to compared to some of the others. As it actually looks like Vendaval here getting a bit of a run back, so maybe that damage isn't so bad, and maybe they can fight for this second place. Although it looks like VCO is off into the distance in the lead of the GT category.
The car looks okay. The car does look okay. Of course, it's this side here. You can see there is some. It's pretty scuffed, but it's not like awful. It's not completely broken. It's one of the drop bear cars that's just dropping between them. The 88, I believe. So that'd be Daniel Yeaman just firing between the two battling for second position at the moment in the SimLab GT Open over the curb at 3, and then descending down through the S's before we head back up towards 5. I'm going to bring it up now, mate. I love how that's turn 3, that's turn 5, which means the entire S section is turn 4. What?
Yes.
But then there's 10A and 10B. And then there's also 2 corners on the backstretch, which are kinked, but they are corners, apparently. I don't understand this logic.
I love it, to be honest, because the arguments and the disagreements that it causes are...
Yeah, like this one right now.
Like through turn 8, I mean, that was an amazing overtaking potential through there as we're getting Menval. Once again, maybe for them actually, their issue is going to be their top speed with the damage that they've got, which could make it a little bit more difficult.
Shouldn't affect them too much.
But they are staying close enough, so it's not too bad.
Thing is, it's not going to damage the engine because, of course, where they hit. So it's just the aero, and I don't think that is going to slow them down at all, to be honest, aero-wise. Realistically, it might just make the car a little bit more boaty, but I don't know. We'll have to catch up with Menval in a bit and sort of figure out what's going on. I don't think they'd be down too much. I would say that the M4 is probably faster in a straight line from memory than the Porsche. Like just generally, not not damage included. I think it is just a faster car in a straight line. Also, much easier to drive. I love driving the M4 because it suits me.
It's a lot more of a user-friendly car, I guess you would say.
Yeah, noob-friendly. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm picking up what you're putting down, mate.
I'm not saying you're bad. I'm just,
What's your iRating?
I don't know.
Nice.
Because I haven't driven probably like 1.2k.
Oh no, can't be that low.
Yeah, really. But that's also because I haven't driven, in any way enough to put it up.
Okay. I don't think it is that low. I think mine's 3.3. I can't remember, which is not great, but also higher than it should be. It's this great juxtaposition of like I'm battling with people who aren't actually amazing, but I'm also being slapped by them because my iRating is way too high because I decided it was a good idea to just do a week of doing touring cars at Long Beach, and I did quite well in those and got my iRating to a point that it really shouldn't be in, and now I don't want to race because I know that I'm going to drop the iRating. Is that bad?
It is an interesting system, especially when you get to like the higher like the higher end, when you want to keep high for all the special events. That is huge. Well, saved it.
Bravo!
Almost like a four-wheel drive, the way he used the front to keep it in there. As he obviously had the black flag a bit earlier on. Not the best rejoin.
Bravo!
It was out in front of a rival there, but managed to keep on the track.
It's the Alpha Aggressor 27 he joined. And the thing is, though, is how do you enter... Oh, my goodness. I had a little bit of a tap there of the Mach 1 car as well, running through 5. Had a little bit of a nibble on the rear end of the 122. The thing is, though, Turn 1, how do you enter Turn 1 at that angle? Surely with braking on the grass. It's the only way that I can think of entering T1 at that angle, at that speed.
Yeah, true. Probably. Unless the rear tyres were done.
Yeah, but surely not. Not that much.
Not at this point, yeah.
They don't typically do so. Although, to be fair... the ABS and stuff in this car can make it do some weird things.
Mach 1 again.
Was that one of their Ferraris?
Oh no, I think it was a BMW. But that's the thing, they've got 3 different chassis.
Oh, it's a BMW. Damn it.
Yes. Oh no, Green Tree. He crashed there on the other side of the track. Here we go. We are getting we are getting a requested tow from the 222, which means that Race Control are taking a look into this now. Remember, anyone who's just jumping into the championship and stuff for the first time, how things work here in the AHU Endurance by VCOs, we do have a safety car, a manual safety car. And basically the ruling is that you, if you have a crash where you can't move the car anymore, you request to Race Control. We are getting a safety car. A safety car has been deployed here with 2 hours and 20 minutes to go at Road Atlanta. So we do have safety car joining the circuit for the first time in the afternoon. Obviously, it means the field is going to bunch up. It means we're going to get a couple of wave rounds and stuff in here. It means that 20-odd second lead that Ben Cornett has in the Apex Hunters United number 1 is gone. GONE, see ya, have fun, enjoy the rest of the pack. As Synergy come into the pit lane as well, trying to get a bit of a gain from that one. And this, it could be quite an interesting one for the strategy. You were saying before about you need about a 40-minute stint, and the reason why is because in 2 hours you can then do 3 stints. So in 4 hours you do 6 stints, but we're before the 2-hour mark, which means we are basically going to be pushed into that extra stint. But then because the safety car sequence will obviously take a period of time and laps to do so, it could be getting quite interesting for the strategy, depending on what some of these drivers want to do. Also with their tyres as well. With them being on the first stint of these tyres at the moment as well. It's always
my goodness! Oh my goodness! Wow, we just had to be watching at that point, didn't we? Ben Cornett spinning on pit lane entry. Wow, that, I don't know if it's going to be the lead gone, but that is a pretty embarrassing moment there from our champions, drivers battling for the championship, and race leaders.
His main luck is that second place car already went into the pit lane, so there was a huge gap behind him, so those few seconds should be okay.
That was a
for
top
Cornett.
cut. That was bad. That was really bad.
I am wondering how this is going to affect the race overall. Obviously, as you said, bringing that field back together, and we just had best part of a 2-hour race, and then we're going to get another 2-hour sprint towards the finish as well. So I think this could be a pretty spicy second half of the race.
Well, the safety car had to come out now, because if it didn't come out now, it was going to come out just before Ewan and Zach jump onto the broadcast. So that's typically how these rounds go, isn't it?
They normally join when we're doing the restart.
Literally
and it's hectic.
Straight away. Synergy Sim Racing, as an FYI, running down towards 10A at the moment. Of course, they have already pitted Adam Briggs behind the wheel right now. And the number one has just left the pit lane, which does mean that they hang on to the race lead, I do believe. So I think all things are fairly good on that one, at least for our champions of races. You can kind of see there in the top left, they're leading by 12 seconds, so they're just going to rejoin the train. So despite that spin, despite missing the pit lane entry call as well for the first time, they're still leading.
Which is the comfortable position that they were in, and obviously the safety car will go around and find Rougier, who's now Justin Rougier, who's now in that car at this moment, which they have coming through turn number 7, and they are going to be slowed down, and the safety car is actually quite slow. So the lap counts don't go off too quickly, and then everyone will bunch up, and we will have to see how it is going to work. But remember, we don't necessarily have the pit lane entry closed, but we do get the pit lane exit closed when the snake is coming. So some people pitting a bit later do need to be careful that they don't then have to drop to the back and potentially lose part of a lap from that.
Yeah, indeed. So this is going to be very interesting as to how it throws about. Actually, speaking of teams that it will go well for, of course, Castro in the 197, that's the car that Shane van Gisbergen started in, the car that decided to start on slightly less fuel than was required to do a full race stint. They're back in the lead of the class, but this should probably drag them back onto at least a corrected strategy with everyone else, or at least a semi-corrected strategy, right? Maybe.
Well, if everyone's going to fill up, then yes, because obviously they all have the same fuel. The same fuel from that, but I guess the tyres could be an interesting point for that if they're going to stay on this set of tyres for another stint.
Yeah, it's not an easy one to decide. The thing is, this is why we love a good safety car in this, because it makes things a bit interesting when it comes to the strategy. You've always said before with endurance racing, I do like the iRacing special events where you are allowed, you run the strategy from start to finish. You run it from beginning to end, open, corrected, however it runs. Whatever issues come your way, fair enough. If you don't have issues through the race, then you kind of figure it out as you go, right? Which is interesting in itself. However, I do like the idea of a race like this where we do have safety cars thrown out there and you have to adapt on the fly. You can't just roll through with, like, this is the strategy we have from the start of the race. You've got to be able to figure things out as you go and make it up as you go along. Castro, by the way, is into the pit lane, the 197 Apex Hunters United car, which will relinquish the lead back to Gianni Vecchio in the 169. Where is Vendaval Racing White? They're way down the order. They've dropped quite a lot of space.
Yeah, they have. But they are still behind the 128. So I think this is just with the pit cycle.
But
when others will come into the pit lane, I think.
Their trap, there is the 101. Right, now the thing is they're going to get the wave around here. They're going to be allowed to pass. And they're wanting to get on with it. That's why they're side by side at the moment, because they're like, come on, give us the call, we need to go. Because the Apex Hunters United cars, the 169 has rejoined the back of this train. So if things are to go green now, Vendeval would lose a lap.
Yeah, and that is why obviously we do these wave rounds to make sure everything is in order. But yeah, certainly losing more time than they would have hoped from that.
This is why it's manual, right? And we don't leave it as an automated system. It's done manually. Race control, Simon Black is essentially reading out a number at the moment. He's going, this car pass, this car pass, this car pass. They're not like going, oh, all of the GTs, you can pass now. Because the thing is with that, as much as that would be fine, we've been in sim racing for a while, Cam. I think we're okay with saying it, but sim racers can be idiots. And if you just say, if you just say all the GTs that are a lap down, you may pass, then that's open for interpretation, and then some people will fly past when they shouldn't. People will fly past at corners where they really shouldn't.
When trying to catch up as well. Whereas if you called it one by one in that order, then obviously that confirms the order that they're supposed to be in, because they're not supposed to race while they're coming around to catch the train back up.
Well, there is the 101 that is, as you can see, in 5th position in class. They were leading for quite a while. Alexander Bird is behind the wheel. They have made contact with the wall, and they have used their fast repair. You can tell the front end of the car is back to normal, which I think, fair enough. They just got to pray that they don't either A, hit that wall again, or B, get involved in something much worse.
That's the big risk here, isn't it? Because it's so chaotic in the race. When do you use that? If you only get a little bit of a brush, do you risk it? Enough to slow you down a bit. Do you then risk it? Or do you obviously continue with that and then maybe get it later? But then if you then don't have another incident, then that's lap time lost if you had used a fast repair. So it's a difficult situation, especially in a track like this.
We're going back to green flag racing this lap, and we had lights on the safety car. They would be switching off momentarily. I do like our safety car. Obviously, in the first round of the season, it was green, which wasn't great because it was mistake. You could very easily mistake it with one of the other teams, but now it's very obvious.
Certainly, because I don't believe there's actually any other yellow cars on the field, are there? So.
Not pure yellow, not that yellow.
Exactly, and also the rims, the yellow rims finish it off. Finish it off for me. Do like something a little bit wacky like that, and obviously the big safety car on the side as well. But as we mentioned before, that is itself being driven by Simon Black, so which is why you see on the number 30, because he effectively is car in the race, but we're just using it for the purpose of the safety car to make sure that everyone is in the right place, which is good to see. And you see the P2s there trying to weave a bit, trying to get a little bit of heat back in those tyres. So this could be quite a hectic restart with just over 2 hours to go.
Indeed. I mean, I would like to see a proper, fully custom safety car that we're allowed to drive with lights and stuff and everything that doesn't also add to the 8-car limit that we've got in game. I think that would be pretty sick, as Simon Black then jettisons himself from the front of the field. And we welcome into the race Justin Rougier. This is the first lap that he's doing. Obviously, he has taken over the car from Ben Cornett. And it's just kind of like, right, okay, right, off you go. Have fun. Good luck. It's a bit rough, like just to throw straight into the deep end, isn't it?
Oh, it certainly is, but also Jackson Rihanna, I only think has one stint under his name there, so it's going to be, a difficult one for Rougier, but he certainly knows what he's doing. They're in the number 1 car for a reason, and let's see how this restart goes.
I mean, Surely it's got to go well. It needs to. Already taking away then from 10B down the hill. Race lead taken away. Number 1 holds at the front of the field. And Justin Rougier back out front. SimSport Everest with Jackson Rihanna directly behind. Then it's the Synergy Sim Racing car. You've got the drop there. Oh, look at this from the 65. Whitey's Pies going around the outside of Synergy Sim Racing. That could be a superb move. Gets to the outside of 3. That was brilliant. Absolutely on it was Stefan McCartan. That was brilliant work. And the Whitey's Pies car, Ewan O'Leary goes wild. The 65 onto the podium.
Amazing move. Obviously, oh no, huge crash with, is that the 22, your championship leader, LMP2, Summit SimSport getting involved as well. All these cars need to be watching out because that is huge crashing. Also a bit further down, Summit SimSport continuing to crash a bit further down towards turn number 7. And that is a huge game changer, not just for this race, but also for the championship.
Oh my goodness, it is continuing.
Oh.
There is more happening. Whitey's Pies into the barrier again. This is a terrible, terrible restart. Kraken have done Olympic level gymnastics over the top of Stefan McCartan's car and now launched onto the barrier. Wow, that was not the restart I was expecting. Great bit of racing into absolute carnage.
That was all of everything that happened in the first 2 hours mixed into a couple of corners, and with the championship implications of that as well, that is such a horrible situation for some of these drivers. And I do wonder if there's going to be a further safety car from some of the cars that have crashed, because Kraken are still up on the barrier coming in towards turn number 7, and the safety car is back out. And you know what they say, cautions breed cautions, and I think that is literally the definition of that. But look at Kraken right up there on the fence.
That is not easy. By the way, I kind of want to see this on board with the number 42 Alpha Aggressors Thoburn car, the number 42, because literally dodged the 22 coming back onto the racing line. I'm trying to get a list basically of all of the cars involved, because it is not easy to pick this one apart. Of course, we know that the Whitey's Pies car is out. Oh, not out, but it was involved in that incident. We know that the 22 was also involved. We also can see that the Summit SimSports K2 car was involved, and then basically behind that, just about everyone else. It was pretty ridiculous. We've kind of spoken about this a lot within sim racing. If there's one thing that irritates me quite a lot, it's rejoins and people seeing an instant ahead and keeping the right foot pinned, which is why that instant went on for so long.
Certainly.
There's a lot of people that need to be slapped.
Yeah, people want to obviously make up every last position and whatnot that they can, and obviously in sim racing there's a lot less self-preservation needed, because obviously the risk in that regard is a lot lower. But yeah, we do need to see, I think in general, blanket across a lot of championships is the realization of the incidents ahead. Just a little bit more importance on that, because as you say, the crashes continued happening even all the way down to turn 6. The run from turn 5 to 6 is quite a long way, and they're crashing continuing because everyone was just going flat out.
Yeah, I'm honestly, JDR were flipped up into the sky, and then Kraken. The issue that I have with the JDR and the Kraken one is that there is a car very clearly stationary that they just drive into, which really does bother me quite significantly, because it's kind of like, I know obviously virtual sense and stuff, so fair enough, but it's kind of like, what are you doing? You can see there's a car there, right? That's not just a mystical illusion, is it? We'll see this then once again. So Whitey's Pies up into the barrier and then fired back out straight into the 22. Bang. That's when Summit SimSports K2 get hit into it there. Bang. Then also basically everyone comes through. You can see absolutely no brake lights on. So everyone is firing their way through in the toppest level of banter. The number 43. Bang. There's another one to tick into the mix. Who else is coming through? Who's next? Got Macron coming through. There is one of the Trans-Tasman Racing into the back of Apex as well. Here's the Whitey's Pies car. Now let's just stay focused on this, because what we're going to see is just high-level absurdity. Bluebell coming through. JDR, watch that white and red Lamborghini. Bang! See you, son. Kraken. Bang! See you, son.
Wow.
I'm honestly speechless.
Crash.
I'm honestly pretty speechless by that.
That's a huge crash from Kraken. That car's toast.
I don't even know where to. I don't know where to begin, to be honest. To pick that up. Race control will be less than amused. I think now it is probably about time, considering the craziness that's going on, for us to bring in our young superstar commentators, the future of the commentary world, right? Ewan O'Leary and Zach Sweeney. We'll go to Ewan first. Why is it that every time we hand over to you, we're on a safety car? And what just happened?
Well, I don't know. It was unbelievable, wasn't it, really, to see all that. I mean, I think more than anything, it was unfortunate. Obviously, the Whitey's Pies car going into the wall, first of all, didn't help. But that could have happened at any point in the race, that kind of mistake. So I feel like just kind of poor timing of that. The fact that the entire field was behind that car at the time that they made that mistake probably contributed to a lot of that. But yeah, I think you're right as well. Some people maybe could have slowed down a bit more than they did.
Now, Zach, I know this is a circuit that you've never heard of, seen, or whatever before.
It's been 30 seconds.
Thank you, 8. Have you ever seen a crash that big in sim racing?
No, I can't say I have. Absolutely. It looked like NASCAR, to be honest, and someone just had a massive off. But as you said, in the most top-level banter, everyone just thought they could do the Lightning McQueen and just power their way through. And unfortunately, they found out the hard way that wasn't particularly going to work.
I don't think we've got a 95 on the grid, unfortunately, but either way, this will be me and Cam stepping aside to hand over to Ewan O'Leary and Jack Sweeney for the next couple of hours here for the 4 hours of Road Atlanta, as we'll see more onboards and more chaos. This will be a good one. Ewan, talk us through it.
Thanks very much, Lewis. Thanks to Cam as well, who you'll be hearing from once again at the 10 hours of Daytona, of course, in a few weeks' time. But yeah, this is going to be a sickener, isn't it, really? Christopher Henn has not had a good time of things, I'm afraid, on this safety car restart. Here's Zach for Team Kraken. Lewis described it as top-level gymnastics, Olympic-level gymnastics. And, well, there's not a lot he could have done about it either. Goodness me. I hope you're not travel sick at home, because that is quite... Oh, dear. Yeah, it's a bit of a wild one. But yeah... One of the biggest incidents we've ever seen in sim racing, I have to say, and I'm afraid a lot of cars are going to be out, or at least heavily, terminally damaged after that. It was an absolutely huge incident, and not a lot that Christopher Henn could have really done about that, looking at that on board.
Yeah, no, imagine that crash in VR. The poor thing would be all over the place. But yeah, if that was the Olympics, certainly would have had a good chance at scoring gold. He was one of the few that actually tried to brake. We saw he slammed on the anchors as soon as he saw the P2 round, and then just smacked into the side of him, and that sent him round. We've seen some strange crashes this season. Of course, that one at Suzuka, where a car just spontaneously flipped upside down, and a couple more this season, but none quite as big and catastrophic as that. But it's given them a second chance. It's brought out another safety car, but again, safety cars breed safety cars, and we went what, pretty much the entire of Lewis and Cam's stint with that one, and then as soon as we jump in, there's pretty much 2 back to back. So that's our luck, isn't it, Ewan?
Yeah, now we have to waffle unbelievable amounts, but we that's our job, to be fair. So we'll get on with it. Just under 2 hours, 2 minutes to go. We're roughly halfway in this race. We certainly will be by the time we get going again in terms of green flag racing. But yeah, nearly 90 minutes, over 90 minutes, I should say, at the start of this race. Green flag running. It was a very good start to this race, but I'm afraid it's fallen apart a little bit now. The question now, for the final 2 hours, are we going to remain in this constant cycle of restart, bash and crash and then start again, or are we going to get another green flag run like that? Because, as Lewis and Cam mentioned, obviously safety cars breed safety cars, and they already have.
Yeah, certainly have proven that age-old saying, but hopefully we can have some good racing, because that's what this championship is all about, having some fantastic battles. This weekend we have seen, as much as we do see massive crashes as always in sim racing, this championship does bring some fantastic action, but hopefully we can see it. And of course the championship battles are really tightening up and things like that, especially this being the penultimate round. There's a lot at stake, people wanting to get onto the best foot possible going into the 10 hours of Daytona in a couple of weeks' time. So yeah, hopefully we can have that green flag running. But yeah, again, if the last safety car restart is anything to go by, I don't think we're going to have much of it.
Absolutely. Not sure if we're going to be going back green flag racing this lap, or whether we're going to have to wait another one. There's a lot of cleanup that has to go on due to the sheer amount of cars were caught up in that incident there, and we're going very slowly down the back straight as well. I feel like we're trying to wait to... we are going green this lap, indeed. The safety car does accelerate away from the field, and with almost bang on half the race remaining here at Road Atlanta, we are going to be going back racing again in the AHU Endurance by VCO. It's the penultimate round at Road Atlanta. Still 10 hours of racing at Daytona to come, but for now we've got to focus on the 2 hours ahead, and Justin Rougier might have more than one lap to drive at a time here in this number one car. It's his first stint in the car, and it's already been a little bit of a wild one for him. Got to execute another safety car restart here, with Jackson Rihana just behind and Christopher Norton just behind him. The top three line astern at the moment as the number one car, the reigning champions, accelerate out of the final chicane and come over the line again to begin another lap and begin the race again. How far are we going to go green this time? And is this restart going to be quite as chaotic as the last one? Let's hope not, as we head down towards the S's for the first time.
Yeah, absolutely. It seems a lot cleaner this time around as they all sort of funnel their way through single file. Rougier doing a great job of keeping Rihanna behind and just controlling the pace. But is it going to get a little bit feisty in amongst the GTs? This is where we see a lot of action this season. But once again, I think they've learned their lesson. They've learned from the mistakes, and they thought, you know what, guys, let's just rein it in a little bit. We've still got half the race left to go, and we don't want to be killing anyone too soon.
Absolutely, it's probably the sensible thing to do as we go back to the GTs, where Gianni Vecchio is still leading this category. John Pisnik just behind in the 162, the recovering Vendevel car, of course. I say recovering, they used their fast repair under the last safety car, and it's really helped them out. This is not even the Vendevel car, I'm talking about one a little bit further down. It's the Evolution car that was on your screen there, as we have a replay of, I believe this is the restart, or at least injured a little bit earlier on. We're back to the front, excuse me. We're back to the front of this race as a lap gets completed. Justin Rougier under all kinds of pressure from Jackson Rihana, who's on the outside line coming towards turn number one, but can't make the move around there. Very difficult for him to do so, and so he's going to stick behind for the moment. But Rougier, in his first laps in the car, let's not forget, is coming under pressure immediately.
Yeah, really getting thrown into the deep end, isn't he? He's not having any time to adjust in some clear air. He's straight under the pressure from Jackson Rihanna behind. But yeah, turn one is just a little bit too quick in order to send one around the outside. You've got to take an air of caution and you've got to be careful. But look at the run Rougier took through the S's there. Managed to pull out a decent gap, a couple of car lengths just to be able to have a bit of a cushion. But again, Rihanna is very good at closing that gap back down. It's just about for Rougier just not making mistakes, just taking it in a little bit, just making sure he can get adjusted and not letting the pressure get to him too quickly.
Down the back straight once more towards the final chicane at 10A and 10B. We've already discussed that earlier on today. In here, probably the best overtaking opportunity on the circuit, but Rihanna nowhere near close enough on this occasion in that 55 Summit Sim Sports car. Team currently 5th in this championship right now. 2 second places in a row for these guys. They're looking to not make that 3 in a row and maybe go one better on this occasion into the first sector of the lap again. The interesting part, though, as ever, is going to come once again when they get into the traffic once more. We haven't seen traffic for a little while in this race because of obviously the restarts, the safety cars and whatever, but they're going to be expecting it soon. There's a lot of GTs out there still, and they'll have to negotiate them all. Of course, this is when the real race will really begin. Road Atlanta is not an easy circuit to negotiate traffic, as we've already seen, and it's going to be the first time in a little while that those leaders are going to have to come through. The likes of these guys. This is the Vendevel car, currently down in 5th position in the GT freeze at the moment. It's all very close, especially back here in the second category.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's been a running theme for the entirety of the season. We've had some fantastic racing in amongst the GTs, and it is a very hotly contested championship, especially in the GT3 Pro, because coming into this round, the gap between the Vendevel Sim Racing car and the Evolution Racing team was around about, 36 points or so between the two, which in Australian terms is absolutely nothing. Of course, the Aussies do like their fairly strange and abnormal point systems, but yeah, that is a very close, and with only 2 rounds left to go, I say that, 1 round left to go after this one, very, very hotly contested. So yeah, I can't wait to see how this one negotiates, as they just have to funnel their way through and try and negotiate this restart as best they possibly can, because there's a lot of cars going on and there's a lot of things to take in.
I can't call it strange. Point system.
Yeah, I'm not going to be on for Daytona now.
No, I actually quite like it, but yeah, it's certainly unique. As down the inside for Vanderbilt Sim Racing, this is for fourth, all over. All three cars involved in this battle. Down the inside for the 101 car, getting through on Mach 1 Esports and their BMW. That was a nice move into turn 1 and then going into 2 and 3 as well. The green AHU car in the background wasn't quite able to follow through. The 197 AHU car currently being driven by Pablo Arujo Castro at the moment, just in behind the BMW. But yeah, nice move from Vanderbilt, and they needed to make that move really. Obviously, Evolution Racing Team are currently in second place, up the road, gaining points. Well, they've actually been demoted to third because of Trans-Tasman Racing, who are also involved in the fight, although they are a few hundred points back at the moment. So yeah, that was important for Vanderbilt to get that move done, and it's all setting yourself up for Daytona, of course, where things do get very interesting. And obviously, the maths is going to be all over the place in this championship, but very important for Vanderbilt to just set themselves up for this one in terms of the final part of this championship. The final 10 hours, of course, coming up in a few weeks' time, and that was an important move there to get themselves up into fourth place.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to go into the final round on a high, on a good bounce, and not be the one on the back foot, because if that's the case, you're relying on something bad happening to the other people as opposed to you putting in a good result and securing it. Because if you're on the back foot and you win, you're sort of like, well, I've done everything I can. I've just got to hope that something happens to the cars behind and they don't do everything they can, sort of thing. And going into a final race on the back foot certainly is not what you want to be doing. So for Vanderbilt, just to secure the points margin as best they possibly can, and just keep it clean, because in a championship, yes, early on it's easy to say, okay, we're going to go for the race win, you know, there's not really much at stake at all. But when you get to this point and it's sort of dawned on you that there's a championship here for this season, we need to bring it home. We want to bring it home. You then sort of mentally start to reel it in a bit, and you're sort of like, okay, we'll just calm it down a little bit, and not make too many rash judgments. But yeah, the mentality across the season changes a lot depending on how well you do.
Yeah, it certainly does. Still 1 hour 53 minutes remaining. Let's have a quick look at those top positions in the standings, because we've got the class splits up now on the left-hand side. AHU Esports leading, of course, in the prototype category. They have been for a little while. Head of Summit Sim Sports and Rival Autosport 1, 2 and 3. Dropman Motorsport and Sim3D Sport Predator round out the top 5 there. And in GT3, AHU also leading here. Trans-Tasman Racing currently in second after recently overtaking Evolution Racing Team. Then Vanderbilt Sim Racing fourth ahead of the 197 AHU car. That's your top 5 in both your categories at the moment. As things stand right now, Evolution Racing Team would be slashing into the 36-point disadvantage they have in relation to Vanderbilt in the GT3s. That's not going to be an insignificant dent being put into that charge. They're going to take 18 points away from that, so they are going to halve their advantage here if things were to end right now. But they're not, of course. We're still a good way from the end right now, but that would be very close. 18 points only separating the two going into Daytona. That would mean a victory for either car would give them the championship, no matter what the other car does. So that is an exciting prospect if indeed this does carry through till the end of this race.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's the sort of championship finale we want. It's who finishes in front of the other one, where they're only one position apart. I mean, you sort of get that wheel-to-wheel action where it's, you know, they're fighting for the championship. It's not one getting in front of the other, then having to go chase another 3 cars in order to secure the championship. I'm certainly looking forward to Daytona, because this season, of course, we saw last season for the Apex Hunters United Endurance, this season by VCO. You know, we saw that in 2 of the categories, GT and GT3, that it was very runaway, very dominated by a couple of teams. We see Jackson Rihanna taking a very unorthodox line and has lost the AHU number 1 in front. But yeah, we saw last season how the 2 championships were dominated, but this season it's certainly something that's very different, because in both P2 and in GT3 we've got some very hotly contested championships, which is it's a very welcomed sight.
It certainly is. As we get, this is not a welcome sight, is it, for the leaders in prototype at all? Going up on a row of 5 GTs just to start them off. got to come through the rest of the field as well here right now. Still overall in this race, I'll make it about 38 cars still running at the very least. There might even be one or two more, and obviously over half of those are GT3s, so it's not a nice place to be for the prototypes, and we're already very much embedded within the traffic coming through the final corner right now for Summit Sim Sports, making their way through and losing out a little bit here. The leader, I should say, making his way through quite nicely, really, for AHU. Dustin Rougier, of course, restoring that 2-second lead, but that's what it's all about. It's almost as much luck and judgment where you catch the traffic, of course, and yeah, that 2-second margin has been restored because of the traffic now.
Absolutely, traffic gives and traffic takes, and yeah, it is very luck based. Is of course the P2s. You don't want to be catching the GTs through the S's, because that's where the biggest difference in pace is. But there's also no gap for you to find a way through. So you ideally want to catch them when you're actually going full throttle. But yeah, that's where the experience will also come in, because yeah, as you say, it's both luck and judgment. The luck is one thing, but then you need to actually pick your way through, be clever with it. It's so easy to get caught up in being desperate, because yeah, for Rihanna, he could say, okay, I've got some traffic here, I need to get my way through, and hope that Rougier gets caught up a little bit. But in doing so, he might accidentally tag around a car, and being the fast car, it's his responsibility to lap safely. So yeah, he doesn't want to be picking himself up any damage, spinning another car around, getting himself a penalty just for getting a little bit too desperate, because he's still got an hour 48 left to do this. But yeah, so far the traffic's playing nicely into his hands.
It is at the moment, and that's one of his teammates in the form of a GT3 car that might just come into this as well, moving down the hill towards the S's, the whole of which is called Turn 4. So work that out at home yourself, because I can't. It's a bit of an awkward one, but yeah, still barely halfway through these GT3s at the moment, coming down towards the 6 and 7 complex, and then arguably the most important corner on the circuit, Turn 7. Need a good run down here, obviously, for the back straight, where you can then make a move into the chicane if your exit's good enough. But obviously we're a long way off that at this stage in the lead of this race. The number one car, by the way, in terms of this championship, 70 points behind the leaders, Drop Bear Motorsport. But of course, Drop Bear and Robert Gibbs got caught up in that last accident, and so had to come into the pit lane, use their fast repair presumably, because they're already back to 7th. But even so, the reigning champions would take the championship lead back from them once more if the race were to end right now. That last safety car restart really having a very major role in this season as a whole.
Yeah, absolutely, and yeah, that's the unpredictability that we love of sim racing and motorsport in general. Is anything can happen to anyone at any time, and it certainly is very indiscriminate in who it decides to mess up. But the Drop by Motorsport SBM car is doing a fantastic job of just recomposing themselves. They've got a championship on the line. They've come into this round leading the championship. Things haven't particularly gone their way, but mentally they can't let that get to them. They've got to brush it off, push as hard as they can, and on days where it's not particularly going to plan, in order to limit the damage, because if they give up now, they're going to be on such a massive back foot going into Daytona, when if they push on, do as best they can, secure maybe a top 6, a top 5, maybe even a top 4, you know, as another safety car isn't out of the question at all. So yeah, they can, as long as they recompose, they certainly still have a big chance into Daytona. And this is the 65 maybe getting in. Oh, this is your car, Ewan.
No, the pies are off, I'm afraid. Are we going to grab the wall here? We are. Oh no, somehow keeping it out the barriers there. Quite difficult to do through turn 1, it has to be said. And off again, try not to rejoin in a dodgy way. It's a bit difficult when there's 73 cars around, but they've just about managed it there. Dropping back, unfortunately, this car at the moment, the 65. They were running very well. A lap down now, though, and it really is hard to recover from being a lap down. Normal, as Lewis was mentioning earlier on, it is interesting, it's especially the special events where we obviously have no safety cars, and you can let the strategies run out and whatever, but it doesn't really matter if you're a lap down or not. You kind of still where you are. But in this series, it really does matter when you go a lap down, because of course safety cars don't even help you at that stage if you are indeed one lap down, as this looks very interesting, and I'm afraid it's turned out quite badly for a Mach 1 Esports car and one of the Lamborghinis, RSL by G Performance, who give that Ferrari a bit of a nudge. I feel like there's a bit of, yeah, a bit hostile between those two at the moment, but There's a lot of cars going down towards that chicane there, and unfortunately 2 of them have gone around.
Yeah, I think the Mach 1 Esports just sort of tried to follow the P2 through and sort of saw a gap and tried to just nip their way up the inside. Unfortunately for them, the Lamborghini, the RSR car just sort of cut in, well, not cut in front of them, but obviously took their normal race line and a bit of contact. And these cars are very, very sensitive for you to be sent round, and then the whole ordeal that was them rejoining the circuit. It was just one of those awkward moments where it's just like, can I go first? Are you going to go first? Can I get myself back onto the circuit? And then both in doing so sort of come together again. I'm sure there's no hostility between them. Hopefully not, you'd hope not. But yeah, that is certainly one of those awkward things, because it's easy to do. The Mach 1 was just saw a gap and tried to make a position because of it. Very opportunistic, but again, those sort of things are very easily and can very easily go very quickly wrong.
Now Vanderville have just got through on Evolution Racing Team. I think the 162 went off there, John Peternick. Not been having a fantastic stint, I have to say. And he loses another place as well to the 197, dropping down to 5th place. John Peternick struggling to get into this stint, really. Started it in 2nd place, not too far off the leader, but now drops to 5th, behind obviously the 2 Porsches. Just see in the foreground here, there's a lot of jinking and ducking and diving and all sorts going on down the back straight at the moment, but 5th place for John Peternick. Getting overtaken by championship rivals is never nice, especially at this end of the season. So yeah, they're struggling at the moment a little bit, Evolution Racing Team, but they're going to have to pick themselves back up again. They've still got time, obviously, but it is difficult when you start a stint off like this to really get back into it. And 5th place at the moment, not ideal when your championship rivals are up there in 3rd.
Yeah, no, not at all. It's one of those disheartening things where it's just like you need to set into the rhythm, absolutely, especially at a circuit like Road Atlanta, where it's very flow and rhythm-esque, and to fall out of that rhythm, very difficult to get back in. You just have to sort of like get into it, have that consistency, as the 197 runs a little bit wide. But yeah, it's just so disheartening to see, especially this late on in the championship, to see your championship rival up the road. You have the determination to try and pull it back in, but at the same time you feel demoralised and that everything's going wrong. But then again, they still have sight of them. They can still see that 101 just in front for 3rd place. So not all is over, and they've still got an hour and 43 minutes in order to bring it back. So you know, it's not over, and at this stage, because they can still see them, it's certainly going to be more determination as opposed to demoralisation.
They're certainly going to be motivated to do a little bit better than they are at the moment. So let's see where they can get up to later on in this race. Also going to be interested to see what the GTs really do about their pit stops here, because I reckon because of the first safety car when everyone came in, I feel like they might try, or they might have to do a bit of a short fill maybe towards the end of the race, a bit of a splash and dash, quite possibly. We'll see how that pans out. Also noticed that the LMP2s really haven't been going that far on stints, to be honest. Only about 31, 32 laps, which translates to about 36, 37 minutes, which is not far enough, you would say. They need to be going 40, really, but they've not managed that so far. I know a few have been in more recently. For example, Cameron Dance, Scott Zieslowski and Robert Gibbs, for example. They might have taken on a bit of fuel more recently than some of the others, but it's still not great news. It's all to be calculated in as one of the LMP2s there off in the background. Not sure which car that is. I think is it Sabo maybe, who was off the road in the background there? Not entirely sure.
It is, yeah, that's Sabo.
It is, yeah.
That is crabbing as well. That's a very awkward ordeal for them, and luckily for them, they're keeping it off the circuit and waiting for everyone to come through. But that is, yeah, not particularly what you want, especially as you've got to call it your way back to the pit lane.
Yeah, he's trying to get back the best he can at the moment. His 29 car has had so many problems this season. They've not scored a single point yet, and because of the penalties, they're actually on negative points right now, somehow, as we see off the road here. A replay for one of the BMWs. Might be a Trans-Tasman car, this, but not entirely sure. Probably wrong. One of the GTMs, certainly off the road there at turn number 1. But yeah, I'm afraid it's been the story of Simfredi Sport Predators season. They were leading at Spa, let's not forget, the first round of the season before they came unstuck that day. And that is a strange place for a Lamborghini to be just sat on the inside of the final chicane there for whatever reason. So yeah, a few things starting to go a little bit wrong. I mean, this is what happens when you throw traffic into the mix again, I suppose, but a number of issues. This is what happened to Sabo, though. Misjudges that one horrendously, I'm afraid, at turn 6. Gets hit by another GT3 and into the wall. Trans-Tasman Racing also involved. Deary me, not good to see.
Yeah, no, not good to see, to say the very, very least. And yeah, that is not at all what you want to be seeing. And it was just a slight misjudgment going through here. And then this is the Vendaval sim racing car, just having a front row seat to it. So thank you very much. And passes their way through. I think that did actually promote them into second place, if I'm not mistaken. So they're not going to be complaining one bit. But yeah, it was just a misjudgment. Of course, the P2s are a lot quicker and a lot more capable aerodynamically. But the Lamborghini just rolling back, collecting the Trans-Tasman car, which is just wrong place, wrong time. They really couldn't have done much more there. But for Sabo, it's one of those clumsy mistakes that happen. But again, it's very easily avoidable just by taking a little bit of extra caution going into there.
Everyone who gets promoted a place there by the looks of things, because even Warren out in the pit lane, already been in there for already a lap down, I'm afraid. So that is not good news for Trans-Tasman Racing, but not much they could have done. Certainly, Lamborghini wasn't in an ideal position either, it has to be said, but still they'll be a little bit frustrated that they didn't maybe hold on the brakes for a little bit longer there. So either way, Trans-Tasman Racing now certainly out of the equation, and that is probably their championship hopes also down the drain for the 128 car. They were looking to get a good points haul there, but they already had quite a big disadvantage going in to today, over 200 points behind. This is not only going to put them out of realistic contention, but mathematical contention as well, quite possibly. So they're going to be really, really disappointed at their Trans-Tasman that they're going to be out of this one. So we really kind of finalise it to possibly a final 2, really, in this GT3 Championship. Vendaval and Evolution look like the only 2 teams left standing, as we see a spin for one of the AHU cars coming through turn 5.
Yeah, very easy mistake to make. Again, this Road Atlanta circuit, Paul Blancfist, unfortunately, going round. But yeah, for Trans-Tasman, they really were relying on a miracle, clinging at short straws, really, for a hope of the championship. But again, they were still pushing on, they were still doing the best. But unfortunately, any hopes of those miracles happening have been completely squandered by the poor points all that will be today. But I mean, you never know. Could still maybe salvage some stuff, but we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, it certainly is now going to be probably a 2-horse race between Vendaval Sim Racing and the Evolution cars, both of which are separated by just around about 2 seconds on track. So both of them fighting, and hopefully we can see some championship important battling between the two a little bit later on. That would be lovely to see. But at the moment, unfortunately, they are separated by the AHU 197 car. But Evolution Racing team only 3/10 back. If they can get through, get onto the podium, not only are they minimising the amount of points they're losing, they also have a clear sight of the 101 in front.
Yeah, that is helpful, certainly to see. To go a little bit further back in the prototype category, it's the battle for 10th place. Synergy Sim Racing coming under pressure from Frogly Juiced Racing Green. These guys are both a lap down at this stage, and multiple laps down, I should say. At this stage, over 2 laps down. We currently have 7 cars on the lead lap right now. The 65 YG Spies Racing currently the first car 1 lap down, but it's not NASCAR, so they're not going to get given a free pass back to the lead lap again. If you're the first car a lap down, a little bit of a strange rule, but yes, it works in NASCAR, but not here, of course. If indeed we do get another safety car. It's been a good half an hour now. We've got a nice bit of green flag racing here. We've had a couple of incidents. Maybe even a little bit more chaotic than the start, but it's certainly less chaotic than the first restart, as that is not good for the 155 AHU car. They do scrape the wall as well, and I'm afraid Sean Lindsell is 27th overall at the moment, about 12th or 13th or so from the GT3s. I'll be a little bit frustrated with that LMP2 diving down the inside of him, going down into the first turn.
Yeah, absolutely. Just again, not the best day in the office for some of the AHU cars at all. But again, the P2s, it's their responsibility to be able to lap safely, and the GTs just have to sort of keep as to what they were doing, and again, just goes to show how sensitive some of these cars can be, and it doesn't really take much, especially those Porsches, for them to be tagged around. And with Road Atlanta, there's not, it's not like one of those really modern circuits where there's a ton of tarmac runoff to use and you can just sit across it, slam your brakes on and carry on going. No, as soon as you're off, it's grass, and on iRacing especially, as soon as you get onto that grass, you really are well and truly a passenger. So there was not really much he could have done. It's just to hope and pray that the damage wasn't too much. As again, that was an AHU car in the back going a little bit wide, and I think perhaps a tap in the wall there.
Yeah, looked like it. Off the road for one of the Ferraris and Bluebell Racing, I'm afraid it's Adam Jepson. Not been their race, not been their day, I think it's fair to say, for the 225 team. We've seen multiple times that they have been off the road here in this one. We have another look at the 65, the 155, excuse me, off the road into the gravel after that little bit of contact. I just want to touch on GT Am briefly, because we haven't really talked about it so much so far. The 286 car is leading the championship at the moment. They're all the way well outside the top, nearly outside the top 20 in the overall standings, which is a really long way down, especially considering their lead at the minute, which is 45 points ahead of the 280 Pulse car. But they're not too far ahead of them right now, so neither of those cars doing fantastically. But the GTMs are a long way back today for whatever reason. No GTMs in the top 10, which we haven't really seen in the past. So despite being miles away from the front of the race, Pulse Racing Team are actually second in GTM, with the JWM 286 car championship leading at the moment, only in fourth. So that gap is going to come down ever so slightly in GTM, but not as much as you would think initially, given how far down they are. So I don't know quite what that's all about, really, why the GTMs are so far down today, but for whatever reason they are, and that championship also staying very close indeed, which is exactly what we want to see, because our slowest category, the GT3s last season, were well, pretty much settled by this point in the season last time.
Yeah, the Team FA Alonso Kart Australia just absolutely dominated that season. They didn't lose a race; they won every race of the. I think was it 5 or 6 rounds last season? Not entirely sure, but either way, they won all of them, and it very much was a dominant display. So the fact we've got two teams well and truly fighting, and of course the Magnum Turbo 223 as well is there. But again, a similar story. It's just a 2-horse race. We did see just a moment ago the Pulse Racing Team CM Security car, the car that is second place in the championship, did have a bit of an off just a moment ago, but still I think consolidated in second place in the GT3 AM category. But yeah, again, still, if they finish 1 and 2, it's going to be very much on for the final race of the season.
Yes, it certainly is. We'll go back to Evolution Racing Team. John Pisnick looks like he's picked the pace up a little bit, but this man certainly has at the moment. Alexander Bird currently second, Gianni Vecchio first, but they're battling for the race lead because Vecchio's got big damage here. Something has happened to the race leaders. The 169 AHU Porsche has clearly been off somewhere, because that is heavy damage, heavy damage to the leading car. And Vendavel Sim Racing surely aren't going to have to work too hard for this race lead.
No, surely not, because that heavy damage is really going to be setting him back. Vecchio is not waiting around, and he is still being quite aggressive in defending that race lead. Not entirely sure if it's able to carry on, but still going to try to defend to the inside as the 101 has to pull to the outside again. Vecchio covering it off, and he's, despite the damage, making Bird's life extremely difficult.
Yeah, he's well, that's all he can do, but surely the straight line speed here is going to be really badly affected. And Vendavel are just going to be able to drive past, despite the fact they're both in the same car. Vecchio weaves around and tries to break the slipstream as much as possible, but it's not going to be enough. Surely Bird, oh my goodness me, he's so close to the back of Vecchio here, and he has to pull to the outside line. This is the battle for the race lead in GT3, but no way through at the moment. This is going to allow the teammates of Gianni Vecchio to get into the equation. Pablo Rio Castro is just behind here with John Pisnick as well, as they come over the line one more time. Vecchio defends once more into turn 1, but Bird is going to have a hard time going all the way around the outside here. This is I don't know if this is team tactics or whether Vecchio is only thinking about himself at the moment, but he's certainly helping out both AHU cars right now. Let's see what happened. Oh, it's not his fault by the looks of things. This happened ages ago. Goodness me. How have we not realised? The leading GT3 car has got heavy damage, and it was all down to the problem that Sim 3D Sport car getting into contact with that Lamborghini absolutely ages ago. So Vecchio has been nursing this damage very well.
Yeah, absolutely. Still driving with some good pace, but it's certainly brought Castro and Pacenik into the mix. A 4-car train now for the race lead as the final P2 laps them. So it is now a 4-car train here, all together. But yeah, the 101 certainly wants the race lead, but in terms of a championship, because the 162, the Evolution Racing team, the car they are fighting for in the championship is right there. They have to take an error caution. They are once again going for the move to the right-hand side. Is he going to be able to brake late enough and go the long way around? He's going to try it. Quickly becomes the inside for the next part of the chicane. Vieco is going to still be there on the left-hand side, still going to be given a fight all the way through the final corner and then down the pitch straight. I think Bird has just been able to edge away in front, and again the teammates, the 197, trying to squeeze his way through. Vecchio has been completely mugged off here, and again Pesnik just, again, the Evolution Racing team just trying to funnel their way through, but they would have wanted to capitalise off more of this because the 101 is into the race lead.
Yeah, a little bit of contact between the teammates even there, but Vecchio has been displaced now down to third already as Castro gets his way through into second. We look back from the Vanderbilt Sim Racing car. Alexander Bird now leading the GT3s overall. I'm trying to run away with this, but yeah, 4 Porsches for the lead. Very strong at the moment, Porsches at this race by the looks of things. Well, as you can see, really. And yeah, the Evolution Racing team, will, as you say, will be disappointed they didn't capitalise on that. But despite the damage, it looks really bad for Vecchio at the moment. He actually isn't going that slowly at all, and obviously will be slightly affected by the damage, of course, but not too badly. As we see Summit Sim Sports into the pit lane in the LMP2 category. But yeah, this is a very interesting battle in the GT3s. LMP2 not doing anybody any favours here. Vanderbilt really slowed up by that one, and Castro is going to look for a way through it. Through the final corner they go. Vecchio with a nice run as well, as Pisnik we're on board with right now. Nobody going down the inside into turn number 1 though. Still very, very close for the lead.
Indeed so, and yeah, you wouldn't actually, it seems very much cosmetic more so, that damage for Vecchio, but certainly it will be affecting him in a couple of ways. That front end has certainly seen better days, but the AHU car is going to try and tag up on the 101. Of course they come to blows in that skirmish a little bit earlier on, but they are going to try and tag team on the 101 and get after him. But yeah, it seems like that Bird just needs to press on and hope that they battle behind and get some clear air. He's got 2 cars now between his main championship rival of the 162, so can try and press on, get some clear air, but still certainly is far from over in this fight for the GT3 Pro race lead. 4 cars all going for it, and to be honest, they all seem pretty equal on pace. That gap not really fluctuating more than around about half a second.
Yeah, it's quite ridiculous at this stage in the race. Let's not forget, over 2.5 hours into this one now, as Pisnik is going to have his fanciest chances now down the inside into the final chicane into 10A, but Vecchio is going to hold it around the outside for the first part, giving him the inside for the second, and so Pisnik is not going to find his way through here, and he's even going to fall back a little bit for Evolution Racing team. They don't need to panic at this stage, but they can't afford to let this race end in the positions that they're in at the moment. Got to find a way to take points off Vanderbilt, and this might be a way. The Vanderbilt car, Alexander Berg, goes off on his own. He's back onto the circuit now. Vecchio gets down his inside once more, and Castro now leads entirely down to Alexander Bird's mistake on his own. Evolution going to take advantage as well. They're down the inside, they're into third. What a costly mistake that was from Alexander Bird.
A hugely costly mistake, and now the 2 championship rivals are neck and neck on the circuit. They've been completely mugged off by around about 3 cars as the P2s try and lap them just to make them fall off the back of their rivals just a little bit more. But that was just such a clumsy mistake, just running a little bit too wide onto the grass, and luckily they managed to keep it facing the right way. But oh my word, what implications could this have for the race? Of course, they were very quick, but now they've lost a lot of ground, and they have 3 cars to get through before they can retake that race lead. So Castro just going to try and chill for a moment. 1.5 seconds to his teammate Vecchio behind, and the 2 championship rivals, you can certainly count on these two not making it easy for each other.
Yeah, I think Johnny Vecchio is going to become the ultimate teammate here in the next few moments, because he's going to try and let Pablo Rio Castro run away with this race lead in the AHU Esports 197 car. Evolution and Venderville obviously pose the biggest danger to them not winning this race, if you see what I mean. And so Vecchio is going to defend for his life here, as if it's his race that depends on it. John Pizarnik is going to try and obviously get this pass over and done with as quickly as possible, but it's not going to be easy. Vecchio's done very well to defend it. As we've already mentioned, his pace is not that bad. It really isn't that bad. Last lap time, an 18.0. Obviously, that is 1.1 seconds slower than he was going before, but the pace of those around him is really not that much quicker at the moment. They're probably able to dip into the mid-17s on a good lap, so they probably are able to go a bit quicker, but that's not a huge pace advantage. And when you're this difficult to overtake, then you know, it's not that difficult really. So it's not that difficult. It is difficult, excuse me, for Evolution and Venderville to make their way through, as we're seeing right now. Pisnik closes onto the back of the 169, has to lift off. Vecchio defends, so this is going to go on for a long time.
Absolutely, Vecchio giving everyone a bit of a headache, but yeah, he's keeping the pace and he's keeping it safe, so there's no reason why he has to come into the pits. He's not obliged to come and repair that damage. He's keeping it honest, he's still safe, and he's defending his position for second place. But the 162 again all over the rear end of the 169. Vecchio still keeping John Pesnick behind for the time being, but I think it is only a matter of time as he might fall victim to the pressure. But Vecchio, a very composed, very good driver in sim racing, so he can certainly withstand the pressure, and he's doing a fantastic job for his teammate. In fact, gaining on his teammate by 0.2 on that last lap. A 17.4 for Castro, 17.2 for Vecchio. So still the pace between these guys fluctuating around about a couple of tenths or so. The quickest of the train is Bird. He's in 4th place at the moment for the 101, trying to recover. But yeah, 4 Porsches, 1, 2, 3 and 4, and all 4 of them separated by absolutely nothing on the track at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very close. And they're very close to the back of Evolution, most pressingly right now. They all close on Vecchio. Down into the chicane. Is Pisnik going to have to defend here? Is Bird going to make a move at this stage? Does he want to? Yes, he does. Down the inside, trying to make amends for his mistake. Oh my word, that was close. Nearly goes straight into the side of Johnny Vecchio, but he does get the move done. Pisnik wasn't able to defend in the end. He's going to go on the outside line through the final corner, which is a long way round. He might have a sniff into turn 1. He's forced on the outside line once again here. Bird shoves into the outside line, and he's not going to be able to make a move there. So Bird does make his way through, still under pressure as they go into 2, but not able to make his way through. Here is John Pisarnik, so he stays behind for the moment as they go down the hill at the S's. Very important for Venderville to get through, and yeah, very important move indeed. As I say, Pisarnik demoted to 4th, and Bird making amends for that mistake back into 3rd.
Absolutely, and making amends for it very, very well indeed. The pace is good, but they lost a little bit of time in that skirmish into the final sector, especially, most crucially, that run into the final corner of turn 12, where the run is so important. You've got to have that momentum down the pit straight, but having the pressure, having someone on your outside means you're having a compromised line, which is certainly less than ideal. But the pace is good for the 101. They can press after the 2 AHU cars, the 197 and the 169, that are leading the way. But still, these 4 cars, they're not much separating them, and still, you know, Pesnik is on the back of his championship rival, and all into the grass there. That's one of the P2s that tried to lap, I think, both of them going into the chicane, and that again is a pretty clumsy mistake.
Yeah, it's closed this battle up once more as they have 1.5 now up to Vecchio, who's be loving this. Now on the defensive again is Pisarnik, trying to get around the outside through turn 1, but it's a long way around. He does like this narrow exit off turn 1, though, giving it the inside for 2, although not quite good enough to take 3rd place back away from Alexander Bird. Meanwhile, we've gone through a whole cycle of pit stops in the LMP2s. Drop Bear Motorsport, the final car to come in with an hour and 22 remaining. That's still probably too far for them to make it on only one more stop after this one, so everybody's going to be making a splash and dash unless we have safety car intervention once more, in which we are going to see well, a lot of changes then. But yeah, we've gone through a whole cycle of pit stops in LMP2 as we continue to focus in GT3. This battle between Venderville and Evolution, so important. But Vecchio has been so good at the moment. Look at the way he's on the back of Castro at the minute. Only half a second between them right now. despite the damage to that 169 car.
Absolutely, is making inroads on his teammate, and again the pace absolutely sensational for him, is of course getting a whiff of that slipstream, keeping him in tow, and again maintaining the gap behind the 162, having a bit of a mare through this final sector, which might drop him off the back of that 101 in front, but in fact actually doesn't have too bad of a run as the two groups, the top four that we were seeing, are now breaking off into sort of the 2-horse races that we have for first and second, and for third and fourth. More crucially is the 3 and 4 we want to look at, because these two are 1 and 2 in the championship, so massive inroads in that. The Evolution Racing team, the 162 we're focusing on at the moment, does want to gain a couple of points, because yeah, while it's only 36 points between the two at the moment, into Daytona that's going to be crucial.
Off the road in the background there, one of the Ferraris for some reason found itself off the road on the outside of turn 5, that is. So don't know what that's all about. The Porsche Racing Team car has got a lot of damage there. That's one of the AM cars. Is that the 280? Because that could be very crucial for this championship. Can't quite see at the moment. Can't get a number on that because it's got no number on the front, because there's no car basically. Meanwhile, Bird is coming under a lot of pressure from Peacenik. Outside line into the chicane once more for Evolution. Squeezed as much as possible into the corner. He's going to hang it round the outside through the first spot. Inside the second, and there's contact. Bird goes around and the championship leaders get into contact. My goodness, that is going to be a controversial incident. Bird is able to get back onto the road without too many problems, but he is down to 6th position now. And Trash Tasman Racing get through. That is going to be controversial.
Absolutely, as they were fighting so hard for it, of course, in a championship. I think, are they still under pressure from the 199? No, just having to tuck back in. But yeah, it's still not ideal by any stretch of the imagination, as we've now got the AHU, the 148, getting in front of the Evolution Racing Team 162. So it's all AHU cars inside the top 3. And again, I don't know if that was contact or netcode, but either way, just trying to stick his nose in up the inside of the second part of the chicane. Both of them have their gloves off, and unfortunately had some pretty drastic consequences. But yeah, that is drama. That's the talking point, as the two championship protagonists come together.
Yeah, goodness me. Now 5 or 6 seconds between them. It's an AHU 1, 2, 3 at the moment. The 169, the 197 and the 148 leading 1, 2, 3 at the moment, and they're leading in the overall race as well. So it's going very well for those iconic green cars. Reigning champions, of course, in the LMP2 category. As we see what happened to Bluebell Racing, I'm afraid. We saw this Ferrari off, and that is how Pulse Racing car got a lot of damage there. Now, is that the 280? I think it might be the 281 of Reese Morgan, actually, rather than the 280. So less pressingly, in terms of the championship, they're 5th at the moment, just under 200 points behind, so they're probably out of contention. And then they get hit again by a Mach 1 car. I don't think that was the BMW's fault. That definitely looked like the Bluebell Racing car came back on when it maybe shouldn't have there.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Just again tagged round and wrong place, wrong time, and that wall is very, very close. And yeah, desperation. Oh, the P2 nearly smacking into it as they spin themselves around 180. But yeah, that is not ideal, and that damage is pretty drastic. It wasn't too big of a whack, but certainly did enough to damage the suspension. They've got to nurse their way home, as they've got a lot of cars coming around them. And yeah, that is a shame for the 122. Of course, you're going to be loving that site because it is a BMW, but still for Mach 1 is not ideal for their race.
Yeah, that says all you need to know, really, doesn't it? The damage to the BMW getting even uglier, if that's possible, with the with the damage on the back straight there. They're going to be in the pit lane. You can be sure of that one. As Gianni Vecchio is somehow leading again. This is a superhuman effort almost from the Italian right now. Leads once more ahead of Pablo Rio Castro after all of the trials and tribulations of the day. Just worry about how much damage they're going to have to repair at the race. Clearly it's not affecting them too much, so well, clearly it is optional, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to carry on for this long. But yeah, Vecchio is going to have some damage to repair at the end of this, surely, although the damage that he has right now isn't slowing him down that much. This is the Mach 1 Esports car trying to get back to the pit lane and struggling, as you can imagine.
Yeah, absolutely. Just having to nurse his way back to the pit lane. But Vecchio doing an absolutely sensational job out in front to be nursing that damage. Maybe they've got the fast repair and are just nursing at home to use the fast repair and not lose too much time in the pit lane. But we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, certainly the damage. Well, fortunately, I think the most important thing is the fact that it hasn't damaged any of the suspension and it's more bodywork inflicted. So they might use a bit down the straight or something like that. But seemingly through the corners, it's not affecting them too much. And that's important to, if you are going to get hit, to be hit in I guess, the right space.
Yes, if that's possible at all. The 88 car drop there, Motorsport. Dive it. Wow, that was a dive. And I'm afraid straight into the gravel. The 88 car, I think they were running second actually. Maybe a little bit further down than that. But Cameron Dat's now back in the pit lane. He's been there for 6 minutes, I'm afraid. Not entirely sure why. This might be why. Does he get hit here? No. Well, not entirely sure, Ren, in that case. Into the pit lane anyway. And needed over 6 minutes of damage repairs. He's still in there, so not sure what's happened to the 88 team. But yeah, they've got back now quite a lot, as you can imagine. And yeah, it was a bit of a wild dive down the inside, it has to be said, going down into the chicane. But wasn't able to make that work and has to come back into the pit lane now. As we look at the leaders in GT3, once again Vecchio beginning to run away with it, and they're running away with it. AHU in LMP2 as well. 12.5 seconds is their lead now.
Doing a great job. 1, 2 and 3 in the GT3 category, and of course leading the way by 12 seconds in the P2. The reigning champions did a fantastic job, and in terms of their championship, coming into this race were third, 10.42 for the Drop Bear Motorsport, the SBM car, which aren't having the best of days. Well, I say that, no, P4 still a decent day, but AHU being only 70 points behind to win going into Daytona would be an absolutely massive feat if they want to have a chance at defending their championship, which, you know, it seems like they've been running away with it, but this season has been so hotly contested. And once again someone going round. That's the 43 going round as they dip down the hill. But yeah, for AHU, very much is a good day in the office. For a couple of their cars it's not been the case, but certainly for their front running ones they can't complain at all.
That is very close going through turn 5 there for Vecchio. He's on the back of the 280 there. But as we go through wide indeed into turn 6. But yeah, number of cars off the road I'm afraid at turn 2 and down the hill at 3 there. So not sure how or why, but we're about to find out. This is the analytical car and goes for a spin out of turn 1, but this is not over yet. Awkward place to rejoin, whichever way you do it. And they're going to reverse here. Get back onto the road again. So this is all fine so far, but I have a feeling this LMP2 might have something to do with it. And the inside, and oh dear, doesn't really see them coming there in the 43, does he? And unfortunately gets spun around for the second time in 2 corners.
No, certainly suboptimal, as Lewis McGlade would say, for them, as to be tagged around twice. And yeah, that is not what you want to see. Castro on the back of his teammate though, Vecchio and the 2 AHU cars, very, very close indeed. They've got about a 4-second gap as Pesnik is putting some pressure on to the 162. In fact, does get in front of the 148 of Boyd there. But yeah, the 2 AHU cars getting feisty. Is Vecchio going to make this difficult for his teammate, or is he going to fight it? Because we've seen how good Vecchio can defend around Road Atlanta, but how long can that last, especially because they're teammates? And the golden rule of motor racing is do not crash into your teammate.
Yes, it certainly is. There's a lot of teammates for these guys though to be worried about, so that is easier said than done for some of them out here. Like the team at AHU, of course, plenty of teams out here at the moment. They were 1, 2, 3 not so long ago. John Pearson-Nick has got back into 3rd now for Evolution, so he's put an end to that. But it is still 1, 2 at the moment, and they've got a 5-second lead as well, with 1 hour 12 remaining. The problem coming for the GT3s though is pit stops. How far are they going to be able to go here, and are they going to be able to make only 1 more stop before the end of this race? I have a feeling that, judging by the way everybody's been using fuel so far in this race, that they might not be able to do it on only 1 more stop. We'll wait and see, of course. But it all depends when they make this next pit stop.
Indeed so, and it's usually pretty clear cut in the GTs. It's 1 hour stop, 1 hour stop, 1 hour stop, because the fuel can take it. For the P2s, it's a little bit more complicated because that's around 40-45 minutes. But today has been a certainly different story. Ooh, that was close to the P2 just tucking him in front of Castro there, and that certainly was dicey, but could have very quickly ended in tears. And we've got the Venderville sim racing car coming in. The 101 is into the pit lane. The 158 and the 162 all coming into the pit lane. So yeah, you're very, very right. In that it will be a stretch to get to the end. 11 extra minutes with one tank of fuel. I think we might see a splash and dash.
Yeah, it looks like it. Plenty of stops on that last lap there. 5 cars into the pit lane. Dylan Burst is getting into the Vanderbilt car for the final stint. Alexander Bird gets out. He'll be very frustrated with how his stint has gone here today, you would imagine, and yeah, Dylan Burst is going to be trying to recover some of those positions as we see Castro into the pit lane. So not only has he got damage here, Vecchio, but he's still able to conserve a bit of fuel as well. But with 1 hour 10 to go, as I mentioned, they're not going to be able to make it till the end from here. It is going to be a splash and dash, unless of course we get a safety car, in which case you can do it under safety car, which would be obviously beneficial. But remains to be seen whether we're going to get another one in this race.
Absolutely, but the running theme is that people are very aggressive and a couple of clumsy incidents creeping in, so we might see it, but again, we had one and then we had a second one about 5 minutes, well not even 5 minutes, about a lap and a half into the restart. So if we have another one, chances are we might see 2, but it does take the step for that to happen as Shane van Gisbergen takes the helm of the 197 AHU car and is going to try and bring it home for those cars. They have been very much a front-running factor today, but what can Shane van Gisbergen do in the 197 and certainly get those AHU cars into the mix? But Rougier, he's pretty comfortable out in front. 15 seconds, of course, when we jumped in, it was very close between him and Rihanna. They had a bit of pressure going on, but since then, Rougier's just been able to get his head down and push forward in the AHU number 1.
Yeah, he certainly has. Obviously, as you say, was under pressure at the start of the race, but hasn't been since. But really, as we go back to the battle in GT3, one of the battles anyway, I think it's just for third in the GT Am category between I think it is the 286 currently leading and the 282 just behind. This is Porsche Racing Team, not the car involved in the championship fight, but one of their teammates. Oh, as they get shoulder bars there coming through turn 7, and so they're going to lose out of place. So that battle's going to be over pretty quickly. That LMP2 very eager to get through, and the Porsche Racing Team are going to be pretty furious about how that went down.
Yeah, just a touch, but we haven't seen a lack of controversial incidents in this race, but certainly elbows out and pushing past. This is going to be a replay. This is Nathan Anderson just getting squeezed out, I think, by the P2. Probably could have left a little bit more room, but again, just on his racing line, and there was room, but I think just the P2 on the inside just got over the curb a little bit and tagged him, and then obviously pushed him around, and very easily. It's the Red Line, a very, very similar theme. In fact, it's the tiniest of mistakes, tiniest of incidents, but they do have quite drastic consequences, and just going onto the grass a little bit can be exaggerated to losing at least a couple of seconds. As Vecchio comes into the pit lane, be interesting to see if they can repair that damage.
Yeah, it will really. That was the Whitey's Pies car off the road, I think that is, coming out of the chicane, but into lead for Vecchio briefly and into the pit lane now. Are they going to be repairing? Is that car going to be in the pit lane a bit longer than everybody else? Most cars with a 41-ish second pit stop in the last round of stops. Other than for Vanderbilt and Evolution, who are both 55 seconds. I think that might be 2 tyres for them. With no tyres for Shane van Gisbergen or Rival Autosport, who found themselves all of a sudden up in what is a net second place of those who have pitted. Brian Wood gets into the Johnny Vecchio AHU car, and this pit stop does go on for a little bit longer, as you would expect. Now, is this down to them taking 2 tyres to the remainder of this race? Or is this damage repair? Shane van Gisbergen is 2 tyres, so Shane van Gisbergen is going to take the lead Rival Autosport, I don't think are quite going to get through on them. But Ryan Wood now has got the opportunity to try. They are indeed going to get through Rival Autosport. So Shema Gisbergen is now in the well, I think the lead of the race in that racing. Have taken a very short pit stop there, and so have well, the Triple One hasn't pitted yet in this cycle, but somehow Ross Rizzo has managed to find himself in the lead. Only 18 seconds of a pit stop, which is barely half a tank. So I wonder if he's splitting this final part of the race into two. You see Reece Morgan in the Porsche racing team. This car has had a few issues today, I'm afraid, and this is another one of them, running a little bit wide out of the chicane. But yeah, interesting different approaches to the final part of this race.
Absolutely. So obviously they are committing to that splash and dash that we were talking about, and obviously going to split this final stint, and it makes sense, I guess, in order to split the car, to have it sort of slightly lighter for both stints, as opposed to having one heavy stint and one very light stint, and it might help them in terms of pace. And there's no point spending a lot of time in the pit lane for your first stop if you're just going to come in anyway. So yeah, I think that's going to be the right choice, but we'll have to see how it works out in an hour and 5 minutes time. But certainly is a sprint to the finish as we approach 3/4 of the way through the 4 hours of Road Atlanta. But yeah, still a couple of people in the mix. Of course, we saw some fantastic fighting amongst the GT3 pros, and well, the racers are certainly won or lost in the pit lane. They've done the hard work on the circuit. Have they done the hard work in the pit lane is the question.
Well, have they done it right? At the very least, you can work as hard as you like on a strategy that's wrong and still come up with nothing. So let's see how it all pans out as we look at the battle for 8th position. Now, Thomas Hinz is just up in front here for Injectors Online Racing, and it's Sim 3D Sport Robocop who are currently in the trailing. And right now, as Benjamin Faulkner finds the wall coming through the final corner there, and that's going to be a bit of damage for the 43, and not the first time they've... oh, well, they look like they've got away with it, but not the first time we've seen that car off the road, I'm afraid to say.
Yeah, no, and they just, it's gone from bad to worse for them. One thing's happened and it's led to another thing. Is the it's unfortunate, but again, it's a tricky circuit and very easy for mistakes to be in fact made. And yeah, just a clumsy one and running a little bit too wide. And again, they're limited in terms of the runoff they can use. They can't just rely on being able to tuck in and use the tarmac on the outside, because it's grass. You have the circuit and you've got to stick to it. So running slightly wide, getting a bit of understeer will have some pretty drastic consequences, as people have found out the hard way. And yeah, the grey stuff, the tarmac, certainly is going to be slightly quicker to stay on, and is going to be a lot more efficient at keeping you out of the barrier as well.
Yeah, it is ideal as we continue to look at this. They're still for 8th for this, I think. It's a Sim 3D Sport car still. Running a couple more GT3s right now. A lot of them though, so it could well be laps cars. It does indeed look like one of the yeah, it is AHU who are just up in front at the moment, and then it is the 151. So Cooper Murray has found himself just slotted in front of these guys now, and Hinz is going to be under pressure from Murray very soon, you would imagine. So let's wait and see what that battle has to bring. Kind of settling in now, really. Final hour of the race coming up, and yeah, it's difficult to see at the moment how GT3 is going to pan out because of all the strategy. But obviously we've got a clear leader in LMP2 right now. It's the AHU car, of course, as Thomas Hinz comes under a lot of pressure from the AHU Esports. 135, not the 135, the 148, I should say, of Cooper Murray down the inside into the final chicane. And that is going to be a fairly easy move. The AHU Porsche just look a lot quicker than this pair of BMWs we see now battling over 9th position as it is. Well, it'll still be 8th place actually, but yeah, they look like they're getting left behind by the Porsche at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely, and that Porsche seems very quickly. It was our top 4 at the moment. Well, not at the moment, but the top 4 we had just a few moments ago before the pit stop cycle were all Porsches. So around this circuit in particular, the Porsche does seem to be very, very good in that sense. And AHU is very much dominated by sort of BMWs and Porsches in terms of GTs, and we have seen the sprinkle of the Lamborghinis and the McLarens and the Ferraris, but the BMW and the Porsche seems to be the go-to in terms of both pace and consistency. see. I know Lewis loves to drive the BMW, but I've never tried either myself. But yeah, in terms of AHU, they seem to work. But today seems to be a Porsche day. Will Daytona flip it and make it be more of a BMW track? We'll have to. Only time will tell. We'll have to wait and see. But for the championship rivals, it doesn't really matter because they're all in the same car anyway. So it's going to be equal peg, and there's no excuses really.
No, there isn't. As we see the first pit stop in LMP2 for this final round, it's the Whitey's Pies racing car. Now 2 laps down in this race, leaving only 5 cars on the lead lap at this stage. Alpha Aggressor Racing have just been lapped as well, I'm afraid to say, in this race. So even with a safety car here, the field really wouldn't be stacked up that much, looking better and better for the number 1 car. But all 3 of the main championship contenders in LMP2, I guess you could say Synergy Sim Racing's 89 car were involved, but they're now 2 laps down as well. The top 3 in the championship all involved in that top 5 on the lead lap right now. So yeah, they're kind of proving why they are the championship contenders in this one by being right up there, despite the attrition that we've seen today, despite the issues for a lot of these cars today.
Yeah, and as you rightly say, it has truly been a race of attrition, just limiting the mistakes, outlasting your opponents, because the fortune has swung the ways of teams and swung away from the likes of others, and yeah, it has truly been a race of just keeping it out of the barriers, keeping it clean, keeping it consistent, and keeping it on the grey stuff has been the best way to go. This is the 169 on the back of the rival Autosport 158. This is Ryan Wood trying to chase after Matthew Dench and get themselves back on to the podium. Interesting to note as well, the Summit Sim Sports FRX car now in P3, chasing after the 58 of Rival Autosport in the P2, is at the moment P5 in the championship, only 4 points behind the 89 Synergy Sim Racing car. So if they can consolidate this result, they put themselves in a good position to secure 4th place in the P2 championship. But looking back again, GT3 certainly giving us a nice bit of action as Ryan Wood chases after that podium.
Yeah, he's surely going to get it. Matthew Dench has not got any new tyres on for the final hour of this race. Brian Wood certainly has. He's got 2 tyres on, and given this is a clockwise circuit, probably the left-hand side tyres you take here, or maybe rears, I suppose. But I'm not really sure what the best way to do it is. But 2 tyres is certainly the recent trend on iRacing. It's become a bit of a thing recently in the most recent tyre model. So yeah, that's something to contend with. But, Ryan Wood at the moment trailing the Lamborghini, as we see contact and into the wall quite heavily there for a pulse car. I think that's the 281 of Reese Morgan once again finding the barriers. Hopefully they've been able to get out of that position, because otherwise it'll be another safety car. But it looks like they have indeed found their way out of trouble there.
Yeah, absolutely. We didn't see him too long ago, having a bit of a bit of misfortune. But yeah, hopefully they can have a bit more luck for the final 58 minutes of this race. Still focusing on this battle between Ryan Wood and Matthew Dench for P3 in the GT3 category. Rival Autosport 158 ahead of the 169 AHU. Car kind of going to take a look. This is the Ferrari. This is Dylan O'Shea, just getting it all sort of wrong. That car really did want to get away from him. Luckily, managing to keep it facing the right way, and that was some pretty remarkable car control. You and Lewis said you don't like a spot of drifting, but I'd say at the very least you can appreciate that car control certainly was pretty impressive.
It was more impressive than drifting, you would say.
I just find it's so satisfying to watch. I don't see why you don't have that appeal, but each their own. I suppose you are Northern, but again, I can't say that for Lewis. So
yeah, I was going to say that is not a thing that you can bring into it. Meanwhile, oh dearie me, yeah, off the road at the Lamborghini, Matthew Dench. This is why this battle is all of a sudden so close with Ryan Wood, who's got a bit of damage himself. There aren't many cars that aren't damaged out there at the moment, it seems. And this is the fight. There it is. So we've got a damaged Lamborghini on the right hand side, and the front end of this 169 Porsche is also damaged. But it's very interesting to see Rival Autosport in this final hour of this race. Look at where they are in LMP2 as well. 2nd place, down to a bit of pit strategy there. So clearly they're right on top of the game in terms of the strategy, because they're currently sitting on 2 podiums right now. They'll do well to keep hold of them, but they have put themselves in with a good chance of holding on to them because of the strategy that they've employed in the final hour of this race.
Yeah, absolutely. Endurance racing is always won or lost in the pit lane. You know, as quick as you are on circuit, you need a good strategy behind you to back it up, and they've done exactly that. You know, in P2, even if they got overtaken by the Drop Bay Motorsport SBM car, they've still got 18 seconds back to the simrace.com car for P4. So in P2, it's looking likely they can consolidate it. It might be a pretty more difficult affair in GT3, but that 169 with a bit of damage and Ryan Wood not making much inroads is sort of just more of a stalemate. Yeah, Rival Autosport looking for a very good day in the office, but they've still got 56 minutes. Potentially, we assume going to be one more pit stop as well. So it's not over, and they cannot get complacent. But look at that 22 all over the rear end of that 58, as I think the drop back car might be on up and move pretty soon.
We're certainly looking for one, but can't quite do it for the moment. This is all going into the hands of the number 1 car, still leading and by an even bigger margin at this stage. But yeah, Drop Bay Motorsport really applying the pressure now as the 43's off again. Those championship leaders trying to take that second place away. 73 car just behind them. Trail coming into today by 46 points. That margin set to increase by a fair few here at this stage. But yeah, the number 1 car looking to get ahead of them all. Right now with this victory, it would be their second of the season. They won back at Suzuka, the 6-hour race, and now here at Road Atlanta, leading by a very big margin. The last thing they need is a safety car in the final hour here really. They are probably one of the only teams, probably the only team actually in the entire field who are hoping not to have a safety car in the final hour really, because that would wipe away their entire lead.
In fact, yeah, that is very true. At the moment, they've got that breathing room. Of course, can't get complacent. You can never get complacent when it comes to sim racing and motorsport in general. But it gives them a bit less pressure. They're focusing on what they need to do, focusing on their tyres, their fuel, their strategy, and just trying to bring it home, having a bit of fun with it, and just trying to keep it consistent as opposed to having 10 cars around them, 3 cars fighting for position. They're just bringing it home. They've got 23 seconds. They can just relax a little bit. They're not having to overly push or anything like that. And a safety car, especially how we've seen how hotly contested safety car restarts can be, will be the last thing they want, and it might actually throw some strategy into the air as well for the P2s, which with 54 minutes left to go will be very touch and go in terms of what they do on strategy. As the Drop Bay Motorsport car and Rival Autosport car are having a bit of a kerfuffle. You can see on the timing tower there to your left hand side, but I think for now Rival Autosport are staying in front. But yeah, a safety car right now for us, I certainly would not complain. It would spice things up in P2, and of course would spice things back up again in GT3. Is if it was to come out and they all pit again, I presume they would get to the end.
Yeah, well, the GT certainly would, yeah, but the LMP2s obviously would be put into a little bit of a headache really. Yeah, Drop Bay Motorsport certainly applying the pressure right now, and they were briefly side by side, had their noses in front indeed, apparently ahead of Rival Autosport, but weren't able to hold on to the move. We continue to look at this battle now. Second and a half. This battle for third. This is what happened, is it? No, this is Bluebell Racing again, I'm afraid. Hitting into the... Oh, that is hard as well. Hitting the bridge there. And reversing out the way as well. Nick Botterill. It really has not been their day, Bluebell Racing. And they almost can't get turned around here.
That car...
Are they still here? I think this is suspension damage, possibly. Well, this is going to be a 73-point turn, isn't it? I'm afraid. And such an awkward place to have to do it as well. Blind crest, of course. Hitting the bridge again repeatedly. As if trying to knock it down almost. But they've finally got back going again. And that's going to be a long repair for them if indeed we do see them again. Although, staying out remarkably. That is one of the worst looking cars I've ever seen, actually, in terms of damage. But they're staying out for whatever reason.
Yeah, no idea as to why they would decide on that one, but that Ferrari certainly has seen better days when it reeled its way out of the factory, and yeah, that is pretty sizably damaged. And again, they're having another ordeal through this section and having to abort to the runoff. And Yeah, Blue Belt, they've seen, yeah, not the best day in the office, to say the absolute minimum. Surprised, yeah, really am surprised they didn't peel their way into the pit lane. Could they? Of course, that car was very, very buggered in terms of the steering capability, so maybe physically impossible for them to get into the pit lane. But you'd think they'd at least try and would lose a lot less time. But then again, I'm sure they're not really focused on losing time, considering how their day has gone. It's more just get it to the checkered flag and accept a pretty miserable day, as Thomas Hinz, unfortunately, again, falling victim to the circuit.
Yeah, grab the wall there for Cool Drive Racing, I'm afraid. The 151 team now running in 9th place, have dropped down to there after that problem. So that is a shame for them. So we see about a little bit further down in the GT3s. This is one involving the GT AMs down the inside for the Lamborghini on the VCO Esports Ferrari. Around the outside through the second part, that is going to be a nice move there, and up another place in the GT AM standings. But I couldn't say for sure. Actually, second, I think that is for Team JDR, moving up another place in GT AM. These cars doing a little bit better actually in the overall of GT3. Getting towards the top 10 as we see Norton into the pit lane in LMP2 to kick off the final, the penultimate stops for them. Going to be a splash and dash to the end because they're not going to make 50 minutes. Not a normal circuit, especially not around here where they're struggling to make 40 minutes. So we are going to see splashes and dashes towards the end of this race. See, it soaked up the pressure from Robert Gibbs, able to come in second place. Will they be out of the pit lane in second place? So when this pit stop shakes out and when it all cycles itself through, that's the bigger question here in this race, really. Obviously, the top three in the championship, obviously the top three in the race right now as well. So obviously every position very, very important up there at the moment.
Yeah, indeed, and well, that is it's a bit of a headache in terms of the strategy, isn't it, for both GTs and the P2s, both of them having to take that splash and dash. Maybe some teams will be more conservative. Again, always comes to it when we have these sort of ordeals. It's reminiscent of Monza from last season, where some teams sort of went for the splash and dash, other teams tried to stretch it out, and it was very close between the two strategies, in fact. And the ones that did manage to conserve did in fact manage to win, but it was very, very fine margins. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this one shakes out. Of course, we have a safety car to make things a little bit more easy because they can sort of you know, they can save a lot of fuel. But yeah, quite surprisingly, of the circuits on our calendar this season, I didn't take Road Atlanta to be the most fuel thirsty.
No, I wouldn't have said so either. I suppose Daytona would probably be. We'll wait and see until we get there in a few weeks. But yeah, I wouldn't have expected it either, really. Not entirely sure why, but for whatever reason, it is really soaking up the fuel for whatever reason. And yeah, into the pit lane for Justin Rougier, the leader, with 49 minutes to go, so he's going to be coming in again as well. But let's see who's taking tyres, who's doing what. It was the 55 that came in, took 4 tyres on. It's a bit of an awkward situation, really, because if you've already had the tyres on for nearly an hour and 20 at this stage, since the safety cars, then obviously you'd want new tyres. But then it seems a bit wasteful to only use tyres for 50 minutes in this race. So it really is a bit of a conundrum for these guys to work out.
Bit of a headache, to say the least, and we'll have to wait and see how it pans out, who gets it right, who doesn't. But those that have come in a lap later, the likes of Rougier and Gibbs that have come in on this lap, will certainly have less so of a headache because they've got a little bit more fuel, or yeah, they can be a little bit more secure towards the end of this race. But we'll again, only time will tell as to who's got it right. Usually by this time in an endurance race, we have got a fair idea of how strategy is going to rack up. But this certainly seems to be quite the opposite around Road Atlanta today. But yeah, it could certainly shake up things, and in the penultimate round in terms of the championship, if there is a big shake up, could certainly make Daytona even more interesting than it's set out to be.
Yeah, it is already set to be a very enjoyable race indeed. Of course, coming up as in a few weeks' time. When is it? The 7th of April, I should say, which is 2 weeks away. or something. It's really not very long at all until we get there. So we'll look forward to that. We'll check more pit stops. It's 22 in the pit lane there. At 27 as well, just making its way out right now. 73 also, or I should say also, is the only car, I should say, not to have come in at the moment in the LMP2, certainly of those who are on the lead lap right now. Still waiting for those guys to come in here. As the battle for second in GT3 closes up. Evolution Racing Team versus AHU now. John Pisnick has taken tyres on, Ryan Wood has as well. They're both trying to chase down Shane Van Gisbergen, but they're not managing it so far. So that lead is now nearly 12 seconds and staying that way right now. But I think it is important, Wood, not to battle too much really, because if they do want to win this race, then they can't really afford to.
Yeah, no, not at all, as they do actually get themselves edged in front, and in terms of the championship as well, getting another car between themselves and the 101 will allow them to close that gap, which is again only 36 points, so any little helps as they approach Daytona, and of course it will then come down to pretty much whoever finishes in front of the two, which will be a lot easier for us in terms of maths, but and also a lot more entertaining in terms of on-track action, because if they do find themselves side by side, it'll be a lot more thrilling and exciting to watch. But yeah, 11.7 seconds to Shane. I think realistically the only way they can possibly have a chance of winning this race is if the strategy really does go their way and it benefits them. But yeah, they cannot afford to be fighting, because yeah, they won't be doing themselves any favors at all. We saw a little bit earlier on how even just a little bit of a tussle between two cars can bring a lot more of people into the mix.
Yeah, it's one of the advantages, one of the good things. We look at the RSR Lamborghini at the moment, currently down in 18th in GT3, chasing down the 280 Pulse Racing Team car. Now, where is that 280 in terms of the AM standings? Third at the moment by the looks of things, although I don't think everybody's stopped yet, and they haven't. It was only 15-second stop as well for Lachlan Cable, so seemingly doing something a little bit different there as well, which is good to see as the leader, 73, Simriggs.com DPR car, comes into the pit lane. 44 minutes just about on the clock right now, and so yeah, they've got to make a fuel stop, or one more I should say, after this race, before the end of this race. I thought I kept my words in the wrong order entirely. The battle for second in GT3 still ongoing between Evolution Racing Team and AHU, with Vanderbilt not too far behind. Going to be very interesting. I think it's a case of when, not if, Vanderbilt get back to Evolution, because of course the last time those two were side by side it ended in contact and Vanderbilt spinning off into the gravel. They've closed that margin back up just about now, and so there's certainly going to be no love lost when they get back together again.
We'll have to wait and see. Hopefully they calm it down a little bit, but it certainly was a bit controversial. The gap is between them, yeah, as you say, about 2.5 seconds, 2.7 seconds. So yeah, Venable have done very, very well in recovering. Their pace has been absolutely fantastic and phenomenal in order to, in fact, catch up. We'll have a look at the pace between them. It's only a couple of tenths, really, and in fact, on that last lap, we're actually slower than the Evolution Racing Team. But if they can catch up, it would be nice, and would like to see them go side by side again. And yeah, GT3 have given us a very, very good show, and I would like that to continue for the final 43 minutes of this race. I think the true battle will be in the pit lane in terms of strategy as opposed to on-track action, but either way it's going to be exciting and chaos-filled and quite rightly unpredictable as to which teams get it right and which teams don't. But certainly as a sprint to the finish, they're going to be looking forward to that checkered flag, and yeah, the penultimate round has certainly not lacked excitement.
No, it certainly hasn't so far. Two safety cars, of course, throughout the middle portion of the race. The second one caused by the restart from the first one, basically, and we'll see if we do indeed go green until the end of this one now. With every minute that passes, I guess it does become more likely, but then again, you never know. Battle for second in GT3, probably the most important in the race at the moment, although the 73 and 22 are battling again. Those two 1 and 2 in this championship. Currently 73 is going to be taking a few points off 22 going into the final race. That's Simrings.com's EPR gaining on Drop Bear Motorsport. Both of them not too far behind the Summit Sim Sports car on the road right now. So that is a very important battle for third in LMP2 at the moment. There's a couple of important ones going on. Plus the one for fifth in GT3 as well. So it is all happening at the moment. But obviously it's all just setting yourself up for Daytona, especially in this championship, as particularly the race victories, both in this race, look quite sealed at this stage. 20 seconds in LMP2, over 10 in GT3. Don't want to say it's over, never want to say that, but it is certainly an advantage to AHU in both of those categories.
Yeah, they certainly have one hand on the trophy, I should say, in terms of this, but still a little way to go. Not quite sealed just yet. As we see the 22 on the back of the 73, the battle for the podium in the LMP2 category. This is Robert Gibbs on the back of Scott Zazowski with the Simrix.com DPR versus the Drop Bear Motorsport SBM, who did come into this race leading the way over the car that they're fighting with at the moment. So again, setting themselves up well for Daytona is what they're going to be wanting to do. And again, as we say, going into that race on the front foot, not being the chasing car, is always good, because you're then reliant on what the other car is doing as opposed to what you can do. There's hopefully for them they can get in front, but still it's not going to be overly drastic if they finish just one place behind. But yeah, for the championship battles, certainly has been very, very interesting. But yeah, unfortunately the race victories have been sealed. But certainly in the GTs we have had some exciting fights for it. It's just that Shen van Gisbergen and that 197 really has taken off with it over the course of this of this last stint. But yeah, 2/10 between the two, and is Robert Gibbs going to be interested in up and a move? I reckon he might be.
Now, just as we were basically handing the win here to Justin Rougier, he's all of a sudden losing time at an alarming rate at the moment, down to 16 seconds. Excuse me. And his last lap time was 2.1 slower than 1.9, I should say, slower than second place. So it Sim Sports, as that is contact with the 22. Ferrari off the road there, not sure which one that was, but that was certainly contact, I'm afraid, for the 22. But yeah, Justin Rougier is now losing time quite quickly. He's in the final sector at the moment, so we'll see what his lap time is at the end of this and see if it is just a bit of traffic or whether there really is a problem for that number one car at the moment. But for whatever reason, wow, an 11.3. That is very slow compared to where he was before. Best lap time is in the 8s in this stint, so something has happened to Justin Rougier. This is what happened to the 22 car, another Simbriggs car, the 199 off the road there. That's just a bit of contact, which way you don't tend to make moves into turn 5, really.
Yeah, no, not at all. That is, it's very one-line-esque, and yeah, you got to take an air of caution. It looks as though the number one was just a minor issue, as you say, probably traffic, because they seem to be back on it, and that gap hasn't changed much since we noticed the quick and drastic drop between it. So yeah, unfortunately for us, we're not going to see some dramatic. Well, we might still see, but certainly not at the moment. Not going to see any drama and chaos for the race lead in the LMP2 category. The 22, the Drop Bear Motorsport SBM car, has fallen off a little bit, a touch to the Simrix.com DPR car, but this traffic certainly has brought them back into the mix as they lap the 101 and the 169. The 22 doesn't really know where to go as they duck and dive their way through the Porsches, yeah, this certainly has allowed them to close the gap. Will there be an opportunity for them to capitalise, or are they going to work together and maybe Robert Gibbs can... oh no, in fact he is going to go for a move down in towards 10A. Gets the move done down the inside. The 73 can't really say much. Of course, Robert Gibbs is on fresh tyres, but Scott Zazowski's certainly going to come back at him, and unfortunately no pressure made into the final corner. But again, using traffic in order to maximise your run, and once again having to go defensive.
That was aggressive from Robert Gibbs, and he needed to make the move, and he had the new tyres as well to make that move. Surely he's going to be able to get away at this stage now. As we go down the hill towards the S's once more, down the inside of the Evolution GT3. But yeah, that was a very aggressive move from Robert Gibbs, cutting off the nose of Zazowski there to make sure that the 73 would not come back at him into the second part of that chicane. I think it was just a bit of traffic for Rougier by the looks of things, because the gap now back to 18.5 seconds as Liam Reston hits the same bit of traffic that Rougier was. So yeah, it was just a bit of traffic, no damage to that number 1 car by the looks of things. Yeah, a nice move from Robert Gibbs, an important one as well. Let's not forget, if they try and restore their championship lead at the moment, they'd lose 44 points to the number 1 AHU car. They have a 70-point advantage coming into today, so they would continue on in the championship lead. We've got a Lamborghini going slowly under the bridge.
We do indeed, and I think they've managed to sort that one out. But yeah, this is, I think this, yeah, just going slowly, which is slightly strange as to why they were doing that. Maybe a hardware issue or something, because that doesn't look particularly too damaged. But yeah, that's the thing in having a 3-horse race. You've got a couple of people to focus on, and going into Daytona still will have those 3 cars in the mix, so it can certainly go anyone's way. And being the longest race of the season so far, Peter Hunter, the International Driver Syndicate car, the 250, pulling their way into the pit lane, so presumably a bit of damage to that Lamborghini. But yeah, no, certainly 10 hours is the longest race of the season, and it's probably, you know, it's going to be the most important race of the season as well.
Yeah, it is, as we see the Ferrari off to Simrings.com again. No shape, it really has been in the wars throughout this stint, and I'm afraid I think that car might have a little bit of damage there to the rear suspension. By the way, he put the power down there, or tried to. So that's unfortunate for him, as we have a big battle going on here. Evolution versus Vanderbilt. This is what we've been waiting for. The Evolution car has been recently overtaken by the 169. AHU restored their 1-2. Are Vanderbilt going to be joining them on the podium here? Down the inside into the chicane, it almost rolls reversed as to what we saw about an hour ago down the inside for Vanderbilt. And Evolution, John Pisnick almost gave that one to him.
Yeah, pretty much did. Just, you know, once again was on the outside, so didn't want to make the same mistake as last time. And I think, well, that is, yeah, into the pit lane, so didn't want to fight it too hard as they were coming into the pit lane anyway. Didn't want to risk being spun out as to only come into the pit lane on that same lap. But yeah, a good move from the Vanderbilt car just to look up the inside. This is the Lamborghini that I think we saw a little bit earlier ago, running a little bit wide over the outside of the circuit and backwards into the barrier. Again, that is pretty much a similar mistake, a running theme that we've seen for a lot of cars to make that mistake, as they pull themselves back onto the circuit very quickly, having to get out of the way for the BMW and P2 that were very quickly coming their way.
And then quickly realised you around the extent of the damage that Lamborghini had sustained. But yeah, Evolution Racing Team into the pit lane there. Interesting call. But the first of the final stops in GT3 now have been made, apart from the one for Ross Rizzo. This is what happened earlier to the Simrings.com car. See Dylan O'Shea now with a bit more damage than this, I'm afraid. Side by side again. This Vanderbilt car is absolutely flying at the moment. Dylan Burst outside line for the first part. Brian Wood was not going to give him the inside for the second though, and so he has to stay behind. Does Dylan Burst at that 101, but these two fighting hard now, and it's not really what either of them need. Obviously AHU aren't going to be too disappointed with it, because Gisbergen is currently leading the race. But Vanderbilt certainly will be, as we see a spin here for the 1 at 2.81, and that was a hard hit on the wall.
Yeah, it was, and yeah, that BMW certainly has seen better days. At least it got rid of the front bumper, so you'll be happy to see that one. But yeah, the 101 has really had a resurgence of pace in the last couple of laps, and that's that BMW parked.
Car's not moving.
Yeah, that's not moving at all. Could that be a safety car? Would it be? Maybe.
Could be. Certainly could be. We're not going to know if somebody's going to have to tell us. I think it might be. We'll see if it is a safety car or not. But it is. Yep, we do have a safety car out on the road. So the 281 car causes our third safety car of the day. The damage coming down the hill at the S's. Now this really does change things. The last pit stops will be able to be made by every single car in this field. But this does disadvantage Evolution, because they made their final pit stop under green, while everybody else is going to make theirs under the yellow here. So Jon Pisnick, he's going to be on the lead lap at least, but he is going to be quite a few positions down.
Yeah, absolutely. And, well, this played into the hands nicely of the Venables, and this is exactly what Justin Rougier and Shane van Gisbergen don't want, because those massive gaps are now going to be brought back to pretty much zero and with 32 minutes left to go, there's not much they can do. We've seen before how safety cars can rob dominant drives of race victories, and they're going to be hoping they don't fall victim to a similar misfortune today. But yeah, the safety car in these late moments, 32 minutes left to go. And yeah, this is certainly going to be spicy. Sprint to the finish, and everyone's close together with the championship at stake, with a lot of drivers equal on pace and a lot of drivers very, very feisty and aggressive. This is certainly going to be exciting.
It is. Let's wait and see where everybody comes out, though. At the end of this, you can be sure it's going to be any fuel in the LMP2s, you would imagine anyway. Justin Rougier needed 12 seconds, and he's on his way again. In Preston will likely need something similar, as will Robert Gibbs, who's also in at this stage. We haven't yet seen the leaders in GT3 into the pit lane. Shane van Gisbergen does come in now. Ryan Wood will be also Dylan Burst and Cooper Murray, who's a little bit further behind. You see the two in the main part of your screen there are going to be in the pit lane very shortly, and there they go. So this is an important stop. If you can gain that second or two, it could give you a position, especially in this battle between Ryan Wood and Dylan Burst. So we'll see how long these pit stops are, but there is the cause of this third safety car, and there is the leader. The safety car going to pick him up, is he? Trying to get the AWM car to go through, I think. Oh, no, there it is. We do indeed have the leader picked up by the safety car. Wow, Ryan Wood makes a very short final stop. Dylan Burst as well. Shane van Gisbergen's final stop looks to be very long here. 35 seconds it ticks past now. John Pisanic goes up into third place. Shane van Gisbergen, 40 seconds. That's a long, long stop.
Incredibly long stop, and well, what seemed to be a very dominant display out in front. He might well lose quite a few positions because of this. I'm not entirely sure. Maybe taking tyres, maybe, but again, why? And you know, not entirely sure what he's been thinking. But Shane van Gisbergen certainly knows better than we do. So perhaps, you know, using the lack of time lost under a safety car in order to take that punt, I guess you could say. But yeah, certainly spicing things up in GT3, and what looked to be a dominant display to the checkered flag for Shane van Gisbergen might be slightly more difficult for the 197.
I think he has taken on tyres quite possibly, thinking that he wouldn't drop too far back, but he actually has dropped back a bit further than he thought. So in GT3 at the moment, we'll have a little bit of a run through LMP2 in a minute, but GT3, Matthew Dent is currently leading for Rival Autosport. They made their pit stop under green, but they can make it to the end, as can Ross Rizzo for Trans-Tasman Racing. They're 1 and 2. Ryan Wood only did 9 seconds in the pit stop, so he's third, ahead of John Pisanic and Dylan Burst, who's dropped to 5th. Mark Gibson in the AHU car has yet to come in. He does now, drops out of 6th position. That is now going to be taken by Shane van Gisbergen, who's now going to be leading in that. He's going to be in that 6th position, I should say, behind Dylan Burst. So that's your top 6 in GT3. It's all been shaken up, and we've got Rival Autosport and Trans-Tasman Racing, who you wouldn't have expected at the start of the day to be up front. They're now 1 and 2.
Well, that is that's what we love about safety cars, and the absolute I don't even know what to call it. Just the shaken up results that we've been given here, and GT3 once again are going to be delivering, and there's going to be a lot of cars out of place, a lot of cars trying to make up for some places they're going to have to gain. But yeah, it really was just a splash and dash for Dench, just to get in, whack some fuel in, get out, and has reaped the rewards for it. Will he reap the rewards for it by the end of the checkered flag, though, is going to be the question. Has he taken too big of a risk in going for that short stop? But we'll certainly have to wait and see. Certainly put themselves in a very, very good position indeed. But yeah, this is going to be a spicy end to what has been overall a very entertaining race.
It has been a good race. This final safety car is really going to shake things up. In LMP2, it's Justin Rougier who's going to take the green flag first, ahead of Liam Reston. It's going to be Robert Gibbs, Drew Russell and Scott Zieslowski. They're all lined up like ducks in a row almost, the front of this field. Aaron Russell is here as well, but he's a few cars back. Then we've got Tom Freer, Synergy Sim Racing, the first car that is 1 lap down at this stage. So that's interesting in LMP2 as well. It's going to be a good run to the flag there. And in GTM, Lachlan Capel for Pulse Racing Team is currently leading ahead of Team JDR. It does look like MAC1 Esports, JWM Motorsport, E-Motorsport are going to be in the lead lap as well. So we do have a few leaders in GTM as well, set to shake up this championship once more. So it's going to be interesting. But I think GT3 Pro is the most exciting of them all, because obviously we've got two unexpected leaders in 1 and 2 at the minute. Where are they going to end up by the end of this? That's all remains to be seen.
We've seen how easy it is for people to defend, and how easy it is for people to be able to keep cars behind before, is the likes of Vecchio keeping a lot of rivals behind for his teammate a little bit earlier on. So potentially they've got the track position. That's going to be the important thing. As long as they can keep them behind and not make mistakes, they might be able to consolidate a good place here. Do not count out that Trans-Tasman race in 184 either. But yeah, this is going to be a spicy end to this race. All eyes will be on the GT3s, of course, but of course got to pay attention to the P2s up in front as well, because we have got two championship leaders, 1 and 3, and Drop by Motorsport SPM. We want to limit the damage back to AHU going into Daytona. So yeah, there's going to be a lot for us to keep our eyes peeled for, Ewan.
Certainly is, and we're going green this time as well. But it's also a case of how are you going to play this race? You know, in terms of this championship as well, because of course you've got to think about Daytona coming up in 2 weeks' time. You know, how many risks am I willing to take here is another thing that these guys will have to consider, really, because you can't lay it all out on the line here. Be a little bit silly to risk it all at this stage, but then again, you might really want the race win, so who knows at this stage. In LMP2 though, especially with a lap car in between himself and second place, Justin Rougier is certainly in the prime position to take another race victory for the reigning champions.
Yeah, absolutely, and well, that's going to be a good way for them to perhaps help them consolidate a second championship here in the AHU Endurance by VCO. 25 minutes left on the clock, and we are going green this lap, so very much looking forward. Hopefully we can go green to the end. We're not going to have a similar situation that we had a couple of hours ago, about an hour and a half ago now, with the first set of safety cars, where one came out. There was an absolutely chaotic restart, and they only straight away had a second one out, because then, yeah, we're not going to have much in the way of a sprint to the finish. We're only going to have about 15 minutes or so, whatever it will be, by the time we get to there. But yeah, looking forward to this one, and well, we'll have to see how it pans out.
Absolutely, less than half an hour to go here in the AHU Endurance by VCO. 5th round here at Road Atlanta. We've been racing for 3.5 hours at this stage, but now it's time for the final half hour. Who's going to take the victory overall in the classes in the championship? Who's going to take a step forward as we come into the final chicane? Justin Rougier has been given a big margin here by a lapped car that's between himself and Summit Simsports, and so he's going to take a second's lead as they go over the line for the first time. Everybody else is going to be furious about that. They're going to be itching to get through, but they can't before the line. They now go over the line, and Rougier is going to have a big lead here. Summit Simsports under a lot of pressure from Drop Bear Motorsport into turn 1, and Rival Autosport getting involved as well. More lapped cars here too in LMP2. Obviously only 6 cars on the lead lap means they're a lot one lap down, and it has really opened up the gaps at the front of this one. Rougier with the perfect start, a dream start for him.
Absolutely, already 1.3 seconds clear for the rest of the field, so pretty much all lies back on the GT3 category. Very close between the Rival Sport Trans-Tasman and the AHU 169. They are pretty much as close as you could ask for, but again, very chaotic as always. And yeah, well, just all eyes peeled. Keep a lookout for some cars trying to finagle their way through a little bit here on this restart. Going to be a lot of open opportunities, a lot of cars around you, a lot of things to be aware of, and you've just got to try and negotiate your way through as best you can.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so many cars as well in GT3 who are on the lead lap together here. Rival Autosport under a lot of pressure from Tasman Racing at the moment, who look like they might take the lead. Ross Rizzo does take the lead from Matthew Dent into the chicane as we go back to Cooper Murray on the back of one of his teammates there. MAC1 Esports are also here with another one of the AHU cars, but the battle for the lead is 3 cars strong at this stage. We do have a new leader, Rival Autosport, and Matthew Dent has got off the road. Matthew Dent off the road from the lead on this restart. there he is. He's been caught up with one of the LMP2s by the looks of things. He lost the lead to Rizzo, and now he's lost it all by the looks of things.
That is such a shame after a fantastic strategical call to get that track position off the restart, and yeah, that is so unfortunate. Heartbreaking for them to only have 25 minutes left to go. All they had to do was nurse it back for a good position, but still all to play for. We've got 3 and 4 Evolution 162, the Vendaval Sim Racing white car as well, fighting for P3, and the 184, the AHU 169 as well, are going to be fighting pretty hard for the race lead. So still not over. We've still got a lot of action in store. This is that fight between the BMW and the Porsche. We've got Rizzo and Ryan Wood fighting for P1 and P2 and GT3, which we thought was going to be a runaway from Shane van Gisbergen, but this safety car giving us a nice bit of action, and we've seen how quick these Porsches can be, how quick Ryan Wood can be as well, and he's going to be an eyeing up a move today.
Certainly is going to want to take this race lead away as Vendaval get through on Evolution. Let's see what happened to the 96 car though. It's a little bit further down. What's happened here to the Frog Leap Juice Racing team? I think they're just getting out the way of everybody, to be honest. So all of the GT3s cycle their way through. So that was a little bit earlier on. But yeah, the battles in GT3 now this is the bit we were looking to see. It was contact between Ross Rizzo and Matthew Dench. The 96 were innocent in that one, but that's a big battle there for the lead in GT3. Unfortunately, settled by contact, and a very difficult one to call, I have to say.
Yeah, no, and once again, off a safety car restart, we have a car going airborne, which seems to be a common theme for this race, which yeah, don't really know how to take it. But Ryan Wood all over the back of Ros Rizzo for the race lead here in GT3, practically pushing them through that corner there, I think turn 7 as they go through, and really is tucked up in the slipstream. Maybe we might see a move for the race lead fairly soon. We've seen moves down into the chicane before, but don't think they're quite close enough in order to go for it. 2/10 though separating them. Maybe the iron up a move, looking to the left hand side, just thinking about it, just putting some pressure on, filling the rearview mirror, saying, I am here, don't make a mistake because I'll come through.
Yeah, he's certainly putting the pressure on at the moment. This is not the Trans-Tasman racing car driven by Ethan Warren, who was that was up there earlier on in the race. Let's not forget this car a little bit further down, 8th place in this championship at the moment, nearly mathematically out of contention, but a race win would get them right back into it. Even though it is still a very big long shot from this stage. They'd much rather take the race win. That's what they've got right now. They've got 20 minutes to hold on, but Ryan Wood is going to be so eager to get through in this 169 car. Neither of these are really involved in the championship fight. It's purely about race wins for these teams, and they've got one at the tips of their fingers at the moment, the both of them.
Absolutely, they're going to both want it very, very dearly, especially that 169. Who's going to be pushing for it. That Trans-Tasman as well might mean quite a bit more to them, especially with how their race has gone so far in this race. Once again, practically pushing them through the right-hander there, just to get the drive off the corner, put the pressure on, fill the rearview mirrors, and again play the psychological game as much as the physical game. But yeah, in terms of the championship, neither of these two really. Well, I mean, they've got an outlandish shot, but and they're doing everything they can to keep that dream alive. But yeah, just for them, a bit of pride and a bit of satisfaction in potentially taking the race win. The championship battle is around about 3 seconds back on these guys, between the 101 and the 162. They're the ones that will be fighting for the championship come Daytona, and still these two fights, these 2-horse races, are the ones to keep our eyes on.
Yeah, absolutely. It is close. 3 seconds back to Vendaval. You can just see them in the background. Recently, a very important pass made by Dylan Burse on John Pisnick, who is going to drop points by the looks of things, if things stay as they are at the very least. He's going to drop points, 18 of them, quite possibly, to an already 36-point margin. A bit of a mistake there from Ryan Wood. I was not looking, but I'm sure you saw it at home. 1.7 seconds now to Ross Rizzo. All of a sudden, has a chance of pulling off the impossible. Those guys obviously went with a very different strategy, made their last pit stop under the green flag. Didn't have to come in under the last safety car, cycled through to second, took the lead on the restart, and now they're looking to possibly take a race win.
Yeah, well, this is pretty remarkable. I'm not entirely sure what happened to Ryan Wood there. Just sort of started going slowly, which, yeah, is weird. Maybe a hardware issue, maybe a mistake. We didn't quite see it to full fruition of what happened. But maybe even actually falling back into the clutches of the 101, the Vendaval Sim Racing car at the moment, driven by Dylan Burst, who might start putting some pressure on and will be able to extend the gap potentially to Jon Pesnik behind. But yeah, very, very strange mistake, and they're going to have to get pushing back because, you know, time certainly is not on their side if they want to win this race.
No, not really. Only 17.5 minutes remaining. This is very important for Zimrigs.com DPR as well, as this 73, previously driven by Scott Styslawski, it still is on the back of Drew Russell right now. Let's not forget this car, along with the 22, been up here all season long. Who could forget their absolutely titanic scrap at the end of the 4 hours of Spa, the very first race of this season. They've been absolutely neck and neck the entirety of the season since. 46 points separate them at the moment. It's going to extend a little bit more if things stay as they are right now as well, as we go back to GT3, because we've got a big battle going on for 4th position. The 111 of WEH Racing have been absolutely nowhere almost today, but all of a sudden they're right up here again, and they need it, because at the moment they are 3rd in the championship, looking to stay in contention, as Scott Styslawski gets a good exit off of turn 5. He moves to the outside line for 6, but it's a long way around there, and he's going to do well to get through here, especially with a lap car involved.
Indeed, so going to follow the 22 through and try and the 58, sorry, through and drive off and use the slipstream as best they can. Just trying to stay on the back is Scott Styslawski, and we'll try and make that move. But that traffic again going to play a massive factor. Will potentially affect their ability to make this move. A lot of Gagler cars as well in the GT category. Looking to the inside, or is that the outside for the chicane? Indeed, it is for Scott Styslawski. That 73 going to dart back up to the inside. Bit of contact with the Ferraris. They all go through. The 58 still looking to go the long way around, but that traffic playing a massive factor, and well, Scott Styslawski making the most of it.
Well, yeah, traffic was the determining factor there. Styslawski makes his way through. Now nearly 5 seconds up to the 3 leaders, but it will be worth it. There's a car off just up in the distance there. I think it's one of the GTs off the road. It was a Lamborghini, the RSR Lamborghini off the road, and it's comes back on again. Everybody gets away with it. But yeah, that was a nice move in the end from Styslawski. Bit of contact made between a number of cars there, has to be said. But everybody just about got away with it. I think they were a bit lucky to do so, but they did.
Just about got away with it. But yeah, there was a lot of cars going on, a lot of things going on. That Ferrari certainly would have had a heart in the mouth moment when they ended up going sideways with Drew Russell hitting the back of him. But again, easy to do in moments like that. This is what happened to the 197 Lamborghini, having to abort to the runoff, and that is a big mistake. Luckily for them, they didn't smack into anyone, but very easily could have with the 73 coming through. That was very close as they come back onto the circuit at full throttle. But then again, I guess in that situation you have to, because coming on slightly slower is arguably a little bit more dangerous.
Yeah, I would argue coming on slower there would have been even more dangerous, so he just went for it. Unfortunately, there was a bit of contact, but everybody got away with that one. Once more, contact for the 55! The Summit Sim Sports car goes off the road from 3rd place. That was huge contact with one of the AHU GT3s that was spun around coming down the hill. He had absolutely no idea about that one, did Liam Reston, and unfortunately all his hard work is undone from a podium position to absolutely nowhere outside the top 5. What a shame that is for Summit Sim Sports, but nothing they could have done.
Absolutely not. Tucked up behind the WEH Porsche and really couldn't see the car at all. Tried to go for the move on the Porsche, and then bang, there was a car there. Absolutely no time to react whatsoever. I think this is what happened to the 135 Mark Gibson getting spun round, and then just absolutely no time to react to any of that did Liam Reston, and that is such a shame. But it's promoted Scott Styslawski into P3, Drew Russell back up into P4, but yeah, that is such a shame for the Everest car, because they were doing such a good job off the restart, and again, that's an example of motorsport biting back, and yeah, not being very kind is the bluntest way to put that.
Yeah, that's unfortunately not anything that anybody really could have done about that, I'm afraid, but it's one of those things that does just happen from time to time. Oh my word, that's contact. Mach 1 Esports off the road in their BMW, and WH Racing going to try and get through there in that battle. I'm not sure, I think it might be for 6th place, is it? Or maybe a little bit further, 7th maybe, for that 111 car. Trying to get through on the 174, and does indeed now into 7th place. that is a move, but Dylan Burst recently has got through as well into second. Venderville really taking a step forward in this championship, but Evolution and John Pisnik is set to not let him get too far away with this one, as Ryan Wood, for some reason, no straight line speed there at all, for whatever reason. Shenvan Gisbergen right on the back of all of them. Woods dives it back down the inside, and Pisnik gives him the place. Shenvan Gisbergen's now going to get through as well on those new tyres, we believe. 4th place for the AHU car. Only 12 minutes to go, though. He's going to really need to race through this field very quickly if he wants to take this win.
Anyone can do it. Shane van Gisbergen can, and he's going to be pushing for it. It's what, say 4 and a bit seconds. Who's that off? That's Wood going off. The 168. That is such an easy mistake to make. Oh no, the 169. Sorry, going off, and that's such an easy mistake to make, tumbling down and in such a close grid. Who's that off as well? That's Dylan Burst. That's the championship leader going off. So it's very much well and truly all kicking off in these later stages. And Shane van Gisbergen somehow through all of that has found himself in P2 with some clear air, 3.5 seconds to Rizzo in front.
Yeah, he's made up 2 places without making an overtake there, and wow, Dylan Burst is going to be furious with himself here, or furious with someone else. We didn't see what happened, but Venderville sim racing, after being in a very strong place, all of a sudden are going to be dropping points. Where have they dropped to? It is the question next. They're all the way behind. Thomas Hinds is still off track at the moment. Have they got damage here? This could be almost a championship ending problem here for Dylan Burst. Let's see, Sean Lindsell's also been off, but Dylan Burst gets hit by an LMP2, he's off the road, he rejoins and just goes for a spin by himself. Does he get hit by anybody? He manages to keep it out of the wall, and he gets going again. Now, does he get hit a second time, or is there damage here? There is damage, big damage to the Venderville car. Huge moment in this championship in GT3, we're on board with this car. Dylan Burst has got big damage. It was small contact, but big consequences for Venderville. The championship, they can feel it slipping away from them as we speak. Oh, dearie me, such a shame for Dylan Burst, who will now be in the pit lane, surely repairing this. He'll try and get to the end.
Surely we'll have to and try and recover any points, but when the Evolution racing car is in P3, that's a lot of points to be lost in the penultimate round when you've come into this race leading the way, but not by much. It was something like 36 points they led into this race, so not at all. And as you very rightly say, that could be a championship ending moment. Still all to play for in Daytona, but that certainly is not going to help. And yeah, through everything that's happened today, that is probably the biggest shock, biggest heartbreak for a team. And yeah, that's gonna be tough.
That is a huge moment. Dylan Burst drops outside the top 10 as Cooper Murray gets through on John Pisnik there. Evolution Racing Team do drop points there, but they won't really care at this point. They're beating 2nd, 3rd and 4th in this championship comfortably, and 5th. They're doing very well for themselves as things stand. Let's have a look at a replay. This is still Dylan Burst. That's the GT Championship leader making its way through quite nicely. Yeah, through Dylan Burst. Just tries to get himself back to the pit lane without any major problems. Now 14th as 15th, 16th, you know, he just keeps dropping and off the road again. Just trying to get back in any way that he can. He's got to get out. I'm not entirely sure what the rules are about how you can get points. Can you get them if you've completed enough laps but don't cross the line, or do you have to cross the line? We're going to have to do some digging through the regulations to find out that one. But they're going to be trying to get that car repaired as quickly as possible. They absolutely need to.
That is just heartbreaking, and they're going to have to salvage everything they can to even remotely have a chance for this championship come Daytona in a couple of weeks' time. This is Aaron Russell going through, and a very easy mistake to make, trying to lap the AHU car and tapping the barrier in the Alfa Aggressor racing car, which seemed to have some good promise, but can never, unfortunately, deliver on it, whether that be their fault or not. But yeah. We said we were going to get carnage and chaos off this safety car restart. We certainly have been given that, and with 8 minutes left to go, it was looking so good for them to try and consolidate a good lead going into Daytona, but very quickly it's all come unravelled for them. But yeah, for Evolution Racing Team, they've just got to get to the end. They're still going to be gaining a ton of points over their rivals, and they don't want to be taking any rash judgments. 3rd, 4th, 2nd, 5th, whatever they can take, they'll take here in terms of the championship.
Yeah, they absolutely will. So we look at Thomas Hinds trying to make a move here on the Sim 3D Sport car. A little bit wide into the next couple of corners, but Still holding on. I think this is for 7th place in the GT3s at the moment. It is indeed. Stadler trying to just keep this Cool Drive Racing car behind. As Russell into the pit lane here. Not entirely sure why. As everybody should be able to make it to the end from here, but he is in the pit lane. Not entirely sure if there's a drive-through or what's going on there at the moment. But they do indeed pull into the pit lane. As we look at this battle down the back straight again. Only 7 minutes remaining, and the gap for the lead overall, 2 seconds and a bit. The gap for the lead in GT3, only 2 seconds as well. It's still very, very close, as the Vanderbilt car still out there at the moment, trying to nurse that back, trying to get as many points as possible.
Yeah, absolutely, still just maximising as best they can. This is Thomas Hinz going up the inside into the final corner. Still side by side between the two BMWs. That's great racing. First time we've seen that, I think, today. Genuinely having a run around the outside of the final corner, but a good move indeed from Thomas Hinz to get that one done. But yeah, 6 minutes left to go. Certainly is the final moments of this race, and yeah, certainly did all kick off. It's sort of all settled down now. I mean, Shane van Gisbergen is making massive inroads on Rizzo on those fresh tyres, and yeah, well, it was quite comfortable for him before the safety car. He's been the star driver in this final stint of the race, and he's making very quick inroads and could still potentially be a good protagonist for this race lead. But time's running out.
Time is running out. Only 6 minutes to go, but still a fair few laps at this stage. The RSR Lamborghini here, making its way around. Been in the walls a little bit today, but looks like they're going to be getting to the end. We do believe, by the way, not being able to dig through the regulations because I can't access them, but we do believe that they have to cross the line to be classified and get points in this race. Dylan Burst is back in again here. He's almost, he's actually got no running GT3 Pro cars behind him anymore, so he might as well try and repair as much as possible over the next 5 minutes or so, and then come out for the final lap. But then again, I'm not sure how many laps they have to compete compared to the leaders. At the moment, the leaders are 3 laps up on him, which really isn't that many, so should be fine in that respect, even if there is a rule on that. So Dylan Burst is going to get points today, but they're going to lose over 100 to Evolution, surely, and that leaves them with a big ask going into Daytona. Obviously, anything can happen there, but they still need to win, and even that may be nowhere near enough.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to be, as I said earlier, they're going to be ones going into that race certainly on the back foot, and they're going to be reliant on Evolution making mistakes. If they win, even then they're going to have to, fingers crossed, hope something happens, hope for a miracle, which I think has robbed us of a pretty dramatic and chaotic ending to this season in GT3. But still, anything can happen. Angus Cook gets it a little bit wrong through turns 10A and B, and again running a little bit wide. So the 55 there, I think, not having the greatest of runs through for this final couple of moments. But Shane van Gisbergen, let's see, 5/10 on that last lap to Rizzo. The gap is coming down, and it's coming down pretty quickly.
It is only 1.2 seconds. So wow, this race may very well be on. Think back to Hockenheim last season. The overall lead in the race, of course, Van Gisbergen as an LMP2 driver at the time, making a pass in the third last corner of the race to win that one. This time it's in GT3, but it's still going to be very important. It still could be just as dramatic going into the final moments of this race. On, we believe, newer tyres, certainly quicker than Rizzo at this stage. Whatever the cause for that may be, Rizzo is going to be under an unbelievable amount of pressure in these final laps to hold on to this race win. What will be an absolutely historic race win for that 184 Trans-Tasman racing team, because they've not even been on the podium this season. It's not like they've just missed out on any occasion so far in this season, but this time they really do have an opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. This is someone going around on the Drop Bear Motorsport HRS car, Daniel Yeaman, unfortunately getting it a little bit wrong and smacking into the barrier. But yeah, for that Trans-Tasman car, of course, their teammates won at Sebring. Not entirely sure the number. I think it was it the 128? Not entirely sure, but one of the Trans-Tasman cars won at Sebring. So for them to be able to join them and reach the top step of the podium will be very historic and will mean a lot to the team. But Shane van Gisbergen, he doesn't care. He wants to win this race, and he's going to be after after it as much as he wants. He's going to try and steal it in the dying moments as once again, but yeah, we'll have to wait and see how that one transpires. But time is not on his side as he's pushing the limits very hard. He's got sight. He's got a sniff of victory here, and his natural racing driver instinct, of course, V8 Supercar champion, is going to be digging deep to try and win this race.
Absolutely. 1 second is the margin, and you can just see how hard he was trying through turn 5 on that time, using all of the road and some, trying to close this margin. He's left everybody else behind, had to overtake quite a few cars to even get to this stage. He's done well to do that, but the job is not finished just yet with 2 minutes to go. I think that is the leader just behind, the number 1 car of Justin Rougier just behind. So 2 laps to go at the line with 2 minutes here. Van Gisbergen has got 1 lap to catch Ross Rizzo and 1 lap to pass him. Is that enough? That is the question.
We'll have to wait and see, but down the pit straight, very short pit straight for the final time. He's running out of opportunity. He's going to need to close through this sort of sequence of corners through the mid part and try and close the gap to 10A and 10B. That's going to be his prime overtaking opportunity. But look at the gap already. He's caught a whiff of the slipstream and really latched on to the back of that 184, and well, certainly is going to be able to at the very least launch an attack. But Ross Rizzo, he's not going to let this out without a fight at all.
No, he isn't. He's going to fight this one. Traffic just behind. There's the drop bear car. Van Gisbergen just faced the car to the right hand side there, making sure the LMP2 knows that you are not welcome to come down the inside here. I'm in a battle for the race lead. They're going to do that one on the straight, but the entire LMP2 field is behind these guys at the moment, lapping them once again for the second time since the 3rd restart in this race. That could play into the hands of either of these guys, really. It could split this battle up. It could make it even closer as we come on to the final lap here. Justin Rougier gets the white flag. These guys are going to in a moment as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So going to be counting down the corners. Only what now as they go through turn 11? Going to be 13 corners left to go. Shane's going to be counting it down. So too is Ross Rizzo, and just hoping for the sight of the checkered flag and hoping to see the checkered flag before Shane Van Gisbergen does. But through turn 1 for the final time for these guys, and Shane's going to be giving his absolute all. So too is Ross Rizzo. Going to be looking all over that rearview mirror. But where can Shane go for this move? Where can he materialise it? And he's going to be trying to set it up as best he can. But wouldn't be the first time Shane gets a race victory on the last lap.
It certainly wouldn't. They go down the S's and towards turn 5 for the final time. Over the curb a little bit from Rizzo there. Not the best line, but he's got it away with it. And so Van Gisbergen is going to have to still work for this one. The LMP2 just behind there, realising the situation, and will stay behind for now. Will that come into effect, though, in terms of slipstream down the back straight? Van Gisbergen needs an exceptional final turn 7 there as he goes on to the back straight now. We look at Rougier, his teammate, coming through the final few corners right now. And for the reigning champions, it's a big step back towards the championship fight. Here in the AHU Endurance by VCO, Justin Rougier takes the AHU car over the line to win here at the 4 Hours of Road Atlanta. Are his teammates going to take it? Van Gisbergen's round the outside, he's hit the inside for the final part of the chicane. There's contact, Rizzo goes around, and Van Gisbergen, is he going to take the win? Who's going to take the win? He is, under very controversial circumstances. Contact on the final lap, and AHU take 2 wins out of 2. But that is not going to be the last time we hear this incident discussed, because that was a pass on the last lap with contact. Rizzo drops off of the podium on the very final corner of this race.
That is such a shame, and yeah, controversial, but both of them giving their absolute all, but neither of them going to give an inch in that situation, fighting for the lead with only a couple of corners left to go. Those things are going to happen. Was it overly aggressive by Shane? Potentially, but we'll have to wait and see what the appeals say about that one. But yeah, even then, they're not. It's going to be bittersweet if Shane gets a penalty and Trans-Tasman, the 184, gets promoted back onto the podium. It's like, well, yeah, cool, podium, but I wanted to win, sort of thing. But either way, it was a very chaotic end to that race. The final 15-25 minutes in general. Well, I say that the whole 4 hours in general were very chaotic, very fun, and very entertaining. And well, that's a very climactic way to end it off.
Wow, drama at the very end there as Rizzo ends up 4th. By the way, in GT, we didn't get to see them over the line, but Pulse Racing Team in the 280 closed the margin in that championship as well, setting up a very interesting 10 hours at Daytona. We'll have a look at the entire race results as a whole in a few moments' time. There is the damaged championship leaders. Not a good day for them. They lose points. and they have got it all to do heading into Daytona as well. But we'll have a quick look at the results. We'll have a quick chat with these drivers before we sign off here today, as it's been a very interesting 4 hours at Road Atlanta, picking up right towards the end with that battle between Shane van Gisbergen and Ross Rizzo. Here is the LMP2 battle though, and it was 5 seconds in the end for the other AHU car. The reigning champions taking a win here in this season. They're second, of course, after taking the win at Suzuka. Drop Air Motorsport second, extending their championship lead ever so slightly over Simrigs.com. DPR in third. Rival Autosport fourth, ahead of Summit Sim Sports with that late contact for Liam Reston somehow getting to the end. Aaron Russell managed to get home sixth with Tom Freer, the first car, 1 lap down. Tyler Blackburn for Analytical Racing Odds Esports was 8th, and of Whitey Spies Racing and Frogley Juiced Racing Green rounding out your top 10. Then Alpha Aggressor Racing and Summit Sim Sports, the 12 cars heading to the end in LMP2. Shane van Gisbergen takes the win on the road here for AHU. They go 2 for 2, and it's a 1-2 in GT3. Cooper Murray coming over the line second. Evolution Racing Team in third, and Trans-Tasman Racing, who are going to be absolutely gutted with fourth. Another AHU car, the third in the top 5 in the form of Ryan Wood. Then WEH Racing finishing in 6th, ahead of Cool Drive Racing. Sim 3D Sport Robocop with the final car on the lead lap in 8th. And it's AHU in 9th once more. And Mach 1 Esports rounding out your top 10. 11th place, another one of the AHU cars, ahead of another one of the Mach 1 Esports cars. The first of the GT AMS Pulse Racing Team finishing 3rd and 13th in the GT3 category there. Simrigs.com DPR 14th. Team JDR was second in the GT AMS, ahead of the RSR Lamborghini. Rival Autosport and Matthew Dench are going to be very disappointed to finish 2 laps down and in 17th. Mach 1 Esports round off the podium in GT AM. JWM eMotorsport at 4th off the podium and losing some points in their championship lead. They might well even have slipped down to 2nd. Pulse Racing Team's 282 car finishing in 20th. And then these cars, Dylan Burst did get to the end for Venderville. He's lost his championship lead and a lot of points today, I'm afraid to say. And then the rest of these cars, starting with Peter Hunter from 22nd on downwards, all not making it to the end of this race, I'm afraid to say. So there are your race results. Let's have a little bit of a chat to our drivers then, shall we? I don't actually have the power to move anybody anymore, so that's nice. So somebody's going to have to do that for me. There we are. Thanks very much. Shane van Gisbergen and Pablo Rio Castro join us now from the 197 team. Winners on the road here in GT3. I'll start, of course, Shane van Gisbergen in the car at the end, in that battle at the end. Talk us through that final lap in your battle with Ross Rizzo, unfortunately ending in contact at the chicane. What was it like from your perspective?
Yeah, hey guys, hope it was a great race for everyone to watch. But yeah, just gutted about that finish. You know, it's not really anyone's fault. Like, I had to go for it on the last lap, but I kind of backed out a little bit on the right as he came across, and there's a huge gap between the cars and it's just spun him. So it's a real shame. I'm gutted. I'm sure the stewards will do their thing and they'll consider it. But anyway, I hope everyone enjoyed the race. I enjoyed racing with Pablo again. It's a lot of fun watching him race, and he drove awesome. We made a tough strategy by pitting early and going to the back, but then he had a great move under safety car and we got back to 5th, and then the race was great. I had a good time, but just sucks about the end. But I hope everyone enjoyed my series, or our series.
Yeah, it was very fun to watch you guys once more. And Pablo, as I say, it was a very good race. Road Atlanta, how was it? It chopped and changed quite a lot, it has to be said. Obviously, safety cars throwing things into the air as well. And you guys had to come from behind a fair few times. So, what was the race like from your perspective? Was it very chaotic from your perspective as well? Because it was at times from our perspective.
Yeah, it was a bit chaotic. Everything started because I trust Shane's strategy. I think was a big mistake because we had to pray for half race for a safety car. And later, as well on pits, I told him trillion times, new tires don't give you advantage anymore on GT3, but he didn't listen to me and he put new tires. So we restart the race so behind. But I will forgive him again. He did a good job catching back. So just next time I will take the important decisions, I believe. But it was very good fun race.
Certainly was. It was very fun to watch both of you guys. So thanks very much for coming to join us, of course, and congratulations with your victory on the road here in GT3.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thanks very much. Shane Gisbergen and Pablo Arujo Castro joining us there from the win in GT3. Let's move up to LMP2, where the leaders the winners now join us in the number 1 car. Ben Cornett and Justin Rougier. Justin, you took the car over the line with a 5-second lead just in the end, but you must have been really frustrated to see that final safety car come out, because you had a very nice lead, and then all of a sudden it got quite stressful for the final half an hour.
Yeah, it's never good to see a safety car come out with about half an hour to go. So credit to Ben for all his hard work he's put in all this week and his stint that he'd done. The car was great. It was good to represent Apex Hunters United, and to come away with a win's great for myself and Ben and the whole team.
Certainly is, and Ben, it's obviously a big step forward in this championship as well, of course, as you try and defend your title. How are you feeling about the Daytona 10 hours coming up in a few weeks' time, both in relation to the championship and, of course, the race itself, which is going to be difficult enough?
Yeah, look, thank you. We've been on the back foot a little bit with some unfortunate results, so we needed a good result today to stay in it, and I think that puts us in at least a position to fight for the championship again. Daytona will be difficult. I'll be racing with Enzo Bonino, who's over in Italy, so he has to wake up at something like 2 in the morning, which I haven't told him about yet, but I'm sure he'll be all right with that. And it'll be a big race. We'll do the work. We'll see how we go.
Absolutely, we look forward to seeing you guys there in a couple of weeks. But for now, enjoy the victory, of course, here at Road Atlanta. Thanks very much for coming to join us, and congratulations.
Thank you, and thanks for the broadcast.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks very much. Ben Cunner and Justin Rougier joining us after victory in the LMP2 category. We are getting in contact with the 280 team for Pulse Racing team to try and get a bit of a chat with them. But for now, Zach, some final words from you as the sun, as we see a nice bit of sunrise action here at Road Atlanta. Very enjoyable race in the 4 hours of Road Atlanta. Sets us up beautifully for Daytona, of course. Almost less chaotic than expected at times, but there was, of course, our fair share of incidents here as well. This morning, this evening.
Yeah, absolutely, and it is a very nice aesthetic over Road Atlanta, and I'm sure you can very much agree there, Ewan. But it's been a fantastic race, fantastic 4 hours, and we certainly did get treated to a very good penultimate round. A lot of championship implications in terms of that one, but just looking forward to Daytona in a couple of weeks' time. And I think we have got the 280, so it'd be nice to see talk us through it, because we didn't see much of them today, did we?
No, we didn't see much of these guys at all, but Adam Bryant and Lachlan Campbell now do indeed join us after victory in GT and for Pulse Racing team. Lachlan, you took the car over the line in those final moments of the race. How was the safety car restart towards the end? How was the stress as you were leading, obviously trying to take home that race win?
Well, we had a really good strategy after a little bit of a we'll just call it a tactical team error. Got a little bit of engine damage, so we took our pit stop early for the final stint, and we were sitting really well. We had a good position. We were probably the best on fuel because we pitted early. Safety car came out and we started stressing a little bit, obviously, because the 221 was following us and he got let by through the pace. And then after that, it was a little bit stressed because we only had one car between him and us, but through the encouragement and then through my pace that I had over the night, I was able to pull away and then get into a little bit of a spicy battle with the 155 and the 144 at the end. However, I had a go at the 155, but then he just started blocking really aggressively, so I just dipped out of it because there was no really reason to, because I'm in AM at the moment, so there's no reason to fight someone that's in pro and that is too aggressive. So other than that, we had a really, really good race. Possibly an error on my side for taking tyres on the first stop with a 66% left front, which seemed to me a pretty bad tyre for the night. But other than that, we had a really good race, and thanks to Adam as well for being such a great teammate and doing his part to get the win as well.
Yeah, and Adam, you obviously equally involved tonight. I mean, I believe this will actually give you the championship lead as well. How are you feeling going into Daytona? It's obviously a 10-hour race, a bit more of a challenge for everybody, and of course you've got that championship to think about as well.
It shouldn't. It's not going to be too bad. Every race we're just sort of going out there and having fun as much as we can. I can only thank Lockie tonight for driving as well as he did. He's a superstar, and I just kind of did the lunchtime shift and took the car home nice and safely, and Lockie did his thing and brought it home in first. So yeah, it was really good team effort all around. So I'm very happy with that.
Absolutely, as you should be. Congratulations to you both, of course, on the victory here in this race. Thanks very much for coming to join us, and we wish you luck in a couple of weeks' time.
Cheers, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks very much. Adam Bryant and Lachlan Capel joining us there. The 280 team winners in GTM here at Road Atlanta. There it is then. 4 hours at Road Atlanta in the AHU Endurance by VCO round is complete. 5 down and only 1 to go. It's the big one at Daytona, of course. 10 hours of racing there to come in a couple of weeks' time. A big thank you to Zach Sweeney, who's been alongside me, Ewan O'Leary, for the final couple of hours of this race. Lewis McGlade and Cam Roger took you through the first couple of hours, and the cameras have been brought to you by Mike Yao, as always. Thanks very much to everybody who has been joining us here tonight. I hope to see you again in a couple of weeks' time, where we'll be going for racing at Daytona for 10 hours. But until then, in a couple of weeks, it's goodbye for now.